the ditch that he owns, and it's not in it. I don't know who decided to have the precinct end of yours, Mr. Nueces, over there at County Road 44, but it's terrible because now we got to rely on the mayor of Robstown to take care of that one area of ditch over there that's backing us up. But to add to that, Mr. Hernandez, we've I've witnessed a mower going down my street, half-inch blade of grass, and they're mowing. And this guy could be fixing my street that needs repair, digging out down County Road 50 that goes across 69, you know, that don't have the trees. You have the equipment there to dig the ditch out that goes to 77. We at least have that hole opened up so we can get rid of some water. You know, there's no reason why you can't be doing that. Take the guy off that tractor, get him behind that track hoe and get him busy over there. We're here at the 11th hour. Our ditches are getting full again already. Just drive down there and you can see it with just the little rain that we have now. There's no excuse for what's going on. And I'm tired of being up here every time. I'm getting really tired.
Thank you, Mr. Firkin. We'll hear from Bobby Chestnut now. And I'd ask Connie to prepare if there are any public comments online to let me know. If you do have one, please raise your virtual icon of a hand. All right, Mr. Chestnut, good morning.
Judge Canales, Commissioners, once again, unlike Mr. Firkin, I'm here again about drainage. The money's there, reportedly. We're not seeing anything done again. Two major deals that really upset me this last week was I went to the Drainage District meeting. One commissioner was there. Before, 3 months ago, one commissioner was there. But, Judge, you were there, and you were going around and doing your best to satisfy everyone was there. I commend you for that. Mr. Hernandez, you come and dug ditches out in our subdivision, widened our ditches, made retention ponds of our front yards, but at the back of our subdivision, the 18-inch pipes that all of the subdivision goes through are still there. The ditch has not been dug from the back of the subdivision over to County Road 52, 52 down. When you go down to Robstown, city limits on 69, it turns and goes under. The bridge has still not been inspected, even though it's fallen down. From there, the trees are still in the ditches, and the money is supposed to be there, but why are we not seeing any work? The work is what's going to cure the problem. It's not lip service. It's not visitation. It's lip service that's stopping this, apparently, because all of you guys said we want to work together. We want to be a team. We want to help everybody that's involved. Let's see the team go to work. That's what we're after. And we had a good rain last night. I have pictures on my phone of water standing exactly where we know the problem places are. And all we're asking for is get the people out there and get started. Fix something that's broke downstream. Don't just talk about it. We've had Mr. Ray has come by many times, taken many pictures. The previous man that was part-time consultant that came down before Mr. Ray was on the payroll, he took pictures and made recommendations, he said, and nothing is being done. We need to get people. It takes one man to run a track hoe, two men to run a dump truck apiece to haul the material away. That's all, and maybe a surveyor to tell you the elevations, but that's all it takes. And if we could get the money to these people, that's fine, but if we can't, let's get a contractor out there before we have more homes flooding. And I'm up here representing about 10 people in my neighborhood that their houses flooded. And they're working today. They couldn't come to the meeting. So I told them once again, I will speak up for you. So please, let's see some work get done and not some lip service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other than myself, those are the only ones I have listed on public comment, but I'll look around to make certain I have not forgotten anybody. Okay, mine is brief, but it comes actually from the NAACP this morning, and they asked that I please announce that there will be a prayer vigil for both those killed in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas, on Tuesday, May 31st, at Solid Rock Church at 6 p.m. I'll repeat that just because I know that maybe you were listening and maybe you would like to write that down again. Again, a prayer vigil organized and called for by the NAACP on Tuesday, May 31st, Solid Rock Church at 6 p.m. I thought that was an important public awareness to give to you. We have concluded public comment other than those folks that want to visit with us about the game room regulations, and I have you noted, and we'll go in order. I would like to get through the resolutions and proclamations, and then we can move into those agenda items that would help those of you that are here get on with your day. So come on in, gentlemen. Welcome. It appears we are moving into G1. We've got the London boys basketball program here with us.
No, they're not here to judge. We did that one at London. They couldn't get here.
Oh, okay. I see now. If I take off my short glasses and look at my long, I can see Agua Dulce's in the room. Okay, so are you going to just,
Judge, I was just
you've already
motion.
done?
I would just make a motion to pass the London boys basketball resolution.
Second.
All right, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner, that was just sort of a cleanup to get all that all-state information in. Is that right?
No, that was Flower Bluff. The London one we did separately. They couldn't get down
They
here. so I
couldn't get
went
down here. Oh, you
yesterday
just
and did
went
it.
there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So in this case, we've got a champion power lifter in our midst, and his name is Noah Estrada, and he hails from Agua Dulce. And we welcome you and your staff from Agua Dulce, Coach. Let's hear from Belinda Hinojosa, who has a very important resolution in your honor.
Whereas Noah Estrada is the Texas High School Powerlifting Association state champion in powerlifting for Agua Dulce High School, where he has the state record in deadlifting category for lifting 390 pounds and the state record in the 114-pound weight class division, where he total lifting 985 pounds in the state competition. Also, Noah Estrada is in the 2022 salutatorian of Agua Dulce High School's graduating class, president of the National Honor Society, and has earned his associate's degree in science from the Coastal Bend College with a 4.0 GPA. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes Noah Estrada for his accomplishments and achievements towards a very successful 2022 year.
Wow, Noah. Noah, come on up. Just so you know, the DA doesn't come downstairs very often, but is he not a proud Agua Dulce resident? Longhorns, come up. Noah, would you see that microphone right there? Will you tell us who's with you here today? You've got, looks like maybe teammates, coaches, some staff. Yeah. Tell us who you have, and then we'll hear from you.
Of course. I got my head coach, Noel Estrada, my teammates, Nemo Jacobo, and Ivan Rangel, and my superintendent, Richard Wright, and athletic director, Gary Hartman.
Fantastic. And a lot of supportive parents, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Congratulations, Noah.
How did
Thank
you
you.
do it, Noah? That is an incredible feat. Plus, being an outstanding athlete, you're obviously an awesome student, and you've already earned your associate's degree, which is pretty incredible.
I mean, it takes a lot of support from my family. To win state, it took 3 years. And in the beginning, I'm not going to lie to you, I was pretty bad. But with the help of my coaches, my family, and friends, I've been able to sort of realize that my mistakes aren't necessarily bad things, but lead to more hard work and developing discipline and just allowing me to be here. So I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for them, and academics and powerlifting are just like correlated, allowed me to realize they're both very important and they both take a lot of commitment. And I'm glad I can realize that at a young age. And really, it's just support and my family, that my friends, really all of the community of Dulce supports academics and athletics. And I'm really happy for that.
Boy, you are an amazing role model for
Thank you.
everybody that's around us in Nueces County. It's not just Dulce, it's everybody. You're kind of what every parent wishes for. But you know what? I want to say thank you because I'm a parent. I love that you gave honor to the village that helped bring this moment for you. I want you to know we do this as the beginning of every court, and it always makes my eyes get a little watery because you're the best part of what we do. We get to recognize that we live in this beautiful place, and no matter what's happening, no matter what hate is out there, no matter what negativity, man, you bring it home for me here this morning. You're why we work so hard. We're so proud of you. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping, and then I'd like to, Coach, if you'd like to say a few words, and Mr. Gonzalez, you do grace us this morning. I know you're proud. I'd love for you to say something, if you'd like, on behalf of Agua Dulce. But first, Commissioners, is there a motion to? Thank you, to approve
Second.
such recognition. Motion and a second. And who would like to go first? Are you related? Is it?
I'm Coach Estrada, Noel Estrada. Yes, actually, we are related distantly, which I'm extremely proud of.
Yes.
We started off his sophomore year, and I had him in art class, and he actually, I told him, I said, hey, I'm looking for a real small little guy that I think I can get pretty strong. And it actually worked out. He wound up making it to regionals as a sophomore, which first year going to regionals, really big deal. Then barely missed going to state his following year. But he was just, pounds away from it. But I told him, hey, just keep trucking along, keep working. I promise it's going to happen. Sure enough, even at regionals, he barely gets beaten by another kid from Yorktown. All of a sudden, he comes back, and we had a plan. And I told him, look, it's better to be a state champ than to be a regional champ. I promise you, you're gonna realize it. Sure enough, all of a sudden, everything worked out. He goes and he gets that 390-pound deadlift, and that solidified everything. The other kid, he was actually a previous state champ. He acknowledged it, and it was all over from there. So, but speaking as far as another coach, our superintendent / my assistant coach, Richard Wright, he has helped tremendously. Actually, I graduated in '98, and he had already started coaching powerlifting. So, yeah, he brought a lot of experience to the table. His support from his parents, tremendous support. Constantly making sure that he was working and working and working. Obviously, the grades were never an issue. Salutatorian, very proud of his efforts on that. National Honor Society president. So the kid's got a lot of accolades. Extremely proud of him.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We didn't ask Noah about your future plans, but I imagine you have great ones.
Noah, come back to the mic.
If you could, only because it's
Yeah.
hard for a few of us.
I plan to either attend Corpus A&M and do mechanical engineering, or
Awesome.
Kingsville and do architectural engineering.
Man.
Thank you.
Very good.
Aren't we lucky?
Proud of
You're
you.
going to stay
I have to
homegrown.
say something to Noah.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez.
This must be your day. It must be your lucky day.
It's a pretty good day.
I would say so. But it's going to be better because I tell you what, while you were speaking there, and you're going to attend MUCC, I have a sponsor that asked me yesterday, find somebody I can sponsor for a scholarship. So the Education for Freedom Scholarship Program would like to give you a scholarship for $1,000 from that sponsor.
Thank you very much.
We never had nobody from Agua Dulce, but you'll be the first and hopefully not the last, right?
Yes, sir.
So get with me later, and let's work on it, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Congratulations, and God bless you.
You too. Thank all of you.
Absolutely. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. I
I
would also like to say something.
Okay.
If you let me. Thank you. I want to thank DA Mark Gonzalez for calling me and letting me know about Mr. Noah. And appreciate that, Mark. Appreciate Mr. Wright, seeing him again. I didn't know you were a powerlifter coach. Noah, I want to congratulate you again. And you know what? You really inspired me hearing your story. And I went out there, and I want to donate $500 to your scholarship. Is that okay, Commissioner?
I thought you were going to say, Commissioner, you're going to become a power lifter too.
No, never did that. Had no inspirations to be a power lifter. But anyway, Noah, thank you all very much, and thank you for what you do for Agua Dulce. Mark, thank you.
Thank you all. We have an official representation of the resolution that was read, and we would love to have the honor of presenting it to you up front, taking photos with your teammates, your coaches, whoever you'd like to join us up front, if you'd give us that honor. And I was just thinking about, I'd only got to see 2 innings, but last night I was at the Hooks game, and, you know, I kept thinking about Altuve and how he was there once. And, you know, you're joined the ranks of what your coach said. You should never, ever underestimate the power of anybody by their size. You are a giant in Agua Dulce right now and in Nueces County. And I just really do think that, as I said, who have you inspired next at Agua Dulce to become the next state champion? Maybe those teammates right next to you, and maybe a little boy or a little girl even that you don't know yet. But you have really a champion's heart, mind, discipline, and strength. Will you join us up front for a photo? Thank you.
We're going to go downstairs? Yeah. Take a picture with my priest. Yeah. The man, do the man. We appreciate it. Come on down, man.
Leonel Lopez. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, but I want to give you a card.
Would you like to join us, coaches?
You know, los Garcias. Me dañó.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Are you done already? Or is it still going? Still have a few more days.
Mr. Ted, you take care of this.
May we be excused?
Yes, you may. Now you know where the lawyers are in the room, right?
Mark's got his colors on there too. There you go.
You do too.
Yeah, it's kind of purple.
So as we transition, it just keeps getting better from here. Our next recognition is also truly the pride of Nueces County. It's a very important recognition for Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. The Department of Defense has issued their 2022 Commander-in-Chief's Annual Award for Installation Excellence, and it has been awarded on behalf of NAS Corpus Christi to Captain Chris Jason, our commander, and Belinda has a very important resolution to read.
Whereas the Department of Defense Commander-in-Chief's Annual Award for Installation Excellence recognizes the outstanding and innovative efforts of the people who operate and maintain the U.S. military installations. Whereas only 5 recipients of this highly competitive presidential award are selected each year for their exemplary support of Department of Defense missions. Whereas Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, under Commanding Officer Captain Christopher C. Jason, was selected for this prestigious award, whereas Naval Air Station Corpus Christi's nomination by the Secretary of the Navy to represent the U.S. Navy in the 2022 Commander-in-Chief's Award for Installation Excellence places it at the very top of the Navy's 70 worldwide installations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby congratulates Captain Christopher C. Jason and all Naval Air Station Corpus Christi personnel for receiving this highly competitive 2022 Commander-in-Chief's Annual Award for Installation Excellence and encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in recognizing this outstanding achievement.
Thank you so much. And with us this morning is Captain Chris Jason of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. And I'll do a little bit of housekeeping and then ask maybe if you might join us at the podium. Is there a motion to accept this recognition?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. And Captain Jason, we'd love to hear from you this morning. Captain Jason will officially go into retirement, and we will have a change of command on July 1st.
That's right.
And it has been an incredible opportunity for myself to serve on the South Texas Military Task Force, along with so many others, to support all our military installations. But when it comes to really understanding what we do here in this community, it's pretty fantastic. We are training the future naval aviator. And under the command of Captain Jason, he has been able to really inspire us to work both at the federal level, the state level, to provide more funding, more dollars, better infrastructure. But that only happens because somebody helps you see it and understand what those needs are. He does that by being welcoming of business leaders and electeds, and really helps us understand the power of our own eyes when it comes to being on base. To know that the Secretary of Defense values our station above all others in the country it's just overwhelming. I know you must be so proud. Share with us a little bit about how your team took this.
Okay. Thank you, Judge, commissioners, and fellow citizens. Yeah, listening to the resolution, like, it's still a little bit of unreal. I have to say, I envisioned this about 2.5 years ago. I just because it didn't take long for once I arrived in July of 2019 for challenges to emerge. In October, on my son's birthday, my in-laws were here from San Antonio, and I had to tell them to stay in the house, lock everything, and I went out to deal with a gate runner who was in a stolen truck with stolen weapons and was on the loose. That was my first big challenge, and others followed very shortly thereafter, including the shooting, which we just celebrated the 2-year anniversary of. Massive winter storm, Hurricane Hannah, which, despite being a Cat 1, actually did quite a bit of damage on base, and of course the COVID pandemic. So it was a rough period, and I think right after the shooting, as I saw how well the team was dealing with crisis, I said that these folks deserve this recognition, and I just set my head on making sure that we didn't hold anything back on the process to apply for it. And I just worked very hard personally to bring it about because I knew that they deserved it, and I also knew the community deserved it. And so I want to address that piece of it a little bit. So as I think about what is it that made NAS Corpus Christi stand out, at first I looked inwards to the departments on the base. And that's the staff that works directly for me. That includes security, air traffic control, some of public works, and just kind of look in the recreation folks, you name it. And they were all excelling. Our fire department is nationally accredited. Only about, I think, 15% of fire departments have that level of accreditation across the country. No matter who you look at, they were doing outstanding work. And then I look more to the tenants and what CCAT is doing, what the clinic is doing. And of course, I thought about the community because I can't find one element that's the decisive element, and that's the beauty of it. Because if we only had one that was stood out among the rest, we wouldn't be at the top of 70. But I really have to thank the county for the contribution that you made. In particular, I think that the IGSA initiative, which was the first in the region for the Navy, was really caught the attention of 3-Star and Secretary of the Navy and all those folks. They were very impressed with that cooperation and with that. And I remember talking about that very thing here and asking for your support. And, you know, I believed in it and you believed in it. And we're about to award the first project for that. But I think it's just the beginning. We said it was the tip of the iceberg, and I really think it will be. So I really want to thank the community. I really do believe with all my heart that this is not just an award to the base. It is an award to the Corpus Christi community, to the county, the city, the state. We've gotten great support all around. And I think that more than celebrating the base, I really do think national level leadership celebrates the cooperation between the base and the community as the model. And I think that's what pushed us over the edge to victory on this. So it was interesting listening to the weightlifters, how the coach saw in the young man, like, this little guy, like, you're going to be a champion. Well, I saw that in the little base that could. That's how I describe NAS Corpus Christi, and I took that same approach. And I can't believe you know, it's hard to believe. I am retiring from the Navy, going to find a different career. Cheryl said, "Oh, maybe you shouldn't have retired. That might have helped you be a flag officer or something." But my kids are 11 and 12, and it's the right time.
Yeah.
So I'll take a lot with me. And we don't really know yet where we're going. We've got some ideas, but this community has been an absolute blessing to my family and to the whole air station. And so I really want to thank you all and celebrate this with you and congratulate you on this award. So that's all I've got.
Captain. In true form, your humility shines, and I really, every once in a while you say, you know, the good guys do win. Man, they really do, because you really have, in my mind, the base of the future as well as the base of our past. When we think about World War II, this particular base was defined by World War II. Our war was defined by this base. But the future is also defined by our base. With the modernization of what's happening, is one of your major tenants is CCAD, and the aviation that's happening and the training. It's wonderful. And if, for those of you that have never attended a winging as an elected, I know that the Chamber of Commerce is always looking. So commissioners, that might be a nice thing to do. Commissioners, does anybody else would like to make a comment before I ask the captain to join us up here for a nice photo?
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. And you make it sound like you were here 20 years with all the events that you went through, and it was very eventful, and we thank you for your leadership. And we know that we're very fortunate when we catch the base commander at the end of their tenure with the Navy, that they tend to, you know, set up their home here in the area. So I hope so, especially with ties in San Antonio, that you can find opportunity here. I know Mr. McLaughlin, city manager in Kingsville, was former commander out there, and of course Captain Banta over here had the connection with the Lexington, and so hopefully you can, because we really we love our military, as you know, and to have someone of your caliber here in the community would be well missed. So best of luck wherever you go, and we're a Navy family, so we always just appreciate hearing the sound of freedom over our house every time we hear your trainers and see all your personnel all over town. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Captain, would you join us for a photo? And Ide has the recognition.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I told you this time when we were here, you said you were going to finish it up before you left. So thank you for everything you did.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Kind of what we need sometimes. Now he's coming. Well, now he's coming.
Both sides.
Like this? Doing okay?
Trying to survive.
How'd you got into it?
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, sir.
I forgot to ask you your code name or your call sign, your call name.
Oh, it's
TJ. Okay.
I won't explain.
Well, don't
the story
explain.
behind
Don't
it.
explain.
If you haven't seen Top Gun 2,
I was gonna say.
it is good.
Yeah, so I was going to say, Top Gun is like all the rage. This is the real Top Gun right here.
I was Goose.
Oh, no.
No.
Not Goose.
That's what I did. Well,
In the movie, he doesn't fare well.
I heard that.
I would never call you Goose, sir. Never, never. I would never do that.
Thanks, Captain Jason. The military is a $4 billion impact to our community, and that's important. But money can't buy the price of bravery that it takes for those aviators to do what they do and the sacrifice. So while we're grateful for the economic impact, I'm more grateful that we have this kind of selfless commitment to our country and for freedom. Just really super. We're going to move on to another important way that we can celebrate our country, and that's in recognition of disabled American veterans for Memorial Day 2022. We definitely have representatives here, and I'd ask that you direct your attention once again to Belinda.
Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember those who gave life and limb in the world wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, and the many military conflicts that engaged our troops and naval forces during these past decades. And whereas we remember those who defended this great land of ours, those who lived through the horror of war, those who came home sick or injured, and those who took their last breath in battle. And whereas our disabled American veterans surely gave up the ease and the security of civilian life, leaving farm and factory, home and classroom, to defend the United States freedoms that we enjoy every day. And whereas this Memorial Day, we remember and honor all veterans, and we especially recognize those giving limb and injury as a sacrifice for our freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that on this Memorial Day, May 30th, 2022, the court honors our disabled American veterans and urges all citizens of Nueces County to offer gratitude for the many sacrifices of our veterans for the freedom provided to every citizen of Nueces County.
Thank you, Belinda.
We have Mr. Villegas.
Yes. Welcome to all.
Judge,
Good morning.
to you and the commissioners, thank you so much for the wording in that proclamation. I know people take it for granted. It's just another proclamation. It is symbolic and significant of what we do, not just today, but what we did in the past and how we all came together. You know, Judge, it is very evident in this community that the respect the military has is reflective on what you do for us. I know you've never let us down. You're there at the Veterans Roundtable. You're there for veterans. Not only do you do the talk, but you also do the walk. We appreciate that. I just want to say that our commander is not able to be with us this morning. He is ill and asked our group to be here to represent him, to invite you all to the Memorial Day celebration on Monday at the now Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park. Did I get it right?
Yes.
I know the name changed. And then I also want to make one more comment real quick, with your permission,
Yes.
Your Honor. If the captain has not decided what he's going to do, we should all work together and try to recruit him and find him a job in this city.
Amen.
He belongs here. He belongs in this city with what he's done, and we work together with him. And the second offer I want to make, I'm a retired city cop as well, and I spent 35 years with CCPD. I did 30 years between active duty and reserve and served in Vietnam with the United States Air Force. The other thing is I also took notice of the young man that everyone considers not being very big. But if he can lift 390 pounds, Captain, we know he can carry that duffel bag, march with those boots, and the AR-15 and whatever's needed. So there's also a possibility that we can encourage him. Joe Gonzalez, with your offer of the scholarship, that there's an ROTC at Texas A&M CC, and that he can also become an officer if we send him to Officers Candidate School. So we have to look at all those opportunities. This city is so great to the military. We look around and we have people that come into this city to compliment us about how well Corpus Christi takes care of their military. I mean, we have a park that is named in the benefits of the military in this city. We are surrounded by San Antonio and the 4 Air Force bases and an Army base that's there. This is a military town, whether we like it or not. So I think we're blessed. And for that, we thank our community leaders. And like I say, and I'll repeat it 100 times, not only do they do the talk, but they do the walk. Look at every one of our military functions that we have in this city. These representatives are there. I'd be willing to bet some money that at least one of the representatives with the Nueces County Commissioners will be at our ceremony on Monday. So we thank you, we thank you, we thank you, appreciate it. And I'd like to ask the commander of the Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary to also say a few words.
Good morning.
He's a little taller. So I also want to add my thanks for everything that you guys have done, for recognizing such an important event, and the sacrifices not only that our veterans have done, but also veterans' families. This is also a special time for us to honor Gold Star moms. I'm a Blue Star mom myself, by the grace of God and the prayers of very many people. So when my son called me and said, "Mom, I'm in Maine, back from Iraq," that was the first night that I slept well in months and months and months. So again, we thank you for your recognition. We thank you for allowing us to have this, and we hope to see you May 30th at Sherrill Park. Also, please encourage any Gold Star moms. We would love to have them there. We would love to recognize them and honor them, and we would, as many as we can. This is sometimes families are not always at the forefront, but we're the ones that keep the home fires burning. We're the ones that send the letters and send the packages. I saw that JJ, they send a lot of packages, and I know I did a lot of them too. So thank you for everything that you have done, and we appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
That's Stella Sanders. Also trained a gentleman who served in the Marine Corps, and we are blessed to have her as the commander of the Disabled American Veterans Auxiliary Team. Thank you again, Judge. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And actually, my son is a police officer in Corpus Christi, and one of the reasons that he has done so well is because he had a wonderful instructor.
All right. JJ, before you leave us, we also have a ceremony at the Veterans State Cemetery. And would you remind everybody, you can go to more than one. You can celebrate all day long.
Yes, ma'am. We do have a ceremony at the Veterans Cemetery. So the Memorial Day weekend starts off with the flag placements over at the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery. It's this upcoming Friday, the 27th at 5 p.m. We will place a flag on each and every single gravesite. We will then follow Monday, Memorial Day, and the ceremony begins at 12 noon. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And Sherrill Park is in the morning.
In the morning, 10 a.m.
So
Sherrill
you can
Veterans
go to
Memorial
both.
Park. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The resolution that we have here, may I have it? Yes. I need a motion.
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And may I present this to you, Ms. Sanders? stand right back here, and then y'all can stand.
Yeah.
Judge, I want to render a salute to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just let's stand right back here.
Thank you for 433rd WSSF.
I'm gonna ask you just to step right back here, because of course.
Give them the well.
Easier for them to.
Mr. Rio, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Did you, once you get in one?
Yeah.
Once you get in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll send it to you.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Hey, I don't know if you had anything to do with it, but thanks for. Doubled up. So, yeah, no, I saw it. It was like perfect. That's what we need. No, we have some in Austine on. We have one in Austine on Saturday.
I put the ones that I use.
There's one in Austine on Saturday. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. Okay.
Got it. Sure. Okay. We're going to move to item G5 for those following along. And G5 is a very important week here for us. May 22nd through May 28th, 2022 is Search and Rescue Awareness Week. We also have representatives here with us this morning, and I would ask Belinda to begin with reading this particular proclamation.
Whereas in 2021, there was 46,581 missing person reports in Texas, with 12,807 of them being adults and 33,774 of those children. Whereas communities throughout Nueces County and the state of Texas are impacted by missing persons, lost loved ones, and deceased family members due to criminal activity, mental health problems, medical issues, or natural causes. And whereas search and rescue resources bring closure and aid in the reunification of families. And whereas search and rescue professionals perform flood and swiftwater rescues and evacuations, technical rescues, locate missing children and endangered adults, and meet many other of the community's emergent needs. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, does hereby proclaim the week of May 22nd through May 28th, 2022, as Search and Rescue Awareness Week in Nueces County. And further, the court offers its thanks to first responder agencies and search and rescue agencies for their tireless work.
Thank you, Belinda.
So moved.
Second.
I've got many motions and lots, all of a resounding second. Would you all like to make some comments? Jonathan McComb, welcome, and introduce your team here. Or would you all ladies like to introduce yourselves for the court?
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for having us today and honoring this proclamation. My name is Shannon Smith. I'm Director of Communications for Texas Search and Rescue. I've got Terry Putney here, Director of Business Administration for Texas Search and Rescue. And then Jonathan McComb is one of our dedicated board members and loyal volunteers. But first and foremost, like I said, I just want to thank you guys for honoring this proclamation. Search and rescue embodies so many different entities when it comes to emergency services, and there's volunteers across the board that put forth efforts for the greater good, whether it's a missing person or during hurricane season, which is impending on the coast. That's where we've been involved, and we really appreciate Mr. Ray supporting this effort and our friends in the emergency services districts here, and honoring everybody that puts forth that effort. So,
absolutely. Good
Well,
morning.
thank y'all, Barbara, and everybody up there. Obviously, y'all know my involvement with Texar, and that started back 7 years ago. As of yesterday, was the memorial flood that my family and friends were in. And so, knowing when I was laying in the hospital, as I had lost my family and friends, knowing that these guys were out there working every day, not only with CCPD and the fire department, and everybody. As you know, being from Corpus, pretty much shut down Corpus for a while, and everybody rushed up there to do what they could to do search and rescue. And so I can't thank you guys enough and these guys enough, Texar, and we're only called out by law enforcement. An individual cannot call us out, but we're all very trained in what we do and trained vigorously. I just got done doing my Swiftwater certification again 2 weeks ago so that I could actually go back in the river and go jump in and go find somebody so they don't have to go through what I've had to go through. And so it's a very incredible group of individuals that is all volunteer. Nobody's paid, and everything comes out of their own pocket. And I think there's 500 members now in our organization, and we travel every single county in Texas. And our motto is, service above self, Texans helping Texans. So any way that we can be a finger to any of the law enforcement here in town, or if you know anybody in the outlying areas that maybe needs a little bit more help, we're here to do that. We're here to help. And thank all y'all for what y'all do here. So thank y'all, and for sure remember everybody in Uvalde. That hit me pretty hard yesterday, as I was not only remembering my friends and family, but getting phone calls, because I was just over in Uvalde this weekend, and Eagle Pass and all that, so with some folks. So I called, made sure they were okay and their kids were fine, but it's terrible. But thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. I want to recognize definitely Emergency Management Coordinator Louis Ray. This is the type of really partnerships, strategic partnerships that emergency management really needs. We just don't recognize how large our counties are, particularly in the rural areas. And then there's some that just don't, there's some homes and RVs and that don't even show up on maps. And so this type of partnership is one that we intend to utilize. Unfortunately, these crises, weather events, we need to predict that they will happen. So by being able to utilize you with our emergency management, our law enforcement, we think you make us stronger. And the training and resources that you can bring to the table are ones that we necessarily don't have. We run very lean, and you help bring that extension of expertise to the table. I'm glad we could recognize you. I hope it brings you some additional awareness. We do have an emergency management Facebook, and today it will be dedicated, throughout the week and weekend, it will be dedicated to search and rescue awareness on our emergency management Facebook. We'll make sure. But in order to do that, can we create more awareness? May I present this to you and offer our gratitude? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I just want to say again, thank you and for everything that you do. I know sometimes it really hits home, but it's tough, and we couldn't. You guys are, how valuable you are out there. So we hope you keep yourself safe, and thank you for everything you do.
Judge, just to add to that, I really
Absolutely.
appreciate everything you do, and it's hard to believe that's been 7 years. Jonathan, that was a difficult time for, no more difficult than you, but certainly for the whole community. And I know how, a little about how you feel about how this community helped and did what they did, and can't believe it's been 7 years. So, but I appreciate very much what y'all have done and what you do, and it's an outstanding and very important organization.
Thank you.
I also want to say thank you to y'all for what y'all do. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I've looked, everybody's signed, so we're going to invite you to come up to the beautiful seal here, and I'll join you momentarily. Louis, join us.
this side of Commissioner Gonzalez. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good, good. You're all, 2 years now. So yeah, it's been a while. Working on it. Well, you know, we've had.
Maybe because of the
Good.
I can say that because I'm not even.
And Mama got them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, but then I lost it. Okay. Last but certainly not least, we are joined here by family members of Augustine, affectionately known as Gus Leija Rivera. Affectionately, I know him as Augie, his son, and his daughter-in-law, Juliana Rivera, Judge Juliana Rivera. And I'll ask everybody to direct their attention. This is a special in memoriam.
Where Agustin Gus Leija Rivera was born on October 2nd, 1940, at his uncle's farm just north of Port Lavaca, Texas, and later moved with his family to Driscoll, Nueces County, Texas, where he grew up. Whereas in 1961, he met the love of his life, Carolina Rangel, whom he married shortly thereafter and started a family. Whereas Gus worked as a seasonal farm worker as a child and attended a segregated school system and was a lifelong passionate advocate of educational quality and advancement for all. Whereas Gus went on to earn his GED from Del Mar College and became a certified law enforcement officer and served as a deputy constable in the Bishop Driscoll area in the 1980s. Whereas he later became the court bailiff for State District Judge Max Bennett of the 319th District Court and served for 15 years until Judge Bennett's retirement, and then served as Judge Ida Brazel's bailiff in the Title 4D Master's Court until his retirement from Nueces County in 2003. Whereas during his tenure as a court bailiff, Gus served with exemplary professionalism and a generous spirit and carried out his duties with distinction and integrity, and earned the trust and the respect of the Nueces County Bench and Bar, as well as many courthouse colleagues and friends. Whereas he was committed to public service and served on the Driscoll School Board, was president of the St. James Catholic Church Men's Club, Bishop Driscoll Little League, and Driscoll PTA, and a longtime Little League baseball and basketball coach, Cub Master, and Scout Master. Whereas Gus was a devoted and loving father to his 3 children, Augie, Tom, and Sandy, and grandfather to 8 grandchildren, and great-grandfather to 1 great-granddaughter. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby honors the memory of Agustin Gus Leija Rivera for his lifetime of exceptional accomplishments and significant service to our community, and hereby encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in offering sincerest condolences to the Rivera family in this time of mourning.
Thank you, Belinda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And second? Motion and a second. And Augie and Juliana, we wanted to recognize the great contributions that your dad provided as a Nueces County public servant with so many great years of service. But when you really think about it, it wasn't just to this courthouse. It was to the city of Driscoll. It was to his community, to the school children. In so many ways, he deserves this honor, and it's hard to believe that he is gone. But I wanted you to know that his memory will live in these walls, And I think Judge Bennett shared with us down at the central jury room some of the best and fondest memories of his humor, his humility, and, to be honest with you, his great dedication to the law enforcement service. So we wanted to present you. This is really a copy of what she read, but I don't know if you'd like to make just a few comments, and then I'd like to present to you what was read. And it is in the form of a resolution, so commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Judge, commissioners, thank you very, very much for this very special honor. On behalf of my family, Julie and I would like to thank you for doing this. You know, my dad, I think, would have been especially touched by what this court, what you all are doing here today, because, well, frankly, he loved his job. He loved the courthouse. He loved the people here. It was where he came for 20 years. They became like family to him, and so he would have been especially honored that this is coming from you. For almost 20 years he especially loved the fact that he was a bailiff in a court of law. For 20 years he had a front row seat, and he got to see every day how important and how majestic the law can be and how it impacts people's lives every day. And he felt he was the luckiest guy in the world. I think he would have also been a little surprised by getting honored by you, because if you knew my dad and you knew his work ethic, you knew that as a county employee, he was one of those guys that showed up every day and just did his job quietly, doing his job. And so to be honored for that, he would have thought, that's a little bit of a surprise. But again, I can't thank you enough. You mentioned that he grew up in Driscoll, as I did. And if you look on the map, Driscoll's only 30 miles away from Corpus Christi. And so one might say that that's a very short distance. But given that this court has honored him today, and by reading out all of his accomplishments and everything he did, we all know that his journey was he went a lot further than just 30 miles. So thank you all again. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Aki. While we move to take our seats, I'm going to ask the commissioners to indulge us as we skip over the minutes for just a moment and the consent agenda, and we move straight into Commissioner Amatis, is it C1? Yes, sir? Item C1, and item C1 is can be found on page 8 of 9. The item reads, discuss and consider making a finding for the method of solicitation for the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds area development consider authorizing publishing a notice and approving such order. I'm going to let Commissioner Amatis take this lead. We are here joined today by two folks that I think would like to make some comments, and that's Mayor Gomez from Robstown, Texas, as well as John Valls, who is the Executive Director of the Robstown Area Development Commission. But first, Commissioner Amatis will help set the table.
Thank you, Judge. There's been some informal discussion kind of over the years of what to do with the property just to the east of the Fairgrounds. It's a large ag use field right now. And there became more formalized talks, or I guess just shooting out ideas of what could take place in that location. We really feel, after having discussions with the RADC and others in the community, that that area could stand to benefit from being developed. We know that the housing market is really at the point where supply cannot keep up with demand. And being that this location is such an excellent part, really at the crossroads of Highway 44 and US I-69, that this is a location that could really be developed and become really just fruitful and a great interest to many people wanting to find a good home located in this really centralized part of the county, easy to get to many locations in the valley, north, or into Corpus Christi. And so that really kind of developed into more talks about what can be done, what should be done. And so over the last year or two now, mainly during COVID, there was talks about, well, maybe we should look at getting this developed, right? Maybe we should seek out some developers to see if they have plans, what would they be able to come up with if given the opportunity to use this land. So there is an opportunity now before us, Judge, to really just kind of take this to the next level and look at perhaps having a developer be able to provide their vision for that community, for that area of the county, and for this court to be a part of it. I know counties, especially Nueces County, have not been in the housing development process historically. We just have not. You find that more in the cities, and but this is our chance, and it's several hundred acres that are included, could be in part or in its entirety. But I believe this is something for us to just truly entertain, discuss, bring before the public, and let this idea be discussed in the community and, of course, here in Commissioner's Court. And so I appreciate the insight Mr. Valls and his board has provided, and the others that we have been formally spoken with about this, and, of course, the mayor being here to show his support. I know the mayor and council are very excited. This is within the city of Robstown city limits, and so there's still a whole lot to work out, but this is, I think, hopefully step one in the formalized process to get us moving forward. And it's exciting times, Judge, and I hope the court will entertain this idea, this vision, and move forward with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Amatis, before we move to the mayor, Blakely Fernandez is on the line. Blakely has been guiding us through the legal process, and so if anyone has any questions regarding what exactly we're going to be doing here today, I think she can provide clarity. Again, there is an action item, and the action is to basically announce the method of solicitation. And again, there's sort of the steps that you need to go in order to achieve that, and that's publishing the right notice and the order. That's more the formality. But Blakely, before I invite the mayor to make comment, do you have anything else to offer regarding those words? We usually don't get so fancy, that method of solicitation.
Hi, good morning, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so when the county disposes of land, I think traditionally you would put a bid out to just see what your highest proposing number is, and that's certainly an option on this site. But as you and the commissioner and a larger group of us have been discussing, this is an opportunity for the county to really seek a partner and to help direct the development of this site in a way that will meet some specific county goals. And so I think we've got some room this morning to help define and identify those goals. And I don't know, I've got a a few slides that I can bring up, or the staff may already have those queued to come up.
Okay,
So can I just ask too, while you're putting your slides up?
if you don't mind, could you email them right to Connie? You don't have them, right, Connie? It's,
I may
forgive
be
me,
able to
Commissioners, let me
share
just
my
get that.
screen.
If she can share the
Can you see
screen.
that?
While you're doing that, Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, because the discussion that we did have on this was, and I didn't really, maybe I'm just not remembering, feel like we came to a conclusion that we wanted to eliminate anything. So does this eliminate that if we feel like we don't like what proposal comes in, that we could just list it then and sell it to the highest bidder if we don't want to be in the development business? Are we eliminating that possibility today, or is just an option that we're moving forward with?
The procurement language will always say that you have the option to select none of the respondents.
Okay. Because
And so,
I mean,
are you able to see my screen?
Yes, and Commissioner, go ahead.
As I say, we got an appraisal on it, and I think we had that in executive session, so I don't want to get in too far into that. But at the same time, yeah, so as long as it doesn't eliminate that, I mean, if Commissioner Modas wants to move forward and take a look at this, and the mayor's here, I get that they want to do that. At the same time, we haven't had the best of luck with some, joint developments before. So I just want to make sure that we're not eliminating the possibility of just saying at some point, hey, look, this is too much for us to go into, or too much for us to handle, or we're not the right group to do this. Let's just sell it to the highest bidder, and hopefully it would be for housing and things of that nature, because I think it kind of falls along that line. Is we want to be able to help Robstown grow for sure. So as long as we're not eliminating that possibility, I mean, I still have some reservations about doing another joint development or whatever we're calling this, because, and I'm not saying I don't want to do it, I'm just saying I definitely have
So it
some
doesn't
questions
eliminate it,
down
and
the road.
it doesn't eliminate it, and so let's let Blakely quickly go through she only has 3 slides, and I don't think it's, it'll take too long, but I think it could help clarify some of the issues that you bring up. Go ahead, Blakely.
Okay, so the county received an unsolicited proposal, which is provided for in statute, but you received an unsolicited proposal for the purchase of 162 acres adjacent to the Fairgrounds for a residential subdivision. That proposal makes that they were looking for the county's assistance in paying for off-site and on-site public improvements. And so once you've got that concept that a development on this site is going to require some public assistance for the off-site and on-site improvements, that's a request for some type of partnership, an incentive program, something along those lines. And so that kind of leads to the concept of this is a good site for a joint development, because in order to get the houses off the ground, there's going to need to be some assistance in the basic groundwork and the connections for utilities and so forth.
Well, can I interrupt you there, Blakely? That's just what the ask is, right? I mean, that doesn't mean we have to, I mean, that's all part of the negotiation. You don't have to do it. People buy unplatted land all the time, undeveloped land.
So then it goes to, if the county is going to give somebody an incentive, how is that driving or positively impacting other goals of the county? So you probably wouldn't do it just for the development of a subdivision. I've got some over here on the right of the slide, some existing issues that were not really addressed in the brief unsolicited proposal, but are things that the county needs to weave into how the project unfolds. One is that there's an existing lease on the site. Your county attorney's office is working on how that would work in with a development agreement. There's some wetlands. There's a stormwater permit on that site that's got some requirements that where there is a gap in meeting those requirements, and this development probably provides an opportunity to clean up that gap. Incentives can drive faster phasing, lower land prices, and then move the developer risk for some of the off-site and on-site public improvements to the developer side and not on the public side, so that the city or the county would neither one carry those risks up front. The county can set housing goals if there are certain income levels that you're trying to meet, and sometimes you're trying to bring higher priced housing into some neighborhoods because housing diversity is important, and sometimes you may be trying to bring more affordable housing. It's often a goal to have mixed income housing, to set 20% at affordable and then 20% at higher end and use market rate in between. But you've got an opportunity to set those goals. Creating the proper buffer to the venue space, you've got a little bit of an inconsistent land map on that side if you're talking residential on top of venue, but there are some good development strategies that can be used to buffer that space so that they can jointly exist in a way that is not creating a lot of complaints or dissatisfaction over time. And then redevelopment of the neighboring outlet mall. I don't know that you'll get all of that in one package, but it's certainly something you could ask a proposer to weigh in on if they had suggestions or if there was another phase that they might be interested in supporting. So this slide just brings us to what the proposed procurement is, which is P3 procurement, which you've done several times before. It would be 2 steps, so we'd seek qualifications first and then a proposal. And when you do a P3 proposal, you're going to get back things that are not going to be apples to apples. So it's not going to work like a sealed bid would. You might have some developers that are willing to pay more for the land, but they want to achieve fewer of your goals and do more what they have in mind for the site. You might have somebody else that offers less for the land, but wants to do more public improvements, more parkway access, more trailways. You might see somebody that wants to phase the way that they pay the county back so they can put more money into the infrastructure up front. I think you'll see some very different responses. And so it'll take a little bit of consideration to weigh through those. And as we're thinking about encouraging and expediting the development of the land for public purposes, which is the reason that you would enter into a development agreement, I have listed a few thoughts here from our group discussions. There may be some additional language that the commissioners would like to put in the solicitation. Right now, I've got a project that supports economic development, including the development of the site and creating opportunities for the redevelopment of the outlet mall. That may be something just like 800 rooftops, or it could be something more specific. Support and use of the Fairgrounds campus, creation of housing stock that supports the middle market, and promotion of county trails and parklands. That would include the support of the drainage permit that's existing, but that needs some additional infrastructure. And so there may be some other goals and desires that the county wants to include in the solicitation, but this is the language that we're starting with.
Thank you, Blakely. I'm going to ask John and Mayor, would you all like to make some comments? And then maybe some commissioners. And you can use that one. I think it works. But if you don't mind, that one's the one that I know works.
I think the green light's on.
Okay, well then, there you go.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Does everybody know where the site is? I have brought a pretty good sized map in case you're not familiar with the location. I do have Mayor Gomez with me today from the city of Robstown, and I want to thank Commissioner Matas for being involved in this every step of the way. And really, Judge Canales has been the tip of the spear on this project, keeping it on the front burner and really trying to move this economic development opportunity forward for not only the county, but for the city as well. This is a very exciting project for the entire community of Robstown. We've talked extensively with the Water Control District and the Robstown Utility System. They do have infrastructure nearby, so they can support the project site. There will be some associated costs with extending water lines and power lines and so forth. But as Blakely mentioned, all of that can be factored into the TERS, which you all know is a tax reinvestment zone, and that basically will reimburse the developer for the public infrastructure portion of the development. In the county and the city determined the length of that agreement. Y'all did it for the Bohemian Colony project 2 summers ago. So that's the model, and I know Commissioner Chesney on your comments. It's just an opportunity to look at this, and if developers feel like this is a feasible project. They have a model, and the pricing structure has to fit within their model. So that's when all of the public incentives come into play. Doesn't mean you have to approve it or agree to it, but at least it's an option for the county to consider. So I'm going to bring up Mayor Gomez with the City of Robstown, and he's got some comments he'd like to share.
And John, just for clarification, I'm assuming you represent the City of Robstown on this?
I represent the Robstown Area Development Commission. It's their Economic Development Corporation, and that's my interest only. This project came to us, and then they submitted an unsolicited proposal to the county. And so at that point, I said, well, let me work with the county. So I've been working with the county closely to try to get this project to fruition. So my interest is specifically and only to represent the Robstown Area Development Commission. And I work closely with the city, and I work closely with the county.
And you wear a lot of hats. I think it was just important for everybody to know that where your role is on this. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mayor, welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to be here. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words about this project. When I talked to John about this project, and it's been a while now, I was very happy to hear that, because even though it was an unsolicited offer, I saw that there was interest in that part of the county or that part of the land, which is inside the city of Robstown. And one of the things that when I ran for mayor and took office, one of the things in talking to constituents all the time is about new housing development. You know, mostly probably not aware of this, but the city of Robstown has not had a new neighborhood, a new subdivision in over 20 years. And people in Robstown, especially the younger people, want a new neighborhood. They want new homes in a new neighborhood where everything's new, not in the middle of an old neighborhood or anything like that. You know, and I think it's time that we need to do this. Not only is there a need for it, but it's something that the people of the city of Robstown want. I think it'll spur economic development, not only for the city of Robstown, but for the surrounding areas, for the county. The Fairgrounds project is there, and I think it would just add to that. So we're in full support of this project. Hopefully the commission, this court will agree to do the solicitation for this item. But I just want to thank you for the opportunity and for your consideration on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I've gone through some, will y'all be taking or giving out permits wherever you get? I know you haven't gotten a developer or you don't have anybody in mind, right?
Permits for what?
No, well, permits for building, okay?
Yes, because it's within the city of Robstown city limits, then our inspection department will be the one giving out the permits, yes.
Okay. And what I want to know is, will those permits be followed up by your inspectors? Because through my experience in my area, okay, the city of Corpus Christi gave permits to developers and didn't follow through, making sure those developers did the drainage right, things that are going to affect people later on after they're built and gone. And that's what I want to know, if you're all going to enforce that.
Well, definitely, I know you're probably not aware of this, but we have a building official who is very adamant. He follows the ordinances, the state laws, requirements. And I know this because I get complaints about it all the time. You know, but it's him doing his job.
That's Jerry Velasco, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I know Jerry.
He does his job, he's very thorough, and the complaints that come in is because of him doing his job. So I have full confidence in him that he'll do the right thing. That he's not going to allow anything to be built without it being what it needs to be according to our ordinances and to the state laws.
Well, I'd just like to see us do things like that, that when y'all give out a permit to a contractor or developer or whatever, y'all make sure that they do follow the city ordinance or what y'all request. And I feel comfortable with Jerry. I've known him for a long time. So
he is very thorough, sir. Like I said, probably more than some people would like him to be, but he is very thorough, and I have full confidence in him also. So thank you.
Okay, well, that's what I want to know. I'll just follow through with those permits and going back and making sure they're doing the right job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
If I could add to that, Commissioner, that's something that you could dictate within the scope of the RFP, right, is to work with the developer and the developer's architectural team, engineering team, to work closely with the county Public Works program, to work closely with the city of Robstown Public Works. So you can dictate and spell all that out in the proposal, some of the deal points that you want. But as you know, counties don't have building codes, and even though it's on county property, it falls within the jurisdiction of the city. So any developer within the city has to follow the International Building Standards codes. So as the mayor just mentioned, they do have somebody who diligently enforces that. But you can spell that out in the RFP.
You know, that's good to know.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Are there any other, yes,
I didn't know if John wanted to go first, though.
go ahead, Commissioner
Good.
Chesney.
I'm going to continue to just express my concerns over not this project, but the county being in this project. So I need to know how we could put some language in the RFQ, if the court so chose, that gave the persons requesting an opportunity to offer an alternative of taking us out. Because I think less is more. I think trying to have the city of Robstown and the RADC and Nueces County, and I just think that's going to be a huge time commitment, a huge financial commitment, a huge commitment. I get that there are some advantages with the TERS and other things, but I don't have an inclination in general. You know, I had a piece of property in Port Aransas that I thought about for 5 minutes doing the same thing, doing some development with it. I thought that's not what we're here for, right? We're supposed to encourage it, but we're roads and we're supposed to do your basic stuff. So I'd like to see some language in here that gives whoever applies for this the opportunity to come up with something that just takes us out, whether someone buys the land from us and transfers it over to the RADC or something like that, to where y'all can do your thing. Because to me, RADC and Robstown should do this project. We should figure out a way to, I'm being real simple here, but we should figure out a way to sell this land to someone and let y'all do it. I mean, it's in Nueces County and it's Nueces County land, but I don't need to have my fingers in every single pie all over the world. We got enough to do. I'd love to be able to figure out how to sell you this land or sell this land to someone who then could work with you on it, because I think it's great. I want you to have housing, and I think y'all ought to have the say in this, right? Where do you need some of it being affordable, some of it being not affordable? I'll be honest, I don't think that Nueces County, in my opinion, should take on projects like these in general, but we should help in whatever way we can. And I get that we've got a valuable piece of property, and maybe the city of Robstown can't outright buy it, but maybe if this person coming in, or persons, whoever applies, had the opportunity to know that, hey, that's an option, that the option could be, we as the developer will buy the land, and then we'll just work with the city of Robstown and RADC. I'd be all over that. And I don't know how we could do that, John, but you may.
Yeah, that's a little complicated, because the city, the county as the landowner has to have some level of involvement. Now, whether it's just to sell the property, but if you do that, if you dispose of it just through high bid, then you'll have no input in creating a vision out there. And the city will not own that property, so the city won't have any legitimate input in how the development is made.
Unless that's part of what we do, right?
Unless that's part of what you do, but that could be all spelled out in the RFP process. I mean, as you know, especially from your time on the council, cities, counties, community colleges, not so much school districts, but they're typically all involved within a unique and a major economic development project. I mean, this project has the potential to develop approximately $160 to $200 million in property value, and that's a very unique project for this part of the county and definitely for the city of Robstown. Something at that level, I think, requires a little more attention, and while your concept can be achieved, it just depends what the will of the court is. If they want to just do a high bid and try to get as much as they can, say we sold it, we're done with it, then you have no oversight, and you can't create a vision out there.
Well, I think
but again, one more point. Again, whatever the vision is within the RFP, it may not match the vision of a developer, in which case we may not get proposals. The RADC will not in a position to take ownership of that property. We just facilitate the process. And I do not think that the city of Robstown, don't mean to speak for the mayor, but I am speaking for the mayor, would necessarily be in a position to acquire that property. Now, of course, there's many different ways to skin a cat. If the county wanted to sell the property to the city of Robstown and we found a creative way to finance it, then you're out of the equation. It's all within the purview of the city of Robstown. The RADC is the Economic Development Arm. We're just the liaison in between all parties. So there's a couple of different ways to skin that cat. It just depends what the will of the court is.
And that's the question, because I'm sure these conversations are similar ones happened with that county property that we have out there when that great outlet mall was going to come along, and we wanted to be in there and have a vision, and quite frankly, that hadn't worked out real well for us. So I don't want another bad, vision to happen, and the county end up getting a black eye, and when we're trying to help Robstown. Right. And so I would be very interested in language in here that gave some creative options to exactly what you said. The rest of the court may not, and I respect that. And if I'm outvoted, I'm okay with that too. But I don't have a desire to. I have a desire to help Robstown. I have a desire to sell this property to the highest bidder that would help Robstown. I don't have a desire to be involved in the next. Because this could be a 2 or 3 year project that could take.
It's going to be a 10-year project.
Yeah, I don't want to tie this court to 10 years of vision creating for a piece of property that if we sold it to the highest bidder, who's probably going to build housing anyway, that could happen. Right. And as long as we do something that creatively came up with something like you talked about that made sure Robstown had a say in it. Right. I'd love to be out of it.
Okay. Just me there's no downside to having that within the
Commissioners. Commissioner Gonzalez wants to be next.
I'm almost done. And that would be, I would feel that way in any project in any part of the county, so that anybody is clear that this isn't about, because I didn't do it in the piece of property I had in Port Aransas either, and that was a high dollar piece of property that we could have, who knows what we could have done with. But I don't think that's what the county of Nueces should be doing, is 10-year development plans on a piece of property in Nueces County, unless we're going to develop it and do something like add to the fairgrounds or whatever we're going to do. So that
well, there's no downside in having those elements within the RFP, because you don't have to actually execute them.
Right. Commissioner Gonzalez wants to say something.
I thought from the beginning, I thought this was going to be, we were going to go and try to sell the property and have the developer come in. And I'm like Commissioner says, I really don't want to have anything to do with development or having to do, we have enough to do already as it is, and having to worry. I mean, it'd be great if Robstown could purchase it, and Robstown could, monitor it and see it. But I understand what you're saying. Right now, we're not talking about that. I think you just want to go out and see what's out there, right? Give you the chance to see what's out there and come back, and at that time we can decide, do we want to do that or not? And I think that's what you're saying right now, right, John? I mean,
it is, Commissioner. We just basically at this point want to give any developer an opportunity to put forth their plan, and if it's in alignment with the vision of the court, then wonderful. We could potentially have a beautiful partnership. And if it's not, then as Commissioner Chesney alluded to, the cleanest way to do this project is just to sell the property, and then you're out.
And this is what I really agree with that. That if we're going to do it, we need to just sell it. Get rid of it. And whoever buys it, they'll.
You could always do a interlocal agreement with the city of Robstown and sell it to them for $1, and then they could develop it themselves.
Actually, that is against the law. Let me just make sure that
not like that one. Yes.
Now that's not true. I know you're just joking, John. That's not true. When you sell to any political jurisdiction, just for the reporter in the front row's edification, you do so under an appraisal and an arm's length. In other words, it's a fair market value based upon an appraisal jurisdiction to jurisdiction that you don't have to go out to RFP for.
It was an icebreaker, John, I know.
Give me just 1 second. It's so hard. We don't have buttons. They are coming in our future, so I have to sort of gauge who wants to speak next without the button. But I think I heard Blakely. Mayor, give me just one moment to check. Blakely?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think I might be on a little bit of a delay. To the point of both commissioners, the purpose of this RFP and the solicitation process is that we would sell the land. The county won't be a full development partner. I guess it's possible someone proposes that, but I think that's unlikely for an extended period of time. The distinction is, instead of getting just a monetary value for the land, you're asking someone to give you a basket of values. So it will include money, it will include stormwater solutions. It will include public amenities, and then addressing your housing goals so that you can sell the land to the value that best meets the county's, to the developer with the value that best meets the county's needs. I anticipate that if you're going to get more public amenities and more public improvements, that there's going to be a request for more public involvement, but not in the form of you staying as a true development partner. I would envision that that would happen in the form of a tax increment reinvestment zone, which would be the city's to create, and the county could participate in it, but the city would be the creating entity, and they would be the monitoring entity. It will give the TERS board and the city the opportunity to claw back incentives if goals aren't being achieved. They can put deadlines in there. They can have liquidated damages if certain milestones are not met. So there can be some great protections for the city in giving away any public money, but I would envision that the city and the county would both participate in that zone if they felt like they were getting a good public benefit back. But the goal of this procurement is to convey the land to the developer, but not just in a sealed bid situation, to a developer that is going to provide the best benefit to the community as a whole.
So
I'm really glad you clarified. Commissioner, go ahead.
Blakey, what you're saying really is that if we sell the land with restrictions to the developer, like we do other subdivisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you drainage, roads, all those meet the county standards, and I don't know, probably the city, I guess, because if it's
in this case, it's in the city's jurisdiction, so it'll meet the city's standards. But if there's something you want to do to enhance that, we can ask for that. We just have a lot more opportunity in this situation because you've got such a large desirable tract to say it's not just what the developer wants, but we have some opportunities here and we have some goals here that we want you to meet also.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I haven't had a chance to say anything, but I hope that clarified Commissioner Chesney's concerns. The purpose of this, just factually, is to receive information from potential developers, and all that we're looking for is to align with what is in the normal practice of good government. In other words, we know we have a housing crisis in the state of Texas, but more particularly in our county as well, and we get to help identify that by setting some goals. But we're not going to go out there, Commissioner Chesney, and market or sell homes or look for dividends. We're not going into partnership. That's a complete mischaracterization of what this is. This is exactly what you want it to be, which is tell us what you would pay for this land and tell us what else you could do. Would you pay, hypothetically, X dollars with parking, walking trails? Would you do it with drainage? What amenities would you offer developer? And this is an all call, but at least we guide them to some of the basic premises that are important. Otherwise, in the future, you could have a situation under your theory that you would just sell it to somebody. You would have many Mr. Chestnuts, many Mr. Firkins sitting here telling you what a terrible thing you've done by selling this land without any thought whatsoever to the basic premises of drainage, roads of ingress or egress. For example, you want to make sure you have adequate ways in and adequate ways out. This is an opportunity to see what the capital market will bring to you. This is America. Let's see what America capitalist wants to bring in. There is a no harm here. What Blakely's doing with her expertise is showcasing to a county, hey, it's okay to ask for things, but you're not bound by them. You're just saying, think about these things because these are important goals for us. And then we get to decide whether they met those goals or not. You could still choose a person that didn't meet any of the goals. But to not say that we need homes from 170 to 250 is a complete miss. It's what the CCREDC offers in their expert advice, what the NCDC and the RADC. And just to further clarify, because I think there was some confusion, the purpose of the RADC, which this court not only sits on with membership from this court, but also provides monetary support, is I'm glad we're getting some bang for the buck. It's important that the RADC act as an economic development arm for us and tells us, hey, this is what's needed over here. So I don't think, I'm not in the business of home development. I'm in the business of creating opportunities for developers. That's what this is about. And so I feel like your concerns are not concerns, because that's not what this is. And I don't want anyone to be misled by the idea. When he says it's a 10-year project, it's because any good master development has phases. And that's what he's talking about. But that's not us, that's them. And that's good for us, because when you put 800 homes theoretically, you know what happens? They need to gas up. They need to go to the grocery store. They need to buy things. They need to eat out. You know what that generates? Sales tax. And so this is a very important role for economic development regionally. And I think that that's something that's important. They're here to offer, like the CCRADC does the same thing. I mean, in fact, I imagine that you'll be working with all the economic development players to let them know that this is out there.
Definitely. And then one of the things I wanted to address, Commissioner Chesney's and Mr. Gonzalez's concern is that I guess I understand your point, what you're saying about selling the land and we don't want to have anything to do with it. But in this case, because the county owns the fairgrounds, they own the baseball park over there. If I was the county, would want to have a say-so on what happens there, because that might affect what goes on at the fairgrounds. And that is responsible because if you have, for example, an industrial development there that's going to affect the people that want to use the fairgrounds, then that would be something you don't want, something negative. So I think that you do want to have some say in it, other than just selling the land to whoever wants to buy it and let them do whatever they want with it. Because then it would fall under the city, because we would be the permitting, the zoning for that project, whatever project it might be. So I think that the county does have a stake in this because of that, because you have property right adjacent to it, next door to it.
I think Blakey put it very simple. I mean, I really appreciate the explanation she gave us. You know, that we can sell it, but restrictions, and that's the only thing that I was concerned about. So I think she put it very clearly, you know, of what goes along with the sale, right? So as long as we have those restrictions and those say-sos that we do sell it for the developer, I have no problem with that.
Well, and I don't think there's no zone. I mean, this is inside the city of Robstown. There's no way it can be zoned industrial unless y'all let it be. So this wouldn't be industrial unless y'all let it just be zoned that way, because this is in the city limits, right? So that would never be something that I would advocate for.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but exactly what could happen, because we don't own the fairgrounds. You do, see, and that's the problem I'm saying. If the city, for example, down the road, the mayor or council decide, you know what, we want to build an industrial plant here, then the county would be out of that, because you don't have any say-so anymore, because you sold the land. And the city, the only way we can get it developed is to an industrial plant. That might be an option for the city, but yet it's adjacent to your fairgrounds. And that's what I'm saying. Right now, you have the opportunity to say, okay, this is what's going to happen here. This is what we want, because we're involved with it. It's our land. It's your land right now.
Right. We've already discussed putting deed restrictions on it, things like that would prohibit those kind of things. But that's easy to do with the sale of land too. Is you put a deed restriction on it that runs forever with the land, that says it can't be used for industrial or things of that nature. Those are things we've had discussions about that we would, certainly would be in agreement with. But again, the only way it could ever be industrial is if the city of Robstown allowed it to be, because it's in your city. And I doubt any city, I have a hard time thinking any city council, but who knows, right, would ever say, let's put an industrial right where we want homes to be built. So, yeah, I get that. And I think there's just things you can do. And I don't think it was a mischaracterization. I think it was just, based on what I've got in my packet, wasn't very clear. It was 3 or 4 slides. I'm not talking to you. I'm just now talking more to the comments that were made. It was 3 or 4 slides in the packet that, and I've heard the word partnership, and I've heard the word, and so to me it just sounded like that's where we were headed, and the slides didn't clearly articulate to me that was in there. And so all I was just saying was I just like some clear language that says if there's some way that somebody could come along and buy this property with the desires of Robstown and the RADC being heard, and that's all I was wanting to ask. So there's no mischaracterization. Nobody's made any comments about a myth of the housing. I don't even know where that came from. Nobody said anything about that today. I know there's a need for housing in every price range in this community. I do it every day. It's what I do. So I'm very well aware of that. So I don't know where the myth comments came from either. So No, again, no mischaracterization, just me wanting to make sure that it's clear in the RFQ that we're sending out that we would like, to have the opportunity to sell it with conditions and get some input from you guys. But I just, and it doesn't sound like that's where we're headed, so that's great. I just don't want to be in a long-term development as part of the county. That's just all I'm saying. But we can still, Mayor, I think you make some great points, remedy some of those concerns in putting some deed restrictions there that says it can't be industrial. Then the zoning couldn't even overturn it, right? That would be, we've had
Commissioner
So
Modis.
my hope is today is that, one, we just got this conversation started, and two, we've heard a lot of kind of where we see further down the line, but we really want to just kind of get step one done today, and then we can move forward. So, I hear all the questions and concerns, but this is just about to see what's out there in the market, to see what's available. I'm totally opposed to us just selling the land to anyone for future development. I think deed restriction or not, I think we should continue to hold control over that. If we do not find someone who can establish a reasonable development that is directed and only for residential, right, with maybe some of the extra amenities that were discussed. So that's what I hope that we can achieve today. And Blakely, what would be your recommendation on this? Is how do we move forward, or do we need make a motion, or what language do we need to include to make this first step a reality?
Well, I think you've given us some good direction. We can clarify the limitations that the county is not seeking to be a long-term partner, but is seeking to find a developer who will meet the goals that are outlined by the county and their responses. And so I think you've got some language on the agenda that allows us to move forward with the two-part solicitation. That would bring in qualifications first, so that we're sure if we take a financial bid from somebody that they're qualified to complete the development in the quality that you want, and that they're financially capable. And once we've got a list of qualified developers, then we'll seek proposals.
I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question, John.
Yes, sir.
Mayor. I just want to clarify the engineering part and who's going to take charge, because I know I'm living something right now in my precinct that a developer developed a neighborhood out there. The drainage wasn't done up to par the way it's supposed to be. The city's not taking the street. They're not approving. They didn't approve it, so they say it's not their street. The county here says it's not our street. We never approved it. So those people are left, fending for themselves, and they're telling me what they're going to do. They're going to block the street because and they've been told it's a private road then, because nobody's taking responsibility for it, and they're developing another development behind them, and they got all the big construction trucks going by and they're breaking up their streets. And nobody's there fixing them. Nobody's there doing the drainage. And this is why my concern is I want to make sure that you guys do, Mayor, one inspector ain't going to cut it. You're going to need more than one inspector. The county's growing out there, so you're going to need more people.
Mr. Hernandez, because this past couple of years we had an influx of the general land office homes in Robstown. Mm-hmm. We actually hired a subcontractor, a company, to help with the inspections of our homes that are there, the electrical, mechanical, sewer and plumbing and things like that. So we do have a company that we hired to help our inspector, because we have an abundance of the general land office homes that are being built in our city.
Well, that's good to know.
Yes.
All I'm saying is, like Mr. Chestnut and the other gentlemen that are here, you're probably, if you don't have inspectors following up with those projects, engineering, you're going to have people calling us, because they're going to think we're responsible. Well, you're the county, the water drains into your county ditch, so fix it. Right. When it should have been done when the development was going on, and that would have alleviated a lot of problems for you and for us.
And the key here is that it is county land within the city of Robstown. And I think that's what makes it different than any of the other issues that have come up today. So I think that's why we must maintain control and be able to have that direction that we can provide, that oversight that's needed. Like you said, the drainage and other issues, and the city has that in place. So I think this makes a great partnership. And so, Judge, if Blakely can help me with this, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a method of solicitation for the Fairgrounds area development and authorize the publishing of the notice. And so I'm not sure if that's too general or not specific enough, but that's my motion.
Blakely, does that contain the precepts that we need so that I may second that motion?
So I'm sorry, it broke up right at the last
Okay,
part
Commissioner
of it.
Modis.
And
One more
if you
time.
want me to repeat it a second time, I can't. So.
He'll try, he'll try.
So approve the order for finding the method of solicitation for the Fairgrounds area development and authorize the publishing of that notice. Is that too
And
general?
so I think specifically you're approving a 2267 procurement with 2 steps.
What she said.
And you think with the direction that you've heard from, that motion is encompassing enough, Blakely, just to put language in there that talks about some of the stuff, or do we need to add to that?
Commissioner, the draft solicitation follows much of the language that you're concerned about. I'll go through and tighten it up, but I think it follows your line of thinking.
Okay, fair.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we'll look forward. We didn't ask about timetables, but we'll ask Commissioner Modis to kind of share with us timetables.
I'd like to see this within the next month at the latest, by June. If you can help us put that together along with our legal counsel, Blakely, and our court administrator.
And just one thing to add, and Judge, you correct me if I'm wrong, the final RFQ is going to be coming back to
Correct.
the court. So you'll get a copy of it well in advance. So look at all the deal points and all the requests and all the requirements for oversight and for drainage. And that project happened because the county wasn't involved. So with the county involved, that wouldn't happen. So it will still come back. There's still a few more steps to go, but it will come back to you. You'll have time to review it. And if you like all the deal points, we move forward. If you don't, add them, delete them, and then we continue to move
This
forward.
is step one.
Step
So
one.
next time it's going to be step 2.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we do have some other folks that are also here for important items. Let me see if I can scoop up the minutes for Lorenzo in the clerk's office. It's item I-1.
So moved, Judge.
Okay, thank you, but it's May 11th and 17th. Do you move for both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll go ahead and second for you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then let's just see if we can also move to the consent agenda. I'll hold on Louis just so we can get to game rooms. And also, we have an insurance matter that needs to be taken up this morning as well. With regards to the agenda on consent items from pages 4 through 6, you'll see that it runs all the way to you. So at this time, Commissioners, I'd like you to let me know if there's any that need to be discussed further. And if not, I'm looking for a motion, A through U.
Item U.
Item U itself, okay? H, give me just a second. H,
M,
as in Mary, okay?
P.
P as in Paul.
I think R should be is it an executive session item?
Jenny, it's not
No.
She's already
at
hired
this
that.
time.
It's just a ratification. She's already hired her.
She's hired this lawyer, it's just our ratification. No harm in talking about
We can talk
it.
about it.
Yeah, I think we need to know what's going, so we can know what's going on.
Okay, Jenny, I'll just take that one out, okay? All right, let's have a motion, A through G, I through L, N, O, Q, S, and T, please, at this time.
So moved.
And second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The first one to discuss is H, and it is the Water Development Board providing corrected organizational chart. Again, ministerial. Go ahead.
Is this just moving around the chart or what? What are we doing with that? Is that?
That's correct. This is it's the chart is showing Juan Pimentel right now as a project manager. That's incorrect. It should be Susan Roth.
And that's the only change?
That's the only change that we're doing here.
So moved.
All right, I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. M, the boll weevil.
The $3,834,000, is that what we pay them or they pay us or? It says something here, to approve renewal and extension of lease agreement. So.
Item M, I
Was
think.
that 3,000 per month?
Yes, this is a regular item that we have, Commissioner, every time. So Teresa worked through the numbers to get to this number that we're providing here.
But we pay them per month, or they pay us per month?
We are getting that from them.
That's it.
Yeah. Teresa's here to clarify everything.
That's our monthly income that comes from Texas Boll Weevil. That's a monthly reimbursement.
Okay, and that reimbursement goes to where, Teresa?
It goes to the building.
They have a lease.
Okay, so the building
It's
is
a lease.
there's
It's a
a,
lease agreement.
I'm sorry?
It's a lease agreement, Commissioner, and that's the monthly amount that they fund us.
Okay. And so that money goes back into what, the general account, or?
Yes, sir. In the general fund, I believe it's 1570. It's 1550, the agricultural building.
And I know you didn't mean to say it, but it's not 3 million, it's $3,834.
$834.
Yeah, I was just wanting to
Right,
make
it's
sure.
effective- That's effective June 1 through May of 23.
Okay, so moved.
All right, motion
Second.
is made and a second is on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now we have letter P, Commissioner.
I think on that one, I just want to ask on the Ramco, what equipment, are we still renting equipment, or what? What's the rental equipment that we do, generators?
Are they on item P?
This is for the one for the 2 generators, I believe so, right, Judge?
That's
This is-
correct.
That's correct.
These are what we call our standby generators. So as we enter hurricane season, these are the generators that are on standby. Louis Ray is here to help answer these questions. You have generators on standby both at the annex and at
How many generators are we talking about?
courthouse and jail.
How many generators are we talking about, Louis?
So for the courthouse and jail, I think it's 4 generators we're talking about, Commissioner?
4 total?
Yes, for the temporary.
And what do we pay a month for the rent?
I don't have that paperwork in front of me, but I can get it for you.
It's in your packet.
That's a lot.
And there's 3, and it's $17,000, and that's what we call our standby.
But then there's the deployment rate and the
If
cable.
you had to deploy, it would be a different rate. These are the same ones that we've had for months, and these are the rates that have been the same. So if you have to deploy, it's going to be a lot more expensive than if it's standby. And again, your packet has this information under item number
We
P.
figured out, basically, if we do deploy, they're going to be more expensive. But if they do not deploy and we don't pay this every month, I mean, would it be saving? I mean, 17,000 a month, it's a lot of money for something to be sitting there, you know. But if we deploy them, say in April, and have them through August or September, would it be less monies? And I mean, to me, it seemed like the monies would be a lot less.
So I'm trying to understand the question, Commissioner. So you're asking me if we keep them here, will that money change? Will the amount that we're paying on a month-to-month lease change?
Yeah. So we deploy them from where? What?
So
I don't understand.
they're
We
here
rent-
now,
I
Commissioner.
know, but we're renting from who?
Romco.
Romco. Okay, so say for instance, we don't rent them from Romco, we say we'll wait till April to rent them and have them till August. And 17,000 a month, or whatever it is, 20,000. And then we don't rent them, send them back, and then we don't pay for the next 3 or 4 months. So isn't the saving better or bigger?
So I got your question now, Commissioner. So I don't think the savings will be better. I think what we'll do is take a risk on whether or not we're going to have power for our area and the jail if we don't have that standby generators online ready to go when we need them. I think if we think about it as a pure dollar and cents issue, we won't be serving the community as we need to.
So can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just confused in reading the contract, because the contract says that customer agrees to pay company rental standby shift operation at the rate of $80,700 per month. So we're paying, it's not $17,000 a month, it's $80,000.
It's per unit. It's per unit.
Right, so it's $80,000 a month that we're paying.
It's 240,000.
Yeah, well, it's times June 1st, June, July, August, September 4, so we're paying $320,000 So we need to understand it's not 17,000, it's 80,000, it's 320,000 that we're paying to have these standby generators. And when we've approved the other generators, right? So when are those supposed to be in, and where are we on that? Because I mean, this is a large amount of money.
Yes, Commissioner. So the generators that are coming, that's going to be the permanent generators, are supposed to be online in September. Right now, we're asking for the coverage throughout hurricane season, just in case those generators are not online. Then it's not we'll have to jump through hoops to kind of fix that contract if we need to fix it again. And from what I understand is the money that we have for those permanent generators is budgeted to cover much of the cost for the Romco generators as well.
So do we? No.
Commissioner?
Do we not have generators?
Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me help a little bit with the amnesia. This is a extension of a contract this court has already approved. What we're doing is extending it in longer periods of time to account for hurricane season. In other words,
I know that.
This court already has gone through this exercise. What's more expensive? I'm speaking. I'll call on you.
So I have a question.
Well, you'll have to wait till I finish.
I still have the floor. I didn't give you the floor. I was talking to Louis here, so
that's my fault. I interrupted him.
I need for him to answer my question, and it hasn't been answered.
That's on me.
And if we do $240,000 a month times 10, that's a lot of money.
No.
I mean, 80,000, but that's per generator?
Oh, my goodness.
So, Commissioner, I don't know the answer to the question that you're asking. From what I understand, the monthly cost was $17,000 a month.
I think that just said 17,000 for each.
I'm just looking
per month.
Judge.
Yes, Teresa.
The courthouse and jail generators, the monthly cost is $52,000. For the jail annex, the monthly cost is $28,700 per month, and this is from June through September, year end, at a cost of $322,800. It is funded in the courthouse and the McKenzie Annex jail generator projects.
So to break that down, there's 3 generators. They're 1.25 megawatts, and they are 17,000 per unit, which is why Teresa says it's that 52,000, and then cumulative. And then there is one for the annex, which Teresa, I'm sorry, you just repeated it, 28. And that is your total. So is it expensive? Yes, to the tune of $322,000. And it is probably 10 times more expensive to move over 1,000 prisoners, as we are over 99% occupied. If we were to have a serious weather event, which we have a high propensity for, this is what protects us from those astronomical costs to move prisoners. It is expensive, so is insurance. That's what these generators bring to us. They bring to us the insurance that we will have power at our jail and our annex, where we are in the 99 percentile in occupancy.
Okay, so we don't have them for the whole year then, Louis. We only have them for what, 5 months right now? She said just June to
September.
August.
So it should go through September.
September.
All right. So but we don't, then January, February, and March, we're not paying rent, right?
So it's only a month to month. So once we stop using them, we stop paying.
And Louis, will you explain why we can't just find them?
Hold on, Judge, I'm not finished yet. Got one more question, Louis, appreciate it. Once we get the new generators installed, will this go away?
Will the Romco generators go away?
We don't have to worry about a rental?
Yes, Commissioner. From what I understand, yes.
And those should be installed probably this year sometime, right?
We're looking at September, Commissioner, from the last meeting that I had down in the Public Work Office. So September looks like the time frame to have those permanent generators installed.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like, if you don't mind, I'd like to just give me a breath of what's in here, right? I mean, because I got 17,000 and I got 52,000 for the total, right? from June to September, I guess. And the other 28.7 is the total for the one for the annex?
That's the monthly cost, Commissioner, is $52,000 per month from June through September for the courthouse and jail, for a total of $208,000. And for the annex, it's $28,700 per month from June through September, for a total of $114,800.
All right, I got it. All right, well, thank you, Teresa, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Lee, I appreciate that.
So if I can just finish up
Yeah,
real
go
quick
ahead.
too, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Commissioner.
All right, no problem.
So the 80,700, I understand, was put into the project. And what I can't remember, Teresa, is this isn't the first time we've had generators at these places. So what happened with those to where we got to this point? Because that's the point I'm not remembering. I read the ROMCO.
We have not had generators, so let me clear that up. We do not have generators. We did not have them during Hurricane Harvey. That is why we almost had a riot during Hurricane Harvey. We did not have generators that were operable. However, thanks to this court, we have made the monumental move to not only apply for, but successfully receive from TDM FEMA grants many millions of dollars, over $2 million, to help defray some, but not all, of the cost for generators. So we did not have power. We have a mini generator on the 5th floor, and we had, at one time, some generators, I'm certain in the past, but in order to operate this jail, annex, and courthouse, our main hardened facilities, we needed 3 1.25 megawatt generators. The reason we have them on standby is because our experience from all over the state and working with TDM is that when you're in the cone, you have 72 hours to basically, all the disasters of our recent past have taught us that 72 hours is your time frame, typically to go from a tropical storm to a serious Cat 3, 4, or 5 hurricane, the ones that do the most damage. And you cannot move in generators from Louisiana, Houston, or anywhere else you're going to find them when everybody on the Gulf of Mexico is looking for the same thing. There is a reason that this court approved, and I'd have to get the minutes, but they would have been at least 6 months ago, and we've discussed this on numerous occasions, the importance of generators and the importance of having standby generators specifically for our annex and jail, but also for the courthouse for the administration of law and justice. That is why these ROMCO generators are here. So you have them because they did not exist. If they existed, you would not have this piece of paper in front of you. I hope that those facts help clear up the concept of, did we have them before?
Louis, these are temporary generators, right?
They are, Commissioner.
When do we expect to get the permanent generators?
In September.
September. Okay, twice I've asked for a representative from land come in and tell, my question to him would have been, are these generators going to work? You know, I've heard different versions of that part. Do you know if they're going to work?
I do not, Commissioner, because I'm not really an electrician.
I know you're not an electrician or an engineer, but I'm just wondering maybe if you had discussions with some of the people that are doing that, you know.
There has been talk that there's been a substantial issue with the power source to fuel these generators, and I'd forgotten about that too. I had someone bring that to my attention as well. So obviously that would be something that would be good to answer. Since we're spending $320,000, we need to make sure that we do have a power source that can fuel it. So maybe someone could answer. I think that's what Commissioner. And I did have someone reach out to me on that too, and I did forget to ask that question.
You're talking about the power source for these ROMCOs as they're diesel generators.
The power
They're
source is just
diesel
for the generators.
Your fuel source is called diesel.
No, for the generators in general.
Okay, that's a different agenda item. We can address that.
In the agenda.
That's a different agenda item. We're talking about the ROMCO generators. The power source for these generators are diesel fuel.
was just a question about, we're talking about generators. It was just a question about
Okay, well,
going forward to make sure that we have a power source.
I understand, but we're working on here on the consent agenda. I'd like to get through the consent agenda. I'm happy to talk about that at the appropriate time. I know you understand the difference.
I get that, Judge. Thank you. And all I was trying to say to Mr. Ray before I was interrupted again was, could you just check and see going forward if that is a valid concern over the power source for these other generators? And we're on the generator item, and I think we can talk about generators. That's all I'm trying to ask is if you could just see before we put in those great new generators in September, if that's anything to that. May just be a myth, may not be anything. That's all I'm asking, if someone, you or someone else, can make sure that there is a legitimate power source for those generators going forward.
Got it.
Thank you.
On the ROMCO item, it's item number, letter P. Are there any other questions regarding the ROMCO generators buy board contract 59719? Okay.
Judge, county engineer just came into the room. Maybe he can elaborate on some of our questions. And I understand that.
I think we've been the wrong.
Okay.
Shane is at Galahad. He's on his way. Maybe he can give us some answers.
So what is the question that you would like Public Works and county engineer to answer for you? What is your question? Juan, would you approach?
Juan, when we transfer from these generators to the permanent generators?
Okay, we're right now just on this agenda item. You'll have to wait till we get to that other agenda item.
All right. Disregard.
It's another item.
Thank you.
I pulled P, so let me go ahead and make a motion to accept P.
Okay, motion to accept P and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, now you. Briscoe King Dune walkover.
Yes,
Go ahead.
So, Judge, one, I don't have any problem with the Go Mesa funding. I think that's fine. My problem is I don't want to do requests for qualifications. I want to revert it to an IFB situation where it's just low bid on that. And the other thing that I wanted to just mention was my intention for tomorrow, because it relates, is to ask the court, don't know where it's going to go, for a significant amount of funds for a makeover from the ARPA funds for Briscoe King Pavilion. And I don't want to piecemeal, and I don't think I'd mentioned that I was going to do that, so I'm not trying to
understand.
I'm just trying to say I don't want to do this as an individual project if we can make it part of the whole tomorrow. So
may I offer just a few thoughts here, Commissioner Chesney?
Sure.
Number one, ARPA requires an RFQ. Engineering services are not IFB'd. The proper procurement is an RFQ for engineering. It would be an IFB if it were construction. Engineers you will qualify them, and then they will use a contract in order to negotiate with your county. That's the first. The second is ARPA requires under CFR 200 to have it RFQ'd. I believe this is a good funding to get to where you want to be tomorrow.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do it to where, though, it's not because like if we have to do an RFQ for engineering, let's say, then I wouldn't want to do it just for Briscoe King walkover. I'd want to do it for the whole project that I'm going to propose tomorrow that I don't know if it's going to pass. So I don't want to have two different engineers.
I hear
and two
you.
Different projects. That's
I have another thought.
Okay.
I think that what you say is valid, but tomorrow there might be other information. You don't want to, you could make this subject to, or we could put Michael on a hold for 30 days. I think that in the interest of time, I think you're going to see tomorrow that, and I don't want to go into the weeds because I just told us not to stick to one agenda item, but I think you're going to see tomorrow that your dollars are very, very limited for infrastructure, and that any dollars you can defray to Go Mesa would be beneficial to this project. What I mean by that is you only have $6 million left to do infrastructure countywide. That has to do with the way infrastructure is treated under ARPA. And Briscoe does not meet any other eligibility but the infrastructure. And so, again, this helps you do what you're trying to do. I'm throwing the slowest softball I can. If you want to make it contingent, I promise you this is the right way to do it for what you're trying to do tomorrow.
I'm fine with making it subject to.
I'll do that. I'll take that
Subject
motion.
to whatever we do tomorrow. That would be all I would.
That'd be good.
That's all I was trying to do on this, was just to make sure we didn't do two projects
I hear you.
at the same time.
Consolidation is good, but if
Right.
this works out to your favor, then you'll keep it, and if it doesn't, you can always subject to bring it back and work it again.
Right, so I would just make a motion to approve, subject to it potentially being combined into one project depending upon the results of tomorrow's meeting.
Correct. The only thing, Commissioner, is how do you feel about
And if it.
the funding on this one was,
Go ahead, sir.
yeah, are you
Fine.
still fine
Yeah,
with
no, I
that?
said that, yeah.
Okay. I'll second your motion. Or, well, Gonzalez can second it also, it's fine. However you heard it, Lorenzo, whoever was first. Any other questions, discussion? Scott, we're trying to roll here, but will you just nod your head and you're good? All right, Director of Coastal Park says he's good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have now completed the consent agenda.
R.
Oh, darn. Sorry,
That's going into
my bad.
executive session. Oh, you.
Oh, but ours going to executive session, Commissioner.
She can just do that
You
one.
say it was open session.
All right, go ahead. Was it R or P?
Our office was asked to bring in this counsel. We're asking for the Commissioners Court to ratify the hiring of Grant Branscombe to help in these matters. They've already begun work on this project.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I saw that, Jenny, and I should have called you, but I had a question if there is an investigation going on, are they going to be doing something else?
Okay, so there's a lot of different issues to that, Judge, and I would hate to misspeak in open session regarding potential investigations that might be going on.
Because I don't understand, I don't know what additional they're going to be doing.
Branscombe is hired to handle the employment issues that would be tangential to anything else going on at that office. Just the employment issues, not criminal or otherwise.
Weber can't do.
Yes. Or the.
Well, she's already, she did the shaker thing, so.
This is isolated from anything that, there may be some overlap, but this is a different intent from what Ms. Weber is hired to do.
Okay, I read it, but I just wasn't sure what direction we're going, but if it's strictly on employment relations, okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
So.
If you have any other questions, we could always address it in
What kind of
executive.
employment issues are we talking?
Second.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hernandez had a question.
I'm sorry.
What type of employment issues? Whenever there is any type of shakeup, there's always a possibility for employment issues to arise. And the court had indicated a desire to have outside counsel to help with those issues, and that's what we're bringing.
So it's nothing that we can handle in-house, such as yourself?
There are not enough people in my office to handle all the issues that have come up.
Okay.
Okay. Did you hear, Lorenzo, there was a motion and a second, and then that was kind of the call for, that was the discussion. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That now concludes the consent agenda.
Aye.
And you look down here, 11:10. Okay, here's how I see it. We've got a lot of folks signed up for game rooms, and for the game room folks, I'll ask for forgiveness first, but the insurance folks really need to go first, and that way you have a little bit more opportunity for me not rushing you. That insurance item will be presented both by our broker of record, Tom Carlisle with Carlisle Insurance. It'll also be presented in part, particularly that auto liability piece and some of the other liability coverages, by Tim Everest. He's our county risk manager, and I need to flip, but it is a item that's listed in the regular agenda. And forgive me, it's item.
Number 6.
Thank you. Item 6. Timothy, we have handouts that the court manager helped us with. You might have some additional ones, just these are reference. This is like to make the job easier. You don't have to listen as hard if you're looking right here. So again, to set the stage for the clerk, it's a authorization of a premium. It's a 1-year policy term. It's our big property and casualty insurance. So it's going to encompass flood, windstorm, auto, law enforcement liability. There's some other smaller liability packages in here. Commissioners, they're all listed for you here. Tim, I think you might have, as they say in the business, a little good news,
I got some good news.
a little bad news, a little reality. Let's hear the good news first.
Hey, good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. It stopped raining right now, so that's a little bit of good news.
All right, I'll take it.
Actually, we need the rain. Hold on a minute.
Well,
That's true. We need it in moderation.
Yeah.
that's correct. Hey, before the court this morning is the discussion and consideration for the authorization of the premiums for our property and casualty insurance. I am going to present the Texas Associations of Counties automobile liability as well as the law enforcement on the bottom of the insurance summary that I sent to you this morning and gave you a paper copy. That's number 11 and number 12. As you can see on the gold right-hand portion of it, highlighted in gold, is the recommended. You can see that from last year, we had a little bit of an increase on our law enforcement coverage, but not much. However, we also had an increase in our automobile liability of almost $1,000. So all in all, we're running about the same with the Texas Associations of Counties for our automobile liability and our law enforcement. What I'm going to do now is for the property and casualty portion, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Carlisle because there are some decisions for you to make before the court here today on precisely how much insurance you want to carry for Nueces County. Without further ado.
Okay, perfect.
Thank y'all very much.
Good morning.
First of all, we appreciate being here. And what we tried to do is give you 4 sheets that I'm going to go through that make a very complicated process simple to understand. And so the first thing I'm going to explain real briefly, the insurance industry and the market for cat insurance I've been in this 44 years. It's the worst I've ever seen. The capacity on catastrophes from fires, from worldwide global events, have wiped out the reinsurance market. So every time you buy insurance from a Travelers or Hartford, they go out and buy insurance to cover the cats. Otherwise, they wouldn't have an AM Best rating. So those funds have been just basically depleted over the last 3 years. So that affects everybody's insurance. It can affect your home and everything. So first of all, that y'all understand, we buy your insurance net of commission. We make no more money if it goes up, whatever. Our job is to find you the best thing for the right coverage. So if you look at the first sheet that I'm showing you, which it's going to show you the makeup of all your policies. But what I want you to do is go to the second page. And what that's going to show you, and it may look complicated, but y'all buy you have 334 million, I think, of values. On the catastrophe, which is basically named storm wind, you buy 175 million per occurrence. Nobody buys the full limit. The odds of a hurricane or windstorm destroying 100% of every piece of property is just impractical. That limit's been that way. And when we became your brokers, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we had this discussion. You were with a previous broker, but when we decided to bid it that year, we even brought this up with Lloyd Neal, who was an insurance agent, that we felt that with what other entities, and I can share this because it's public, but we write the property casualty for the city, the school, and the port, and many other 72 other public entities. So when you're trying to decide how much is the right amount, which y'all have a fiduciary responsibility, y'all have been buying 175. We had previously shown you that if you lowered it to 125 last year, what it would save. But the problem is, knocking it from the top down, you don't save that much. But with the market the way it is, if you keep your current limits, the premium would go up about 37%. So our job was to figure out alternatives to give you, as the commissioners, on how to not spend that much and really stay safe. So,
And forgive me, Tommy,
Yes.
but so we all get very upset around here over TWIA's 5%. What you just told us should have made all of us gasp. You
Yes.
just told us that ours is going to go up 37%. Just to put it in perspective for those listening.
That's correct.
And for those of you that understand why we've been very active in this windstorm conversation.
That's
Go
correct.
ahead.
TWIA is a different story, whether they're funding properly or not. But, okay, so what's the most interesting aspect over the last 2 or 3 years, we had one carrier that wrote you $175 million. It was called AmRisk. AmRisk this time, and on every entity, is cutting back their writings, which has caused a capacity problem. They were the gorilla. The reason they have is they've lost a lot of money. So an example of, they were buying $175 million for you last year. They're offering $7.5 million of the primary 10.
Wow.
So when you look at this page that I'm showing you that shows all the different players, we had one carrier that took all of your insurance. Now we have about 16. And it's a complex way of putting up the tower. So if you look on your left-hand side, you'll see a 10 million limit. Your property now is in layers. So in the 10 million, we have 2 companies, your previous AmRisk and then Everest. You go up to the next 25 million, that's 25 million over the 10, you have 5 carriers. It goes to 50 million to 100 to 175. So to explain what's really happened here is, and on top of that, there was a lawsuit, and I think y'all are aware, that the county sued their insurance company. And I'm going to tell you as a broker, there were others that did too. We were not the brokers when those hurricane claims happened. There's only 2 entities that I know of that had to sue AmRisk. It was CCISD and you, and both of those were the only 2 clients we didn't have. They were both with the other broker. So that affects their attitude when a client sues, but that is not why this rate increase is here. I'm going to flat tell you. It doesn't have anything to do with it because they're still on the other carriers. So what do we do to try to cut the premiums? Part of the positive things that if you look back at the very first sheet, you're going to look at your flood insurance. It's item number 2 on the very first sheet. Your flood insurance went down $69,000. And you're going to wonder why. The new flood program now does it by GPS. It doesn't do it any way they used to. And so flood insurance in a lot of areas has gone down. So that's a positive thing. When we re-rated it, it went down $69,000. So what do we do to try to get the premium somewhat down? Our suggestion, which we've put in here, is one of the options, is to take your CAT limit, your 175 million limit, down to 100. Now, one thing that will do, y'all been in about a 50% range, and again, this has been done previously with Lloyd Neal, and it was also because the market was cheap. When you can buy insurance and share risk with someone for a lot less, you do it. But when everything starts going up, it's when you have to relook at what you've been doing previously. The 100 million limit puts you in about a 34%. If you look at the other public entities in this town, they're all anywhere from 30 to 35%, and they have been. So one of the options would be to suggest to do that down. Now you're going to wonder, is that enough coverage in a catastrophe? Your insurance companies go into a program called modeling, and they use all the statistics on the history of what size hurricanes would do. In the event, this particular Amwins gave us a copy, and I didn't give you a copy, it's very complicated. They do their pricing based on what they think a Cat 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 would do. And as you know, it's going to be the primary layers that hit, not the excess. In a 1,000-year hurricane with these values, they're assuming your losses would be 49 million, okay? So
is that a Cat 5? Is a Cat 5 1,000 year?
It's what they estimate will have. It's not necessarily, it's not rated by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's thrown in there.
So what would Harvey be considered in this terminology? Would it be a 1,000-year storm, or would it be a 500?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Just
I'm
as a
suggesting,
comparison.
I don't know. I want to answer it incorrectly.
Okay.
What we do, and we do a lot of we do more property coastal than any agent in Texas, is this modeling is done by every entity. And so it's not foolproof. Only God knows what's going to blow in here.
Right.
And, but they use statistics, a lot of actuarial information. So when we originally quoted the county and we're going against the other broker, the first thing we brought up is we thought y'all had too high of a cat limit. I'm going to bring that up. And the court, along with Lloyd and them, decided that they'd keep it because it was not real expensive back then.
Right.
It was cheap. It was a smart buy. So, so what happens here is if you decided not to do the 100, your premium for all of your insurance, including the TAC, goes up $503,000 this year.
On the 175 line.
That's correct.
But
And
what about
that's all lines. That's all your insurance,
the
flood,
120?
everything.
But didn't we go to 125 last year?
No,
We
we
said it
priced
once?
125, but it was so.
It still was.
It was
It
not
was so
y'all-
soft
It
that
was
we-
y'all didn't elect to do it. It wasn't much. I
I
can't
got you.
remember. It was maybe
It was
$25,000 or
$23,000,
$30,000. So, what's happened in the last 2 years is drastic in this property industry, and it's some people are not even able to fill some of their needs, and I can tell you that that's what's going on. So that's why we went back and said, what can we do? He and I and the judge and anybody, my son Chase, what can we do to give an alternative that I would do if I was a business guy sitting up there? I mean, that's my dollars. And so that's one of the options, and that cuts it. And the reason it cuts it substantially this year is because it is a hard market.
Well, what you're saying, though, Tommy, is if a 1,000-year storm model, it's all a model, it hits the entire Nueces County, not just part of, right? That it would be a $49 million 1,000-year storm
Yes.
model, $49 million.
And there's a
damage.
huge report I could send to each of you.
No,
that
it's okay. I'm just
they
reading.
put together, but that is correct. It even goes to a 10,000-year storm.
But with a 1,000-year storm, which I don't know when the last time, I'd like to know when the last time we had a 1,000-year storm would be. I mean, I hear about the 100-year storms all the time, but I haven't
can
heard
get you that.
1,000. But it sounds like to me we're still having double the coverage of a 1,000-year storm of being totally wiped out. Or not totally wiped, I guess that's the
Well,
term.
that's a good word, but so, yes.
So tell them, so we talked about the alternative, which you'll see here is the $100 million mark. But
Correct.
you need to go into it, as they say, eyes wide open, because the replacement value on this building and the jail is also exceeds that $100 million. So
Yeah.
that's what we have to balance and weigh.
And that's really another issue that's happening with the marketplace. When you're buying layers and you're buying 10 and 25, they're going to hit those layers a lot faster because of inflation and what's happened to the cost of building. We're getting the perfect storm here. And so that's another issue that you do have to think about. The values have not been reevaluated for 2 years, which you normally don't do, but every 3 years. Again, so, we could go back and say 125, but in looking at, I'm going to use this again, and there's a lot of different things. I look at what other public entities are doing, because we don't make this decision, y'all do. And Nueces County has always been a higher cat limit than any of the others. That's
good.
And again, I'm not, major hurricane comes in, you'll be glad to have it. Hurricane Harvey came in, it wasn't a direct hit to Corpus, and y'all know what y'all damages were done because there was a large claim and they settled it with y'all. So it's just a suggestion to you.
Is this going to cover the pier also or not?
No, you can't insure piers. Nobody wants those, unfortunately.
I mean, you can, but it's going to cost money.
I'm not sure there's any markets out there that'll insure a pier, to be truthful. They might charge you 300% for the limit. Right. Somebody would do everything for anything. But when we looked at the market ever, and it's harder today than it's ever been.
Now, it does include the buildings over land.
Oh,
It
yes.
just doesn't include the pier over
That's
water.
correct. Now, one other item I'm going to bring up before, but so that you can understand the suggestions that we're saying here. It's the difference, if you look at that first sheet where it says option 1, increase, decrease, at the very bottom it says 503,443. That's keeping everything just like it was. Option 2 is decreasing the cat limit to 100 million. It shows also the same credit on the flood. That's a huge credit on your flood insurance. And it adds it all up. It would be 182,988 increase.
I liked you better last year, Tommy.
You know, I haven't really liked this job as this last years, but it's, it's a friend. Now, I'm going to point out one other thing, because flood insurance concerns us. There's a last page in your handout. It's going to show you what at the beach, which is Mr. Chesney's area, has flood insurance presently. When the market was softer 3 or 4 years ago, they would throw in free flood, but you still had to have primary national flood insurance. So if you look at that sheet right there, the only ones that have flood, if you go to the far right, it says flood building value and flood contents value, okay? The Padre Valley Park office, we're in the process of trying to quote flood on. It was in your previous program for the 500, and if you wonder why there's 500 on some of these, that's the maximum you can buy through the National Flood Insurance Program. So flood out there is very expensive, even though it went down. So there was a discussion possibly of what you should insure and not for flood out there on a value, because flood's very expensive out there because it's going to happen with the surge. And so there was discussion maybe of self-insuring on anything under 200. It's something that y'all should probably decide or discuss. But we're still going to, in the process of the Padre Valley Park office, quote the flood. It's quotable. Let's see, I think Missy, in that one, is that the one we estimated the 50,000 premium on? That's for Packery. The flood's a little bit of a work in progress still. When they changed the process, they changed it. It's very extremely hard to rate. And they've got some inconsistencies. So I'm just pointing out, so when a hurricane comes and they'll say, well, why didn't we have one of these other buildings insured for it, you'll see that it's not. The Briscoe King boardwalk deck covered areas is almost impossible to insure for flood too. It's just, it's not a building. So, you know, by floods, you've got to be a building. So I just wanted to point that out and maybe review, and if it's something that you want to see what flood would cost on every single building, we're more than happy to do that.
But
So-
we've got windstorm on all the buildings.
You have windstorm,
Right,
right.
okay. Which is,
What we thought we would do is, I think Scott is here, there was the concept of should we look at a threshold? For example, if you have something that's valued at over $200,000, would that be a good line in the sand, no pun intended there, to be able to say that should have some insurance? And that there are some bathhouses, Commissioner Chesney, that have those values if you'll look at them. But I think those decisions need to be made at least, you know, well, obviously quickly, but today, but with some coastal parks thoughts in mind. In other words, some,
well, he's suggesting a $200,000 threshold that would take several of those structures out that you're talking about.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
that would be up to the court, and
I mean, but I think we're looking for input is what we're saying.
I think.
I mean, Scott's here too.
You know, I mean, it's all a business decision. I mean, you know, it's
Well,
all
it is.
tough call, but
Those
I
are
think
tough calls because they're on the water. The other thing is Tommy yesterday was going to check with Mako. Did you guys get an answer back on Ivy McGee for flood?
No, I don't think so, Miss.
Okay, that's important. Commissioner, there was.
The reason why there wasn't enough time from the time we left.
Right, I'm sure. We have not verified that. If you have any ways to they were going to look into it, but they have not gotten back to us. I mention it in case you want to text them. That's very important for us to know.
The question was that we are aware of the contractor building that. And so it said, and originally they thought that his builder's risk should have flood, but when we texted him yesterday at the meeting, because we know him, he didn't think it did. He was going to verify it, and he hasn't gotten back to us.
I mean, I don't know how the builder's risk wouldn't, but.
Oh, I do. It could very easily on the water. It just depends on which one they're doing it with.
Right, if you're a builder that you're building on the water, wouldn't you have builder's risk? I mean, I would.
I just don't think we can
assume.
assume.
Flood is not it's like your homeowners. Flood's not an automatic inclusion.
Okay.
Flood's a different issue, and there's no standard market, so
Well,
it still could be. We're trying to verify it.
Well, I guess, Judge, we need to just maybe make some sort of
Yeah, we just got to make a
policy.
decision.
Well, we need to make some sort of policy, mandate to where if people are building stuff for us on the water, that they have to have flood insurance. I mean, we just need to include that in our contract. So I don't know if we can make that a motion because it's germane today or to this.
Brent, there was a discussion that it might have been in the original requirements. The question is it in the insurance program with the certificate? That's what we're trying to find out.
Right.
Let's wait till we get some, info. It was definitely a requirement to have the appropriate insurance. It's just whether or not we can correct. Just very quickly here. So if you don't mind, maybe we could quickly move through these decision-making trees that we have to go through. The first is whether to scale debt back to that $100 million option.
Judge, let me ask you just real quick before it, so I don't forget, on the flood stuff.
Yeah.
If you're staying on that just for a minute, if you I haven't had a chance to add it up, but I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 buildings that are under that 200,000 threshold, and so let's say, and they're not all $200,000, but just to be simple, if you multiply 13 times 200,000, you're looking at $2.6 million of potential exposure, and it's not that much because they're not. Some of these are 4,000 and 50,000, right. So I don't want to overstate that. So maybe it's more like 2 million or $1.8 million, but that's something that. What is that million? How much does it cost for that $1.8 million?
Why don't we go back? And I know you're trying to decide this today, but if you wanted us to do 100, what it would cost anything 100 or more. I'm not trying to complicate this, Judge. It's whatever y'all would like us to do.
Well, I think the question is how much does it cost for that $2 million of coverage that we're self-insuring? How much would it cost extra for us to buy on an insurance? Because if you add up those under 200 threshold that y'all threw out there, right? There's about 13 buildings that fall under that. So add that up and tell us what that coverage costs, and we can make a more educated business decision on that. Do we have to decide this today? Do we have to?
That's the judge, y'all's decision. We can get it rated and done as fast as we can. It's getting into hurricane season.
Yeah, I think we need to.
I get it.
I think we can look again on the flood. If you wanted to run some, I'm again trying to make some mathematical.
We can come back to it later today, Judge.
Attenuation.
More info.
Yeah, on the flood piece of it, just the flood piece of it. It's just the flood coastal parks that we have to make that decision. But just so you know, I think what Commissioner Chesney's saying is that the flood insurance, again, last year we paid $132. This year we're paying $70. All right. So we're paying $70 for coverage on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major buildings. And those 5 major buildings represent value of 1.1518, $2 million. So you can make a general guess that if you doubled the premium right now, that would equal covering all of them.
That could be a possible guess.
I'm guessing based on the mathematical reasonableness of it all. And so if you wanted to make that suggestion, then what you're looking at is another $70,000, which is exactly probably what we played last time, more or less.
Or maybe
and that's giving us a few optionalities of not covering the one that's, we can self-insure for the one that's $4,000, let's just say.
Yeah, and the 40, and maybe it's.
Why don't you X the ones you think, and what we can do is we take our lunch break, roundtable with Scott, and then we'll come back and just do flood after lunch or something.
Okay.
What do you think, Scott? You see what I'm saying? Kind of ID for us. Come on up.
But you're working on the Padre Valley you said the office, because that's a big one that's not on here yet, so we know it's going to go up.
Yeah, they're working on that. You're going to have I.B. McGee multipurpose building come back online in September, October. And you're going to have to go buying coverage with that once we get our WPI 8 certificate for wind and flood.
But we can't cover it until.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just making you aware of that.
Yeah.
The only other thing on here that I see that is really critical that we should consider are the lift stations. The lift stations are the most vulnerable to flood. You cannot elevate those above basic flood elevation. You just can't do it.
Okay.
And if those get taken out, you lose your whole infrastructure for the entire park. Because everything goes to those lift stations and everything moves it out to either the City of Corpus Christi system or Port A system. And so it's the most critical piece of infrastructure you got that's tied to every single structure.
Right. So, agreed. So, Tommy, we think that once you star the ones that you think he should cover, get a quote on, and then the court could vote on that.
Are the lift station covered separately?
They're covered, but they're vulnerable. I'm sorry.
Do you mean covered as an insurance, or he means like coverage?
They're in a housing, like a little CMU block.
I'm saying
I think he's
insurance.
the homonym.
No, they're not. They're not. And we ran into that after Harvey, especially at I.B. McGee. Even if I could have brought facilities online, I couldn't do it because I couldn't do anything with my Blackwater.
So how much would it be to cover them?
Well, that's the whole point. We're going to get Tommy to give us.
The reason I'm bringing this up, again, we weren't your agent in Harvey. We want to make sure y'all understand what's covered and what's not, show the pricing, and y'all make that decision.
Okay, yeah, I think whatever cost us, cost us the most, they had to really go back and really think about this thing. We don't want to go through the same thing, having to pay those things that weren't even covered.
Again, this is not what's going to kill us here on the insurance. Let me go back to because it's good. I mean, you can, with another 70 grand, you could put everything on the table. So I think what you're needing the court to just make a decision is just tell us which facilities you want covered, and we'll take care of it.
So you're saying 70,000 will cover everything, the lift stations too?
The covering what we did last year, the premium exactly went down 70-something thousand. So we could make the assumption, again, it's rated through the National Flood Insurance Program, and so we don't know it till we input everything in there. But we assume all of these others went down, that with you taking the same value of almost 2.7, it should wipe each other out where you can cover everything for the same premium you paid last year.
You see,
which is going to be an overall increase in premium based on options 1 and 2. We're still going to see an increase. Right?
That's correct. But you cover everything in coastal parks.
Right. No, I agree. For flood.
For flood.
And then are all these buildings covered for windstorm? All of them?
Gosh, I don't have the schedule right in front of me.
We've had this process for 2 or 3 years. They should be by now. All these buildings should be covered.
Yes, the answer is yes. The lady that knows the schedule just told me yes.
Well,
Missy Stecker.
Missy's here.
Windstorm, then we probably should cover them for flood. I mean, I would think. I mean, maybe not the $4,000 bill.
I mean, I wish we could have the savings, right? And by the way, the savings, you may have mentioned this, is as a result of technology. So the savings comes to us from GPS technology rather than using the old-fashioned floodplain maps.
That's correct.
So we got the $70,000 savings. And now what we're saying here, court, is you could have no savings, but you could have huge coverage here, i.e. most likely everything. But we won't know that exact dollar until they input it into the computer. But that's based off the reasonableness of what we're seeing for those that they did evaluate.
So, but was the parks building wasn't covered with flood before?
No, which one?
It was not.
I.B. McGee. I mean,
No,
Padre Valle.
let me see. Are you talking about? Let me ask.
Padre Valle.
No, the Padre Valley was. It was this renewal that the Amherst took the flood off. That's why I'm bringing this up.
But it was covered, right?
Yes.
I thought we had.
Yes, it was. That's why we're bringing up this list today, because in the hard change of it, they didn't want to provide flood. The reinsurance no longer allows them to on a coastal piece like that.
I would think, Judge, under 100, we'd be okay to self-insure, but over that, we at least want to get a quote. I mean, just, right? I mean,
I agree.
Is that reasonable?
we just need a motion for a threshold.
Second, a motion?
I'll motion, go ahead, take it.
No, go ahead.
Your motion was for a $100,000 threshold to be included in the flood insurance premium, and to direct our broker of record to get those quotes and add it to our overall selection here. And there's a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And just because we're extra careful, Scott, go back through the list again, make sure everything under 100 you think is, properly self-insured.
Contents too?
You can add contents,
It's a
yeah.
cumulative. Do you want to do is your motion cumulative,
Well, but it might not
Commissioner?
be a one-star.
For 100, is it contents and building?
How does this quoted?
The most, when you're doing an
Individually.
NFIP quote, you can do 500,000 on the building and a maximum of 100,000 on contents. Contents, if it's attached and part of the building, is building. But there could be up to 100,000 for contents.
But the $500,000 is.
Maximum for the building.
Will cover the contents inside the building.
The 500,000 right now you have, unless it shows contents, is building only.
So does
Okay.
any of this flood have contents in it now?
Yes,
It
you
does.
you
So
can see.
whatever, my motion is whatever this has, we do a quote for the rest of it at the $100,000 building threshold.
On that schedule, Mr. Chesney, it shows the building and the contents value for each building.
So his motion is to keep it consistent with how you have tackled all the other buildings that are quoted here.
Yes, we
building
okay.
would
Okay, so
we
you
understand.
feel clear now?
Yep.
Yes, we
So
do.
that motion is on the floor, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That takes care of your flood, okay? Now let's go back to the 100 million, which represents 34% of our overall value.
34% of our overall value.
And will you mention to what you mentioned to me that was, I thought, valuable info to have the court consider, which is that I said, how do without revealing names, how do our other jurisdictions fall?
They fall anywhere.
30, 35, you said, I think?
We have an entity here that's building a lot of big buildings and adding them, and so theirs now is only at about 22%, but it's something they're readdressing.
And you'd like us,
CCISD, because they're adding on such expensive high schools, and so as you keep adding more and more high value, eventually you're going to have to raise your threshold. But they were always about in the 30 to 35% range until all of these new properties have been added on.
so is that a decent goal? That's a
We
a
chose,
range?
it was coincidental that we chose 100 and it ended up at 34%.
Okay.
And 34% is definitely in the norm. You're not in the lower portion.
Judge, I think it's a tough call. I mean, we could be the smartest people in the world or the most foolish for not having more insurance, but I think it's a reasonable number that everybody else seems to follow. And quite honestly, looking at the increases too, I mean, you have to take that into account as well. So, I mean,
There's one
I'm okay with
statement
it.
that I'd share. Y'all's is a little unusual because a large portion of your total
Coast.
value is sitting right here
Yeah.
and in the jail.
Yep.
They're both right here together. The others are dispersed around. So a tornado could possibly be the thing that would just wipe out both. But what are the chances? I'm just bringing up
Please
that
don't
that's.
say it.
don't, yeah, please.
I know,
After the
I
last
won't,
couple
I
of
won't.
years, we're going to not take that.
The only thing I want to do is just before we finish this conversation and call for a vote, I do want to turn to Dale and just say, Dale, this does represent, no matter whether it's option 1 or option 2, our first big contingent liability. Again, you don't have to weigh in on the decision-making, but what about the 182? Is that something that we can, I'm sorry, is that right, 182?
Yes.
Okay, 182. Do you have a feel one way or another? Because it's kind of an ouch on the 503.
Well, Commissioner and Judge, as we go through the budgeting process, we have other contingent balances coming up with our CBA salary increases, as well as our other personnel action requests that are our salary increases. So until we know those exact balances, the least impact you have, because we know we have a small increase for some, there are some large increases. So if the 100 million is 34%, that's about where the threshold is. I would probably recommend option 2.
Okay. I called her in to meet the Carlisle group to also go over this. You're a former auditor, you're a court manager. Always happy to have your input too. This is the first time I think that we've really had a tough decision because it's weighing it's just such a differential. What gives me pause to say, okay, is that 34% norm. And however, I certainly would love to hear from other commissioners at this point before we ask for motions. Commissioners? Anybody else, I should say? We've already heard from Commissioner Chesney.
My concern is we have to be practical with this, try to find the right balance, and I think that everybody has worked to get us there. I mean, I know there still may need to be some adjustments to meet some concerns, but I support what's before us, that there's a level of coverage we have to provide that covers to hopefully worst case scenario, but we know we can't have total coverage. But the reality is we have to find a price that's going to be something that we can afford as well. But I mean, there is, the only thing is I worry that, not everything is covered, and, individuals, they for their own, if they have the means, try to cover everything they can in their own coverage, and that the county can't, is concerning. But like you said, I mean, there's school districts and other entities that have to really basically operate the same way because of the price point. The way that the market is right now, it's just not feasible to really cover at 100%. So I'm good with what we have, unless there's any other concerns.
Okay. Two little highlights to point out. We already talked about the automobile liability going down ever so slightly, but there's a little savings there. One of the ones that kind of catches your eye is let me see, where was it? Oh, well, that is which is the one where, is that the $2 million coverage? Yeah. No. Tom, I'm looking for the.
When y'all had to increase your limit on your auto liability from 1 to 2 million last year, I'm doing this out of memory. That was I think it cost an extra $35,000, and that was a requirement. Enterprise,
Okay.
just to kind of refresh your memory, Enterprise required it, and then
Got
the
it.
other, and the cemetery. But the cemetery is a very, very small part. It's 3 vehicles of y'all's fleet versus the rest.
70 or something. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? Okay. Is there a motion then?
Second.
All right. So, and is your option 2 your motion, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. Option 2 is the motion, and there's a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. You now have marching orders both on the flood piece of it plus the property and casualty piece of it. And let's stay quiet from June to September.
And, on behalf of us and our staff, we very much appreciate y'all allowing us the opportunity to be part of your team, because that's how we feel like we are. Thank y'all.
You guys are great. Chase couldn't join us today, but boy, is he a wonderful asset, as well as Missy. And this chart was incredibly helpful and very instructive. You guys worked so hard. You did not provide to us, or maybe you did, to the whole court, the marketing summary. But if anybody wants to understand how many markets we went out to get these highly competitive bids to be the lowest they could be, I think has a copy of that. And if she doesn't, we need to get her copy, Missy. But you guys, to create this bingo board here, it takes a tremendous amount of work. So I just wanted to express our gratitude on behalf of the county. It is a difficult market, and we know you did the best. You were still tweaking numbers lower yesterday. So, okay, thank you all.
Judge,
Yep.
just a quick housekeeping on regular agenda.
Let's do
item
it.
number 17, since that's no
Let's
longer
do it.
necessary, I was just going to make a motion to table that indefinitely.
Table item number 17. Motion and a second. Is there, all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye. It's the.
Oh, yeah.
Table 17, actually to infinity and beyond.
Yep.
Long term.
Also, there's a table on item number 1. Miss Hilliard's son was graduating from Incarnate Word today. Ms. Hilliard's son was
Oh,
graduating. There's a graduate, and so we have a reschedule with the court. I'm certain that it's coming. I just don't know the date in June.
Motion to table.
Thank you. Item number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then if there is an opportunity, we can now move to, I'm looking at the room, we can move to the game rooms, and that's item number 22. I'll be happy to take public comment at this time, and then we can work with Jenny. We've had the opportunity to review. I've got it in order the way y'all signed up, so let me just call it that way. It's Will Martin first, followed by Suzanne Taylor. And so, well, Suzanne's going to go, okay, no worries. Go ahead.
Judge, are we going to run the timer for this, since it's
Yeah.
not true public comment?
You're okay. I know you guys will understand. We've got at least 8 of you, 9 of you. You'll take good care, I know, to watch your time. Go ahead.
So I want to refer to the email I sent y'all last
ma'am.
night and this morning. We are just asking for the wording that I've given the county attorney and now y'all that we spoke about at the last meeting. It comes from the Texas Local Government Code, and it also refers to the, amusement redemption machine. It's just a definition, and it comes from the 2 codes. It comes from Texas Administrative Code and the Texas Local Government. We're just asking for that to be put in at 1.4B.
And I'm just going to refer those comments to county attorney at this time. She's got your email.
Yeah, we talked yesterday, we've been back and forth, and she said that she couldn't make that decision, that y'all had to make that decision. That's the reason I brought it forward.
There are some ramifications to that, which we'll explain in a moment after public comment, that is the policy decision.
Fair enough. She's going to explain it to us. We'll get to weigh in. Thank you for anything else?
No, if that's all that.
Thank you.
Will you have better explanation?
All right, thank you.
My name is Will Martin. It's been 3 years, Judge, since I first sat in office with you and Sheriff Hooper. We started on this road to getting rid of these illegal game rooms. And we went through a pandemic, and we're getting close to the finish line here. This changing of, on page 3 of 14B, amusement redemption machines, it's there for protection of y'all, and it's also a protection for the bingo hall. Make sure we have compliant machines in there, and the only thing you can win off of those machines is a gift certificate that is only redeemable there at that bingo hall for a bingo product. So it helps the charities make a little more money and brings more crowd in. And we appreciate your consideration on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and next we're going to have you already know. No worries. Just announce.
Hello, good to see you again. Suzanne Taylor here on behalf of the charities. I thought I would just let you know, I work with multiple charities that use bingo games. One of the ones that I work with is Big Brothers Big Sisters. I work with Pee Wee's Pet Adoption, the Corpus Christi Navy League, Lost Pet Hotline, and Dobie Haven. I am the treasurer for Dobie Haven, Lost Pet Hotline, and the Corpus Christi Navy League. So I'm very well aware of what bingo funds we receive and what's done with the bingo funds. And something that I heard somebody talking the other day was about where the money's going from bingo. 100% of the net proceeds from bingo games go to the bingo charities. The Lottery Commission has a lot of requirements. We've mentioned, the hundreds of pages of requirements. They require, one of those requirements is that all expenses must be necessary and reasonable, and all the books and records are audited for compliance, and at least annually. They come in and monitor by the quarter. They'll ask for, give me the second quarter of this year. They look at all the expenses. They look at where the money went. And the money that organizations even send to their general accounts, you have to bring records of where the charities spent the money. And it has to be in compliance with their IRS nonprofit status. So it's very, very regulated. It's complied. And once again, the money goes right down to the bottom line, which is the charities. And because I work with the books of these charities, I can tell you I see where that money comes from, and I see how helpful that money is. And that's why the game rooms, I mean, first we have COVID, and then I'll give you big brothers, big sisters. We make our money, we have a dinner, and people come to the dinner, and they pay for the tickets and stuff. Of course, during COVID, there was no dinners, there were no fundraising opportunities that we'd been doing. And so when game rooms came in and took the money out of the bingo halls, that was a 1-2 on all of the organizations. Glad to see that we're doing something to regulate game rooms. Bingo has regulations, game rooms have you have a massage parlor, it has a regulation. You have a nail salon, it has regulations. Any business that's bringing in the kind of money that goes into the game rooms needs some kind of regulations and oversight. And I want to thank you again for going to the effort to put that together and look at it and come up with something. Thanks.
Thank you. And Susie Saldana? Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. You're absolutely right. You're next. It says Betty Sheets.
Very quickly, all I would like to tell you is, first of all, I would like to clear up something because I'm not sure if it's clear. The charities in the bingo hall are the charities that are licensed to play in the bingo hall. Those charities have been licensed by the state of Texas. Other charities are charities that have their status from IRS, but they are not licensed to play in a bingo hall. When we ask for a donation for charities, that, in other words, say you have a charity you like. We understand that, but what happens is when COVID hit and all this hit, we were hurt. Not your charity. It was a bingo that was hurt. I just need to be sure that you understand charities are charity. I wish all of you had a charity in the bingo hall. But besides that, the one and only thing I really want to tell you is it's not readable, but I'll try my best. It was given to me last night. Betty, thank you for food for my 2 babies. We love you and we appreciate it. Keep up your good work. Thank you. And a can of Similac was $27 today.
Goodness.
It wasn't that much a year ago, I don't think. But we're doing it. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
And again, some of you have spoken already, so I'll just ask you to stand. But Eddie, would you like to go next? You're fine. Okay. Sure. I've got Susie and Kathleen White. Ms. Saldana, you're next. Is there anybody else I've missed on the chart? Okay. It'll be Ms. Saldana followed by Kathleen White.
Commissioners, I kind of want to walk you through something.
Okay.
Because this thing, every time I have come up here, the bingo people are here. And they keep saying, we've been working at this for 3 years. Yes, they've been working on it for 3 years to get rid of their competition. That's what they've been doing. They want to get rid of their competition. And as a consumer, and I've told you that I don't represent any game room, I represent myself and the people that play in those game rooms. I don't play bingo. I've told you that before. I sure will make sure that nobody plays bingo, because if we cannot have a good time, they're not going to tell us how to do our time and how to spend our money. What I'm here to tell you is I looked at your draft. Mm-hmm. I know the county attorney has been working with them for 30 years. She's met with me once. Okay? There's a big difference in listening to somebody for 3 years and meeting with a person one time. A big difference into the input. What I'm looking at you is to look at this regulations. I don't have a problem with your regulations. What I do have a problem is you trying to limit the hours that those game rooms are going to be regulated for. From what is it?
It's noon right now.
11 to 8 or something like that they're on
I
there?
think it's noon right now.
It's noon to
noon to
midnight on Sundays through
Noon
Thursdays
to
and 2 to 2.
8? So you're going to tell me that I can only go there from noon to 8?
No, it's
No.
Susie, it's noon to midnight on Sundays through Thursday and 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays.
And
So,
what is your
So-
recommendation?
So you're telling me that it's 2 p.m. on weekends till 2 a.m.? Okay, that sounds good. Sounds fair. I don't have a problem with that.
And then the
What's
other
the one for the weekday?
noon to midnight.
Midnight.
Midnight. Wish it was a little bit earlier, but if that was you come up with a conclusion, I would prefer it 11 to that time. But you have also come to a good understanding of what it is that we as consumers want
Okay.
in the game rooms. Also, I'm sick and tired of hearing about the regulations that the bingo halls have. You want to give me 133 pages of regulations, give them to me. Make it legal for me to go out and get money out of the game rooms. Want to do that? Give it to me. Give it to me. It'll be abide by. Don't cry about it because you're doing it, because you're pulling pull tabs. That's not bingo. Pull tabs take a lot of money from people. You want to worry about people not having money for their groceries? Look at those pull tabs and the way they go. Look at the extra things that they have in the bingo halls. Look at what they sell their food for. Look at the money that they make. And then tell me that it's going to charities. When they tell you it's going strictly to charities, somebody go and audit them, please, and find out what it's really about. I'm asking you, thank you for taking this up, because every one of you have constituents that go to the game room. And trust me, they talk to me. Every one of you says, well, Brett Chesney's my person. And there are people from the island that come all the way over, okay? There are people from Robstown that come all the way over. There are people from all around South Texas that come over to the game rooms. Just regulate them, do the right thing, give us our choice on how we can do things. Don't let a few people dictate what the rest of us want. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathleen White.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for hearing me again. I'm here today. I came today because I needed to express the need for the language in this county ordinance to be consistent with the Texas Administrative Code and the Texas Lottery Commission, so that we're not caught in between the different languages and unable to have the games that are anticipated under the ordinance. But having heard all these comments, I guess I want to also comment on a couple things like that Ms. Saldana said, with no disrespect intended to her. I've had one meeting with the county attorney. What we've been working on for 3 years is to try to get law enforcement to enforce the state gambling laws, and that's what we're hoping that this provides them with the tools that help them to do that. We have not been working on this particular ordinance with the county attorney for 3 years. Number two, and very importantly, the reason we talk about the bingo regulations is because what we're asking for in the game room regulations is a very minuscule, minor level of regulations compared to the regulations that we deal with year in and year out and all the time. And so that's why that's brought up. Now, another thing is the bingo halls are not trying to get rid of the game rooms. We're trying to get rid of illegal game rooms and provide for a way to regulate the existing game rooms to ensure that they are legally operated under state laws. And I thank y'all for your time and your effort. And we do need to make sure, the language that Margaret talked to y'all about and emailed y'all about. Months ago, I sent y'all a bunch of projections compared to Victoria County, and what we could expect with those redemption machines that are allowed under the Texas Lottery Commission rules. And that language would have to be necessary, or all of that projections that I did would be null and void. Does that make sense?
Just repeat that.
About 6 months ago, I did some projections based upon Victoria County, and that language that we need changed within the Victoria County, so they were able to run those redemption machines. If that change is not made in Nueces County, then those machines would not be able to be operated under Texas Lottery Commission laws. They would not be in the bingo hall, and therefore those projections that I sent y'all would be null and void.
Okay. The language needs to.
It has to be consistent
in order to show those projections.
That's right. We have to have the language in this ordinance correlate with what the Lottery Commission allows and what the Texas Administrative Code allows, or else it can't be. And then they wouldn't exist.
Okay, and Jenny's going to get to hopefully weigh in on this. Okay, fair enough. Anybody else wants to weigh in here? Okay, I'm going to turn to Jenny. Of course, you're always welcome to follow up. We may have to do a bathroom break here. But Jenny, if you're all right. Okay, I'm going to let Jenny, I will take a bathroom break, but let's do Jenny first to keep it consistent. Go ahead.
The problem with having a certificate that could be used for, say, further play, that's not allowable for the redemption machines on what the county's responsible for. Okay, so you can't go in and say, I'm going to win the ability to play more times, because then you very quickly can run afoul of the winning something that's no more than $5 worth or 10 times the amount of play. So then that's a variable that is not controlled. Okay, so as far as adding the part that says a gift certificate, if we can possibly tailor, and Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, if the gift certificates can be solely for items that don't say not more sessions, not more cards, something at the game room that is a non-game item, that we can probably work with.
Gina, I have a question. According to the wording that we have there, is the machine saying when you go in there to play?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You go in there to play.
I can get you the microphone, Commissioner.
No, it's okay.
It's right there.
Well, my back's hurting too. I know that's good. But when the machine's playing and you come up with already the $5 or whatever it is.
It's per round, per game.
Okay.
So you can win up to 5 per pull, click, whatever.
Okay, so you win 5. Say you win. I'm there for 20 minutes, right?
Right. Or 10 times the amount of play, whichever is less.
Okay. But I can win more than one $5
Correct.
toy, right?
So at the end of the day, you could have a large payout.
Okay. All right. That was my question. I thought you had to, once you get it, you have to stop. So, but I'm not. Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. This is Matt Dennis from the County Attorney's Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. And just to quickly piggyback on what Ms. Dorsey was saying, basically, yes, the way the game room ordinance are written, you can have game rooms so long as it's like Chuck E. Cheese prizes. However, when we get to bingo halls wanting to give gift certificates, there's an OAG opinion on all fours on the issue and a TAC opinion that says you just cannot give out bingo gift certificates. They got to give out the Chuck E. Cheese prizes. So if they have machines in there, they need to be giving out the same kind of prizes that a game room would be giving out, as opposed to those only redeemable bingo hall certificates.
So you're saying that the bingo rooms have to follow the same guidelines as far as the machines are concerned? If they have machines in the bingo rooms now, in the bingos, and then those machines have to also meet those requirements, you can only win $5 gift, right?
That is correct. They're going to be subject to the same limitations as any other game room with regards to prizes, and that excludes the possibility of giving out a bingo gift certificate that would only be redeemable at whatever bingo hall
Because
that's
it
the machine.
probably costs more money. But
Yes, that would be what the TAC opinion and the OAG opinion state, that it would be basically a quasi-cash item, therefore would preclude it from the fuzzy animal exception that makes gambling legal in that limited circumstance when we're talking Chuck E. Cheese or Dave & Buster's.
let me ask you this, one more, and I'm probably through. So if say for instance on that machine, you win in tickets. I mean, I don't know if you win in tickets or not. Maybe you are. You win in tickets, right? And those tickets that you go and can you turn in those tickets for a certificate later on?
No, depending on based on the case law, there is a Supreme Court case where they would give out Visa gift cards or Walmart gift cards. That's absolutely not allowed. Okay. There's a TAC opinion and the OAG opinion that says you're not even allowed to give it out if it's for a fungible item like a token to play a bingo game later. Okay. You can't do that. You could get like a pencil eraser, a hat, a stuffed animal, Chuck E. Cheese kind of prizes. That's totally okay.
And no food.
I don't believe you can get food, but we can look more into that issue.
Okay.
So having that opinion, Kathleen might have a question, but what I'm going to suggest is probably new information coming to you guys. No, not new information.
No. Well, the AG opinion is, but I don't know the details or the facts and circumstances of that case. But where Commissioner Gonzalez was saying, if you go in and you play at a game room and you play 10 times, you can win more than $5 or 10 times the amount because it's on each play, okay? These gifts, these record redemption tickets are based on the exact same state law and rules. They're not in excess. So when you're going into a game room and you play and they give you cash that meets the $5 or 10 times, and we're talking about these redemption machines give you a certificate instead of cash for that exact same dollar amount. And so these are not in excess of the state law rules. They're the exact same rules that the game rooms are abiding by.
If we add that dollar amount in there, would that clear it up?
And maybe this is something we can bring up in executive, but I don't, and stop me if I'm talking too much here, but I don't think so. I think it's because the nature of the prize is something fungible that you could get from a bingo hall. I could do some more follow-up research. And
both are non-cash. In all instances, it's non-cash. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
what I was going to suggest is that it might be a perfect opportunity. I can take a bathroom break for staff and me, and maybe you all can visit with Kathleen and folks about this very issue, and it's just good. I mean, it's that way you could show her and discuss it. I'm going to suggest that, Commissioners, I'd love to be able to do a recess. Could I have a motion for that?
How long would you like?
12 to, and you'd like to be included. How about 12:30, Brent?
So moved.
I've got a second by myself.
Just to be clear, before you,
Yes.
the county attorney's office does not provide legal advice or anything to non-court members or members of the community, just so that's out there.
I appreciate that. I know you understand that. She's not here to be your lawyer. She's here to be ours. However, if you're willing and amenable, it might help in the facilitation of today's meeting to share the information that you've just provided to the court.
Could we do something subject to, we could pass something subject to, y'all sitting down and doing this later so you get your 15-minute break too, like a subject to.
Oh, that would be nice, she says.
Right, just to, so it could be like a subject to further consultation, so we could pass the whole ordinance, include the language subject to the county attorney working it out or not, and if it's not worked out, then it doesn't stay in.
Okay, we can live with that. The only thing is, and it's, again, just up to how you all feel about it, there was some suggestion that
You can come back in 15 minutes.
And there are other issues that we need guidance on from the court.
Oh, well, then there's other
in the regulations.
Okay, so I think what we're going to wind up doing is tackling this at executive session. Maybe don't
Wait, do we
won't.
need to tackle an executive session?
Well, she just
Well,
said.
there are other issues for the court to make a decision on as far as, do you want to try to set a projected start date?
Oh, okay. No, we can
That's
do
not
that
in the
right
action
now.
yet. Okay, well, then we can take your break, Judge, and come back. I mean,
All right,
still
we'll go
want
ahead and take that break,
We'll make it 12:35 since we've sat here and talked.
and,
for
and you'll bullet point those
Okay.
for us so that we
Yes.
can move through them, and then you guys can roundtable, and you're still allowed to go to take a little break.
Yeah,
Matt's right
yeah.
here. He can start the conversation, and you can come right back. Okay. For the clerk, the time is 12:18 PM. All those in favor for that recess signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Okay, pose same sign. Okay, 12:18 PM till 12:35, Lorenzo, 12:35.
talk to.
I know. I'm with
Is Dr. Scott back in here? Oh, I lost her.
You gavel, so you're broadcasting.
I know. Doctor, I gavelled, and so I'm going to hold and pause because we have. Dr. Scott asked Commissioner Chesney to read one more time. So this is me opening public comment. Ed,
Public comment, if you can
please
just
go
sign.
ahead. I'll sign you up. I've got it right here.
Motion to reopen. Oh, you want to?
Yeah, motion, it's 12:44. Motion to reopen public comment is made, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
This is a release by the NAACP on the Corpus Christi Prayer Vigil Against Hate Crimes from Jeremy Lane Coleman, Chapter President 6168. After the mass killings of human lives in Buffalo last week, civil rights groups over the nations have organized prayer vigils for the lives lost and to reaffirm the NAACP's stance against all forms of racially motivated injustices against black citizens. As partners in the fight, together with more than 2 million activists across the country, the NAACP works to ensure equality of rights of all persons and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. The NAACP, along with elected officials, clergy, civil rights groups, and community leaders, have partnered together in an effort to acknowledge the lives lost during the mass killings in New York and stand firm against all killings in our city and nation. And I believe this is also to include the Uvalde as well. The location is the Solid Rock Church on date Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, time 6 to 7 p.m., address 3035 Air Street. That is, I'm just reading that from Adam Carrington and Jeremy Lane Coleman on behalf of the NAACP.
Thank you. We'll make sure that she knows that we read that here in our opening of public comment. So we'll close public comment at this time. And again, a little bit of, if you'll assist me here with patience, everybody, we were, when we last broke, discussing game room regulations. It's an item on our regular agenda. And I'm going to ask for your assistance here as we pause on that agenda item for right now and move to item number 5 to accommodate Scott Mears, who has to leave very shortly at 1 o'clock. Let me set the table here. It's item number 5. It is asking the court to discuss and consider adopting an order granting an exemption under section 262024 of the local government code for construction management services. Discuss and consider the selection of advanced construction management for professional construction management services related to IGSA projects. And then there's some other action items regarding the approval of the agreement with advanced construction, and discuss and consider the work authorization. So first we have to approve the method, then the selection of the entity, and then the work, which is scoped out in the approval of an agreement, and then finally the work authorization. So it's a little intensive.
Can you just tell me the number again? I apologize.
Sure. Item number 5.
Thank you.
So again, Scott Mears is on the line. He's been working with our IGSA team. For those of you that don't recall that acronym, it's Intergovernmental Support Agreements. And the very first one is ready to commence. And so the purpose here is to make certain that we have someone to represent us in these services. Just know that these services are reimbursed, plus we make 7% on the contract per the agreement. In other words, it's a pass-through.
I apologize.
Go ahead. I'm saying it's a pass-through. Go ahead.
And those are the key words I was wanted to reiterate. Also, this is just to get the agreement in place. I don't think they're moving forward with a project
I think
it's just the
Belinda's
agreement?
here. She can help. Are they, I believe there is a work authorization.
Right, there is. I'm sorry.
Yes, and Scott Mears is online if y'all have specific questions, but what is before y'all would be just kind of an umbrella agreement so that moving forward, as we have these task orders coming in from the Navy, we can get somebody on board pretty quickly. But also attached as part of your agenda item is the very first work authorization. We're very close to finishing up our very first task order that the Navy will be sending forward officially. And so on the agenda for your approval would be an order, the actual professional services agreement, and the very first work authorization. And the way we structured this was that we just kind of have an umbrella agreement. As work comes forward, we would bring the work authorizations to the court for approval.
All right. I will be happy to talk to, or let Scott unmute in case he wants to offer anything, but I'm going to go ahead and call for the discussion after I make the motion to select advanced construction management for professional construction management services relating to the IGSA.
Judge, I second that. I just have a couple questions.
Scott, go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner Chesney's here.
Dale,
Scott.
how do we have this set up with this? Is this going to be, we have an IGSCA account, we pay, because we have to pay Mr. Mears and then, or anybody related to this, and then they reimburse us, then we just bill them for it? How does that work?
It's going to be a normal process, normal expenses. We're going to be setting up a general fund account with a project code, and then when all the billings will be submitted to the Navy for reimbursement with our 7% commission. So the net effect for us will be zero expense because the revenue will offset the expense. Then we'll have the 7% additional revenue that'll go to the general fund.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you've got this set up, you're going to pay him, it's going to be reimbursed to us, and that goes back toward the general fund?
Correct.
And it comes out of the general fund?
Correct.
Also, gotcha.
Correct.
The commission that we make goes into the general fund.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
That was really all I have, Judge. I don't.
All right. I need to do that, and then we'll have to do the next little piecemeal. I'll try to combo them. All those in favor of the selection for the services signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then there's the approval of the agreement related to IGSA. And Belinda, everything is in order here. This is the agreement between Advanced Construction Management and ourselves.
Yes, the county attorney drafted this agreement, and Scott has reviewed it.
Scott, you're good with it? You excited about this project?
I am great with it, and I am very excited about this project.
It's great. You've been waiting a long time. Did you see Captain Jason here this morning? It was pretty exciting to have that designation of the best naval base in the country.
I did, and it's been a pleasure to work with the Navy-based leadership and the county leadership as we've worked through the preliminary stages of this initial task order. This is a really exciting opportunity, and I couldn't be happier to be part of it. So thank you for that opportunity.
Very exciting. So the next motion I have is to approve the agreement with Advanced Construction as written by the county attorney is accepted by Scott Mears. I'll make that as a motion. Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Now, the last part is the actual work authorization, and both Belinda and Scott can help identify. Tell us about this very first work authorization, and Belinda can fill any blanks. Scott?
Certainly. So this first work authorization is for the replacement of what will be 10 fire hydrants on NAS Corpus Christi as designated by their public works officer. So we've worked with the county and with the Navy preliminarily to kind of fine tune the scope and the content of their solicitation, which Belinda mentioned will be coming forward officially. But it'll be executing the replacement of those fire hydrants. And this task order for me is in support of the county, and it's the execution of that project.
Understood. Now, Belinda, anything to add here that we should know, or any questions of Belinda or Scott, Commissioners?
So we will be bringing forward, we obviously needed to get Mr. Mears on board, but we will be bringing forward this officially, the first task authorization. But I also wanted to let y'all know that they've even already started to reach out with a second project that we haven't yet vetted, but we
Awesome.
do see that there's more projects coming on the way.
Awesome. Okay, great. Lorenzo, I've got a motion No, I need a motion then. I'll make the motion for the work authorization for these 10 fire hydrants and ask for a second. Motion and a second. I'm just curious, Scott, is this work, we're replacing the hydrant, so it's something we purchase, or is it services? Just a little detail there, just so I can learn.
The Navy will actually provide the fire hydrants.
Okay.
We're going to provide, from the county side, the contract skilled labor
Got it.
to remove and install the new hydrants.
Very exciting. Okay, super. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Great. And before you go, let me just extend an invitation. Commissioner Chesney, base is in your precinct, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say, how would you like to be able to, on June 10th, join me and Scott Mears? You're now officially invited, now that you've been officially hired by motion of this court. The Secretary of Installations and Energy for the Navy is sending their, I guess, second in command to Corpus Christi to discuss IGSAs and future energy projects. Pretty exciting stuff. This is like, the number 2 person from the Navy Yard in this space. It's a she, loving that. Miss Sandra Klein. And I would really love it if you'd put it on your agenda, just getting the formal invites out now, but it's sometimes hard to make things happen. If you'd like to, if you want to defer to your brother here a veteran, you can do that. If you can't make it, to Commissioner Gonzalez, and we promise that if there's other opportunities, we'll include other commissioners. But I think this first one, since it's in your precinct, what do you say?
Says I'm going to be out of town on
Okay.
that day, or
Well, then-
I'd be happy to defer to Commissioner Gonzalez
If he wants to come, Commissioner.
Or any other.
You can,
I appreciate
or
the
any other
invitation.
commissioner. But Scott, if you'll mark that on your calendar, we'll send you that formal invite. Should be really exciting.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do.
They're talking big projects, so wonderful. That's it, right, guys? We got it? All clear now, Scott. You can get on to your next meeting.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
opportunity.
you. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go back to where we left off, which was the game room discussion. And Jenny, do you want to offer any updates?
I don't know if the court is ready to make a date like this. Logistically speaking, I don't know if all the pieces are in place, but we do need a decision at some point on an effective date of the regulation. And so before that, you might want to take into consideration the sheriff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's going to take seeing as
And the
which we have
clerk.
no infrastructure at all put in place for this, I think we can't make it effective too soon. I'm not trying to stall it, but because we don't have, we haven't even approved the application, we don't know how it's going to work. I would think we at least need 60 or 90 days for the sheriff to be able to put this all together. I mean, just to.
So I don't know if the court wants to suggest a potential date and then have us try to work towards that. But I think built into that should be the knowledge that you don't want it to go into effect without the infrastructure.
Well, and we can't even let people apply for permits.
Can we shoot for, I would say, August 1st, because that gives us, not August 1st, October 1st. So we're almost basically at June.
Yeah, June.
And so July, August, September, through the end of September is 90 days, so it just maybe matches our new fiscal cycle.
That's what I mean, September, but the end of September.
End of September.
October 1, just
End of
make it easy.
September, October 1.
Or sooner, if the sheriff and the clerk can, she's already submitted a permit application to us for our review, I believe, at the county attorney's office. And so I would just say, or sooner, if those folks want to bring it to us sooner. Or if not, we've got our
October 1,
date.
good.
That's my motion, so.
Second, October 1.
Motion and a second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And this holds the same hours that were discussed before, the 12 to 12 on Sunday through Thursday and the 2 to 2 on Friday, Saturday?
I think we ought to, I think we should alter that Friday and Saturday to give them a little more time, because again, these are now legal operating businesses that are not going to be able to do things without doing it. So I would let them open up a little earlier on the
Well,
Fridays and
instead of
Saturdays.
2 p.m. on the weekends, go back to noon.
To noon.
Yeah.
Sounds good. That would be my motion, or if we need to clarify.
No, I think we do.
Noon to 2, Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, noon to 2 a.m.
Noon, yeah, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
Was it Thursday also?
No, I think Monday through, Sundays
Friday
through
and Saturday.
Thursdays is
Friday.
12 to 2, and then
Yeah.
Fridays, Saturdays go noon to 2 a.m.
Noon to 2 a.m., yes.
Second that one.
Okay.
Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. And then did we do the subject to language on the
Not yet.
language that, okay, then I would make a motion that we accept the language as proposed by Ms. Baldwin, subject to it being worked out with the county attorney to meet legal standards.
Jenny, how do you feel about that?
Yes. We will look at that. The advisories, of course, from the Attorney General are that, they're advisory, so we can look at that 2012 opinion and see if there's significant change that would
Or maybe
make that
some,
different.
or maybe some language changes, just something that you're comfortable with. If you can't, then it doesn't get in, but if it does, then we'll leave that one with you, or at least we can move forward with getting the ordinance passed.
Okay.
Is that direction or a motion? Or?
There was a
That
motion.
I don't know if anybody.
So motion to accept the language, subject to. All right?
That learns it, good? Okay.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And is there any provision, are we allowed to have any kind of sunset clause in there to be able to bring back within a year and kind of revisit, or is that something we can just kind of
At any time-
designate to our court administration to keep track and then come back within a year to see what works, what doesn't, and, okay, thank you.
And I got one more, well, I'm sorry, is that okay? I had another, I would like to, we're putting something in place that regulates, and I know we put a lot, but to me, this illicit is a little strong to keep putting that in. We've got an ordinance in place, so I'd like to take out the word illicit and just, we've got an ordinance in place. I don't think we need to just throw salt on the wounds. So that's a motion, to take out the word illicit.
Jenny, what was your thought process there? Where did that language come from?
That language
Just to give
came
us some-
from the framework that was presented to us from other jurisdictions.
Yeah,
And so that is up to the court.
I think we've
What
got
is the
it.
process and what is the cause, and that's what's outlined there.
I just would like to take out all reference to illicit game rooms. This now regulates them and shows how they can do it legally. I don't think we need to just keep throwing out the word illicit. So my motion is to take out the word illicit and any reference to it in the ordinance.
That's going to significantly change the language on pages 1 and potentially 2 and wherever else. So we'll make those potential changes and submit that back.
Yeah, and it doesn't change the meat of the ordinance. It just takes out words that are inflammatory, in my opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think maybe the best way to say it is that it allows for, okay, motion and second, discussion. It allows for the courts, through the criminal justice process, to determine whether or not it's legal or illegal. Not that we are making any determination, because we're not a body that makes determination on those.
Yeah, I just don't want to make accusations that we don't, yeah. Doesn't change the teeth of the ordinance, that's all that matters.
We'll submit those changes.
Okay, just need to vote on that one, Judge.
All right, all those in favor, I want to, you'll bring it back though, right, Jenny?
Yes.
Okay, well, in that case, we'll get to look at it again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That's all I've got.
Yeah, just make sure that the illicit doesn't define illicit, because if it defines illicit, you want the word illicit in there, right? I know you know the difference. Okay, we are going to move on, which is really moving back, because we advanced.
Now we have to vote on the whole ordinance. Those are just
We didn't do that?
Those are just amendments.
Oh, I thought we voted on it subject to those amendments. Lorenzo?
I just made a motion. I didn't make that.
It was
I
just
made-
pieces so far, I believe.
I thought the first motion was.
First motion was the whole
thing, and
regulation
we started
subject
adding-
to. Yep.
Yeah.
We had a
Oh,
motion
hi, Dr. Scott.
subject to what?
Subject to Jenny, Go ahead, Lorenzo.
But it was a motion for October 1st, subject to Jenny discussing with the sheriff and the.
But that was the start date. But we still need to pass, do we not need to pass the resolution as a whole? That was for
Yeah.
the start date, I
I'll
agree.
be honest with you, I thought that the motion
Here.
was, and I understood it to be, that you were passing the regulations. You said subject to Ms. Baldwin's language being inserted and approved by the county attorney. That's how I thought it. We can revisit it. That was it, correctly? I think you're good, Brett.
That was correct. That was the second motion.
The second motion was
Was
just to.
accepting the language.
Accepting the language, but that didn't pass the ordinance. That just accepted the language subject to Jenny saying it was okay.
Well, if he tells you that it did, will you accept it? Because it says that we did.
It's not, well, that was my motion. That's not the motion I made. I'm just telling you, I made the motion to take the language of Ms. Baldwin to insert it.
It might be clearer to
make a
say,
motion.
pass it subject to the previous 3 motions.
Yeah, I would just make a motion that we
That's
pass
fine.
the final ordinance with the amendments
That's
that we
fine.
made.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. We've got a quarterly investment report. It ends March 31st, 2022. The investment committee met, and we have that investment report in front of you. Dale.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Take
As you
this.
mentioned, in accordance with Government Code Section 2255, we presented this investment report to the committee to evaluate the values of the information provided and approve for submission to the court. So we're going to go to page 1, where we talk about summary of cash and cash equivalents. You see that our total cash value as of March 31st is $217,734,171. If we compare that to March 31st, 2021, there's an increase of $94,451,553. That seemed like a significant amount, but as you remember, from this point to March, we have a lot of collections from our taxes, as well as a lot of our grants is coming in. So that is a significant amount, but it's still within compliance with what we've had in the past. The next line is our compliance measures. As required by our investment policy, we're required to have investments with no weighted averages in essence of 364 days, which we do not. Our total weighted average is 55 days. This is an increase of 49 days, but that seems like a lot. However, we were required to change our measurement authority when we worked with our external auditors, because Texas class, where we have majority of our values, is a next day value cash, so we can get the balance of the next day. However, they have their funds invested as well, so we have to use their codes. So that's why we have a 55 days, which was an increase to 49 days. If you see on the next line of our diversification, you'll see that we got a majority of our investments in our cash and bank, which is our Frost Bank, as well as Texas Class. That represents 99.8% of our balances. That seems like a lot high, but as we get to the interest rates and we get the last part of the report, we'll explain why we are in excess of the requirements that we have the investment policy. If you look at the very bottom of page 1, you'll see, which is a good note, our quarterly investment earnings are $43,411. If you compare that to December 31, that's an increase of $20,000. That's because of our interest rates are showing a slight increase in value, which is a very good value. If we go to page 3, you'll see the breakdown of each of our operations, our capital projects, our debt service, as well as our other funds. Our other fund includes our self-insurance fund, our special revenue funds, and our grant funds. You see as a total at the very bottom, $217,734,171 as we showed the balances. You see the pie chart at the very bottom is where our breakdown between cash and bank and cash equivalent. That's our tax pool, our tax class, and cash. And our investments right now are CDs, and they make 0.46% of the value. If you go to page 4 and page 5, we show a breakdown of the funds in our operating funds as well as our other funds and how they are either an increase or decrease from this same time of last year. As you see, the majority of them show an increase of a certain amount. The general fund showed a $1 million increase from last year to this year. Same thing with the road fund. Now, we did see some slight decreases, those for the law library. And that's because right now we're not using the law library as its function, so it's not seeing some money coming in as required. And we haven't done a few of our transfers as required. Same thing with our coastal parks. Coastal parks seeing a significant amount of expenses for the point in time, and if we go to this year to last year, and we believe those numbers will self-correct themselves. The last one at the very bottom of page 5 is our grants for our juvenile, but we just haven't received some funding for our juvenile grants. Page 6 and page 7. Page 6 is our portfolio diversification, as we mentioned. Right now, we have cash in bank as well as our Texas class is $107,363,000, and that shows 99.08%. Our maximum investment policy is supposed to be 85%. Our CDs is $192,632, and that's 0.92%. Now, why we're and we're exceeding the levels is because our current interest rate we're receiving from Texas class is 0.25. And when we went to our brokers dealers, we can get a 3 or 4 or 5 year CD at 0.4. We don't see, there's a lot of credit rate interest risk there. Why would you want to go to a 5-year interest to only 0.2% increase in rate? So right now we're carrying a lot of our balances in excess of those balances. We went to the investment committee, and we are all in agreement that we're doing the right value, but we continue to check our investments. And as you might realize, our Federal Reserve just did an increase in the interest rates. So we think those are going to be going up soon, and we believe we're going to be making some investments very, very soon. As we mentioned, our liquidity is at the very bottom of 55 days, as we mentioned earlier. Page 7, the very bottom, shows you our interest. Our interest shows you that from the last quarter, we went from 22,000 to 43,000, an increase of 22,000. The year went up a small amount because we saw the biggest increase but we saw a small. So we continue to see some large improvements in our interest rates, and we hope those will continue throughout the fiscal year. We're going to go to page 12 because the remaining pages where they're just showing you ladders of where our investments are at. If we go to page 12, we go to our portfolio holding by fund. And this is where we show you our operating funds, debt service funds, capital funds, and the percentage of each. As you see, our operating funds is 30.9% of the total. And of that amount, the general fund is 25.3% of the total. So the majority of our funds and our operating funds, it belongs to the general fund. Our debt service fund is 6%. Our capital projects is 35%, as well as our other funds at 27.7%. And that special revenue fund is where we have some of our balances for our larger grant funds. You see the pie chart below you break down. On page 13 shows you our broker dealers and how we allocate funds. Right now we're showing 3. We do have 4 however, one has changed names. We don't know how to have that information available to discuss that today. So on the next Commissioner's Court, we'll bring a change in name from a broker dealer to make sure we go back to the 4 we have. But as we see, we're trying to do a even distribution. Right now, Wells Fargo has the largest amount of shares, but we're trying to make sure that's accurate and stays equal amongst all of our broker dealers. Now, the important pages are 14, 15, and 16. If we look at page 14, 14 happens to be our comparison to what a 1-year Treasury note for the Federal Reserve is. As you see the bar chart below you, the line graph, we were quite equal there, but as you saw, the Federal Reserve has just issued a rate increase. So theirs is going up, they goes up pretty quickly, where ours doesn't go up because we're, again, invested in Texas class. And as we see more Treasury notes and agency notes getting a higher interest rate, we will move the money there, and our separation between those two won't be as drastic as we show on page 14. Page 15 shows you a 2-year Treasury. Again, 2-year Treasury, they also changed the rates there, so we're not as far off as we are 1-year Treasury by only 0.2%, but we're going to continue monitoring those balances. Page 16 is where we're talking about where our interest rates are. You look at the 3rd and 4th column. At the right, you'll see Texas class, and you'll see depository. Depository is our Frost bank account, and right now we're at 0.01%. For Texas class, we're at 0.29%. If you look at the same time back in 2019, for our depository was 2.06%, and Texas class was 2.58. We have seen some increases in our rate, as you see on Texas class. So you go back a few period of times, it's 0.06, then it went up to 0.007, 0.10, 0.12, and now we're at 0.29. So we expect that to continue to improve. We're going to continue monitoring our investments. My staff and the Treasury and Lorenzo can continue monitoring the investments we have. That's the quarterly investment report that we submitted to the investment committee for March 31st, 2022. And I'll submit this for your approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Before we get to the discussion, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. The investment report ending March 31st, and ask for any questions at this time. Okay, well, we got to like that at least the interest that we've accumulated the quarter looks better than it did last year.
It's basically turning around. We've seen some more improvements. As we saw, the last Burger Dealers information we have, we've seen a lot more at the 0.3, 0.4, 0.5% interest, but they're at 5-year rates. I don't think we want to go at 5 years at 0.5 when we know the rates might be turning around very quickly.
Exactly.
I thought you said 22,000 was the same interest? I thought I heard you say we made 22,000 last time this year.
If you look at the interest rates, from Texas Class, it was 0.05. Now we're getting paid 0.25, so it went up $20,000.
At the quarter.
Oh.
So the quarter has already matched all of last year.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference.
Yes.
Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye if there's no other questions.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Dale.
Merci.
We're going to move to the consideration of the allocation of our Family Protection Fee Fund. We have certain agencies that are the recipients. As soon as I do this, I'm going to turn to you, Dr. Scott. This is, who would like to, I thought I saw Rebecca here. Yeah. The Family Protection Fee Fund was going to help the following agencies: CASA, Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend, Family Counseling Service, CPS, it's the Community Partners Board, the ARC, and the Purple Door. Is there a motion to?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a motion in a second. Does anybody have any questions or want to ask any questions? This is something we do every year, I think.
That's correct.
And do you want to just remind everybody, it's in our packets, but how much the Family Protection Fee Fund accumulates?
This is a total of $30,000. So the fee is a total that we charging is $15.
Okay.
That's the fee that we get, and it's a total of $30,000. So
Thank
it's going to
you.
be giving $5,000 to each of these agencies.
Wonderful. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. JJ, you've been waiting patiently. This is a item to consider funding Flag for a Flag program and discuss an outside agency agreement with Scripps Media so that we could make this happen. And you did a great presentation last court with Pat Simon.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to just quickly give everybody an overview of what we're asking for?
Yes, ma'am. So again, this program will allow residents to turn in old tattered flags in exchange for a brand new 3x5 American flag at any of the 13 locations that we've designated. And this program will run from June the 10th through the 13th. And during those days, you can turn in that flag and get one new for free. The flags collected during this period will be collected and taken to the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery, at which point we will retire on Flag Day. We will have a Flag Day ceremony, and that's on the 14th of June. It will start at 10 a.m. And so we did partner with a local contractor, which is Esteban Homes, to build 13 flag retirement boxes, just like the one we have downstairs on the first floor. We're currently delivering those this week. And we have 13 locations, as I mentioned. I will mention those locations if that's okay with the court.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Bell Furniture in Rockport, NEC Co-op Energy on Saratoga, Mike Shaw Kia on SPID, Mike Shaw Toyota in Robstown, Jim Wells County VSO office, Claybrook County VSO office, San Patricio County VSO office, the Keach Family Library in Robstown. My office will have a box as well. Bell Furniture on SPID, Bell Furniture in Calallen, Bell Furniture in Kingsville, and lastly, the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery. At this point, Judge and Commissioners, we're looking for funding in order to help purchase 600 to 1,000 flags that we need to make this program successful. We're asking, if possible, for the court to fund. And the court administration and the county attorney's office has generated an agreement which allows the court to utilize outside agency funds to donate to the nonprofit organization we've partnered with, which is Scripps Media.
Thank you.
Yes,
And it was a $5,000 request?
that's what we're asking for, sir, collectively, yes.
Collectively. So, for example,
I'll give $5,000 myself for that plan. I mean,
Take it, sir.
well, that's great. Well, then I'll go ahead and add the 1,000 that I have, I believe, that's available.
yeah, I mean, that's,
Some of you do have outside agencies.
From Chattanooga?
Oh, okay. Well, the bottom line was the goal was $5,000. What we could do is ask Teresa. She had explained how we could use outside agency funds as long as we had this.
It can be for my, I don't need to be outside
That's
agency.
correct.
I'm just going to use it for my precinct funds, Teresa, if you're listening.
Okay. As long as we have the right agreement that Jenny's created, which we do.
Yeah.
Are they considered to be a nonprofit though?
Scripps Media Foundation is.
501c3.
We're using their foundation. If we were buying the flags, then we could do it, but in this manner of the time, June 14th being Flag Day, they're going to buy them and like, you know, the agreement will be able to create that opportunity for
So
us.
can we all participate? I mean, if
That'd be
Commissioner
nice.
Chesney.
Well, no, I don't need to take it all. I'm just saying.
No,
y'all
I
could-
mean,
But
y'all
you
can all
can wait
pitch
for it for next year too. I mean,
I'd like to help.
No, well, that's fine. Let's just.
1,000 from
Yeah,
each.
that's fine.
I mean,
And I'll,
Yeah.
and if we need more later.
I
then-
agree.
I'm willing
And
to-
Teresa's figured out a way to do it, so
Okay.
1,000 for each.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We
But now
appreciate
you
it.
know that if you get into a flag situation, to come back to court.
Yes, ma'am, I sure will.
But I just want
Okay.
to do it out of my precinct funds because
Correct.
I'm definitely out of outside agency funds.
Okay, I think Teresa's
Hey, Judge.
listening. Yes, hey,
Yeah.
Teresa, go ahead.
It's going to be coded as an outside agency contract, but the funds are just coming from your unallocated fund balance.
Okay.
Okay,
So
even
it's
better.
not your $20,000 that for your outside agencies, but that's where we'll code it.
That's great. So everyone can participate.
You still have monies in the outside agency, can you come from there?
Yes, sir. It's the same fund. It's just your special revenue from your fund balance.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Okay, thank you, JJ.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Semper Fi.
Oh, wait a second. We haven't have a motion yet. I motion to provide for $5,000 from that outside agency fund and apply the appropriate contracts, agreements with Scripps Media Foundation. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you, Judge and
Okay, much
Commissioners.
better. Now it's complete. All right, that takes care of page 6 of 9, and at this time, Dr. Scott, when you stepped out, we went ahead and read on your behalf, but why don't you made the trip in. I'd like to make certain you have a few comments. But Commissioner Chesney did a good job of reading the information that you left. And I'm reopening public comment, Commissioners, at 1:20 p.m. Public comment.
Thank you very much, Judge and members of the commission. And thank you for this morning for responding to that thing that
Yes.
I'm saying, my chills are just going down my back right now at this moment of even thinking about it. But in addition, the other reason I'm asking, maybe when I finish, might take a moment of silence, is because of the students killed in Uvalde at the school, where this young man went in and killed all these kids. And some of them, they're still doing the DNA test to match them for parents to know whose child was actually killed. Was it their child, or was their child just hurt, or what has happened? And I know I'm a volunteer over in the CCISD over Solomon Coles. And this morning we said to the principal and others, one of the things we need to do and talk with CCISD about is, in addition to that one security officer, whatever it is we have walking around the school, every door needs to be always locked or protected in some way, because especially at the elementary, but at the high schools too. But anyway, so I wanted just simply to ask us all to take a moment and just for a silent moment to bring up and pray for the families and those children we know have been killed, those who are ill or hit or injured, but they're not sure about them, so that they know whose child they are and where they belong. And just on behalf of that, to take a moment of silence, because this county in Texas, we know, very much cares about the range of things. Maybe just do one moment of silence. we're going to add to the agenda in the prayer vigil that we were doing against hate crimes in Buffalo and other places at the Solid Rock Church next week. We're going to add now certainly the young people and the families from Uvalde, and I hope and pray that there are no others, and certainly not in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. We'll close public comment at this time and move on to a series of items on top of page 7, and Director of Coastal Parks is here to guide us through. The first is to discuss and consider a funding source and approval proposal from TMI Solutions for the topographic survey of the potential Bob Hall parking lot, access road 6, and surrounding area. And welcome, Scott. We were just talking about that very important road, so that's something to get to message.
Commissioner Chesney funded the engineering portion of the parking lot with Road District 4 funds in the beginning. Now, I know that y'all have been undecided on reestablishing the parking lot. We know that we can't do it on the beach like we had before in the same footprint because the Texas Administrative Code is working against us. So, as you know, y'all gave me permission. I'm applying for a grant, no match required, for $5 million through the GLO. And if we get it, and I feel strongly that we have a good opportunity, it will pay for the parking lot itself to be constructed, and it will also cover what we call the sky bridge, the pedestrian access, the portion of the pier that comes over the beach and comes back into the parking lot and ties in your ADA parking. Let me make one clarification there, though. The ramp where it's at right now, the current ramp, will remain, and that road that runs along the dunes will be repaired and connected to that ramp. So now all your service trucks, your maintenance trucks, everything uses a ramp, and all your public are over here. They're not commingled. Now, somebody could still walk up the ramp if they want to. But so what I'm asking of the court today is, in order for this project with the parking lot and the sky bridge, which Jacobs is working on, to be shovel ready, if we get the grant funds, I need to get the survey done. And I don't have any dedicated funding for this particular survey. You've got $26 million that you've allocated for the pier itself and the things that y'all decided you want built back on that pier. But you haven't allocated money for the sky bridge, the parking lot, or the public plaza. This GLO grant will help me get 2 of those 3 done. And so, but I'd like to be able to say it's shovel ready when I submit it. But somebody's got to pay for the survey work.
So the only problem is that you're looking for Road District 4 money, and we didn't post a Road District 4 meeting, Judge, today. So
I noticed, yeah.
Is Go Mesa a potential funding source for this, just so you can move forward on it?
Not yet, because I've got, I don't want to make that commitment, sir. And if you aren't comfortable doing this right now, then
I have an idea,
It's more because we
Commissioner.
didn't post a meeting.
Yeah.
Commissioner, what do you think about, for now, approving it with the funding being covered at this moment with the certificate, with the funding that we have inside the $26.33 million appropriation, and then we could post a Road District 4 and reallocate that?
Well, that's one option, or we could just do it subject to us setting a meeting and giving direction that we know that that's. I mean, I'm certainly comfortable with doing this out of Road District 4, we just don't have it posted. So.
I didn't think about that, sir.
No, that's okay. No big deal. I'm just saying.
Okay, how about we'll make we'll go ahead and give that approval subject to the meeting taking place and
then we could let's see. Gosh, when can we can't do that until
I wish we would have thought about it.
I didn't think it until like right now when I read it.
We'll just blame Teresa.
Teresa's is why me.
I never blame Teresa. I always applaud Teresa. I never blame Teresa. I know better than that.
No.
Hey, we do have a workshop that's going to be on the 6th. I don't know if that's soon enough.
Well, we can. I think we can.
I would workshop.
That's a good idea.
I would move that we pass this, subject to the funding be approved later at a Road District 4 meeting.
All right.
understanding that, I mean, I would hope the court would support that at that particular time, and we've got, I think, what, $1.5 million or $1 million something?
I don't know what you.
Well, and if not, it comes back, you
Right,
know?
right.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just a
that's-
small amount, and
We'll get it, yeah.
and this is going to help me score really high when I submit this thing. My grant to the GLO is due on the 8th. We're working on it right now to put the finishing touches on it. And not only will this help me there, but it's also checking another box for the stormwater clean water initiative that the GLO has a new program on, to where we're going to try to, with this survey, it's going to help us look at how we're going to do some design features that are going to improve water quality, groundwater quality out there. Because, you know, I'm already at sea level, so I don't drain very well. But so I really appreciate that. Thank y'all.
So I would just make sure that someone, Ida, if you will make sure that we do post a road district 4 meeting for our next regularly scheduled meeting. It'll take 2 minutes to recess, come back in, go back out. But let's just make sure we get a road district 4 meeting posted for June 6th, please.
Fair enough.
I have a concern, or maybe not concern, but I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And on the road district 4 funds, you know, I thought he has to tie into the road for the road district 4. And now I heard a while ago about engineering, and I didn't hear about a survey. So are we okay spending those funds on
They're tied to the road, so it's, as long as it's in the
You're going to have
construction
a
of the
road coming
road.
off Access Road
surveys
6.
for the road?
Yeah, that's the topo survey, so they can get, when they build the road and the
Your
parking lot.
elevation.
And engineering, and what's the engineering for?
The engineering is to engineer out how the road's going to be built and the parking lot's going to be built.
Okay.
But they got to do the survey so they know how everything's laid out.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but I was just making sure it was going to be for the road that was going to be.
Yeah, all for the
utilized
road.
as far as the.
It's all road parking, lighting for parking lots and roads.
I just want to make sure we.
No, it's a good question, because I had to check that too. It can be utilities related to the roads, parking around the roads, drainage to the roads. It can be anything related to the roads. Yeah, no, you're right. It's a good question.
Okay.
I've got a motion. I'll make that a second. And any other further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. On the next one, Scott, it also pertains to coastal parks, and it is considering a temporary construction easement and right-of-way to UTMSI relating to UTMSI's construction on their on their property regarding student housing. It's on property that's county-owned by IB McGee.
Yeah, so this is, I've talked with Georgia Neblett over there, and she came to me, and Commissioner, I didn't know at the time y'all were trying to get this done, so I hope you didn't mind me getting involved and making short work of it.
I appreciate you getting involved.
Okay, so it's really weird. We have an in-holding on their property that we're not even connected to. It's not even, for those of you who have been to IB McGee, it's down the road from where the maintenance shop is. It's behind the World War II gun mounts. And I don't know how we got this. I didn't even know we had it. And it's only about 1.3 acre in-holding that if we don't grant them an easement, we'd have to have an easement to use our property. And there's not a dedicated easement, so we're kind of landlocked, to be honest with you. But so they need this to construct their new dorms. And we got everything done. Kent and the county attorney's office helped me work on all this. And so it's pretty boilerplate. But you know, we might consider, they're going to need this easement for 2 years. We might consider how we would like to work with UTMSI in the future for that little 1.3 acres, because we're never going to use it. I didn't even know it was there. So anyhow, just some food for thought. Recommend approval.
Okay, that's great. So you recommend approval, and it's an important opportunity to once again partner with one of our great university systems.
Yeah.
And I'll make that motion to approve this temporary construction easement and right-of-way to UTMSI. I've heard a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The next one belongs to you as well. It's a approval of a change order. It's number 6 for geofill. It is a no-cost time extension, but go ahead and explain.
Okay, so, you know, we've got the plans and specs back for the ramp and the parking. We are going to have to modify the parking surface there. Carol Pruitt has looked at it. He's given us his blessing. And so what we need to do is we need to extend geofill's contractual obligation right now so that they have an opportunity to finish that work for us. I've got to go back and I've got to look. We've got a 25% change order cap issue that's coming up. And so I might have to pull the parking portion out of this project and bid it to other individuals and just let them do the ramp part, because I can't get over 25%. There's no way around that. I mean, if you get over 25, you're done. And so we like Geofield's work. We like the consistency. They're familiar with the project, what needs to be done. And so if I only get them to do the ramp, staying under the 25%, which the funding's there, funding's already there. Y'all gave it to me a long time ago. Then we're good to go. But so that's why we're asking for a contract time extension for them.
Okay. I don't see any issues here. Jenny, do you? You don't
No
either?
issue. Appears to be in order.
All right. I'll make the motion to approve this change order number 6. Would there be a second at this time?
Second, sorry.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Scott, I'm going to
done.
double check it, but I don't think you have anything else here.
No, I do not.
So you could, as they say, you may go, sir.
I'm hungry.
I bet. Okay, super. So we're going to move on. I'm sorry we did not catch Mayor Gomez on this one as well, but I think Commissioner Modis can lend a hand here. And that's item number 10, discuss and consider funding for the county animal care facility, including 2021 certificates of obligation. There is, Teresa's got the backup there for you, but there is $1 million of unallocated in the COs 21. And the idea here is to get very closer and closer to finishing this project. There was an item that, there was some commentary from previous courts as to whether or not this particular agenda item was stopped at any point, and we looked, and the answer is it was not. So work has been continuous, and I'll pitch to Commissioner Modis this time to talk about this item in his precinct.
Thank you, Judge. Sure. I mean, this issue has been brought up before the court for some years now. We're getting closer and closer, continuing to meet with Shelter Planners of America and others to help us really kind of finalize a plan that will be responsive to providing a modern facility at a much better location. For those that are watching from the public that are not aware, this facility is currently located behind my office on FM 892 out in the Robstown area. And I think it served its purpose when it was first built decades ago. But I think that the population has shifted somewhat, and the fact that we respond sometimes to issues that are not just beyond, or specifically to Western Nueces County, rural Nueces County, and that being right off of Highway 44, Business 77, right near the I-69, new I-69 highway, places the location that we have at the old show barn at an ideal spot. I know that there are many issues that can be poked at this item, but I hope that the court today supports the concept that we have most of the funding that we need to complete this project, and with enough support we can move forward on this. You'll, in the slides that I've prepared, have several photos, and most of you, if not the entire court, has already been out to this facility. And it would be, I think, a benefit to bring this into further into the city of Robstown. I hope that we have the opportunity to talk about any questions that come up, but I would hope that we can move aside from any questions that maybe have already been addressed. I mean, we can remind the public or remind ourselves what are the key factors of support or have reservation against, but I would really like for us just to be able to move forward on this. And so I'm available for any questions. I know that we have Mr. LeBlanc and others who are also available to help us with this item today. But I think now is the moment to move forward, to finalize this, and if we do have the funding, we will be mindful of the money and the scope of the project and, of course, the time frame to deliver within a reasonable amount of time, that we don't have any failures in animal services provided between the county and moving from the old location to this new location. But if you recall from previous presentations, we've had some really exciting designs. We had several options to choose from, and I think what we have had, and I hope what our team that has been put together to hear our concerns, is that it's a practical design, that it is useful, but it also is not extravagant to the point to where it's a bunch of fanciness that is just put there just for the sake of doing it. No, I'm very specific at the beginning of our meetings, was that I wanted this to kind of match the style and the feel of county buildings that we already have, especially county buildings out in this part of the county, and also just the surrounding businesses and governmental offices that are in this area as well. So we don't want anything that's kind of a sore thumb that sticks out really just dramatically. So I believe that has been all put together in the planning for this facility. But this is our proposal, and I know we have others that can help provide information. But as I said, I know where we stand on this, but if you have any questions you'd like to readdress, I'd be more than happy, and if I can answer them, I know we have staff and consultants on hand to assist us with that. But this is something I feel it's not important, not only for Precinct 3, but for the entire county, because it serves areas in Precinct 1, Precinct 2, and Precinct 3 especially, and can do anything outside of the area in Precinct 4. So I hope that this will find the court's favor, and like I said, I'm here to answer any questions, provide you more specifics on whatever that I can, and I hope you'll support it.
Just a quick question. Could Connie bring up the slides just so that, is that helpful to everybody?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm looking
And then
at
we'll
it
get to
already
your
on my-
question, but sometimes it's helpful. We all have them in our notebooks, but nobody else does.
Yeah, it's on the agenda. So
It's in our notebooks, commissioners, but if Connie can do it, she could just flip through them, run through them, and then if you have any questions, we could go.
Which one? The first one?
Probably.
And then Teresa, if I could, since you're listening, I wrote it down, but now I'm struggling with it. There is a specific amount that was going to be considered today to bring into this animal care, and you have that amount handy. At some point, I'm going to ask you for that. If you don't, maybe you can grab it, but it's the unallocated dollars in CO 21. It's like $1 million maybe.
We're looking at the $1 million that's being reallocated from the program management.
Exactly.
That's going to go into for the 2019 tax notes. That's $1,077,000.
Sorry.
And then 1,200 excess within the generator project.
Yeah, sorry, I said 21s, guys, 2019s, not 21s, 2019s. There's $1,077,000 available there, and so that's going to be the ask. But first, we'll get to Commissioner Gonzalez. But now you can see, if you're in the audience or at home, you can showcase these slides very quickly, Connie. The first is some bullet points, and then Commissioner Gonzalez, go on. Just maybe keep them up for a minute, Connie, and then go to the next one, the next one, the next one. Go ahead.
Commissioner, from the day one, I supported this project, and I think when we voted for the $3 million, I really supported it. I just can't. I've been thinking about this, and I think $3 million. Even if we put another $1 million, I think when you spend $5 million on the animal project,
Care Center,
and 5.4. I mean, when we got other items that we really need to have done, and it's almost more than what we're doing for the Hilltop. Hilltop, we only allocated like $4 million, and I just can't get myself right out to to say, man, and I thought at 3 million, we could really do something nice, you know, and I still think at 3.5, I mean, I don't know how big we want to go. I looked at the material here, but, you know, I just, myself right now, I know there's a lot of projects that we having trouble with identifying that we probably could use $1 million somewhere, you know, and probably even Elam Parks could use $1 million, you know, and, you know, I just, at this point, I'm not saying what I don't support. I support the concept, I support the project, but I cannot, at this point, I say, man, we need 5.4. Why would we need 5.4 when we thought 3 million was enough when we voted for this back then? And I don't know, we had extra monies and nobody ever told us we had extra monies and where can we put them? You know, I mean, nobody gave us a choice or say, you know, we got extra $1 million. Do you think we can put them somewhere else? You know, I mean, I think we all have some projects we can use them in somewhere else. But I cannot see myself supporting a $5.4 million animal control project when we have other projects that really need, and especially, I'm going back to the hilltop that we've been struggling with the hilltop for all this time for the last, you know, years, 5 years, whatever it is. But and even the last 3 years we've been struggling, and we haven't put anything over there. And now that we got an opportunity to put something there too, and make it grow, I just think we need to grow. All counties to grow in different areas, not just, you know, areas. I mean, I just have trouble with it right now. Spending $5.4 million on the animal care facility versus the $3 million that we had approved. Like I said, and even if we do $4 million, but that gives us another $1.4 million to use it somewhere else that that really needed to. And now we're talking about a roof, you know, at the Calderon building. We're talking about other things we need to do, and you know. But I'm sorry. Like I said, right now, I'll support the project the way we had it, and maybe increase it a little bit more. But I just can see right now doing $5.4 million.
Commissioner, before Commissioner Morales responds, just a little bit of clarification. Number one, we have $6 million allotted at Hilltop, just so you can keep that number in your mind.
Okay.
It's not 4, it's 6. And second is that the $1 million was appropriated last court. So when we made a modification to the program management, the $1 million came back. So that's actually on our, I'm sorry, that's going to be coming up on our, let me look.
There were 3 items.
It's on item number 11, sorry.
There
It's
were
on
3
item.
items that were brought, they had a balance that we could use, but evidently one of the items already been cut. So, and that's something I really want to bring up today too.
Okay.
You know.
I'm just going off Teresa's numbers. I just want you to know that
Right.
what's been agreed to is new. So it's not like, I just wanted to make sure, you said if we had it, why didn't anyone tell you? It just came up. So we've just now agreed that those are going to come back.
Maybe we could go table
So-
it, look at it and see what else we
Well,
can come up with.
Right, I just want you to know that the $1 million is brand new, that was it. And then the third point that you said that I wanted to at least offer is that it's my understanding that when we did the feasibility study, we never appropriated 3 and thought 3 was the fully funded project. We appropriated 3 because that's what the Commissioners Court decided to appropriate. I just wanted you to make certain that it was not a fully funded project. However, the $5.4 million represents one particular rendering, and I believe there's $500,000 in that plan that could be, I would say, reduced because it calls for what I'm calling an extra wing to accommodate additional services. That could be cut.
We didn't know about the additional wing. We didn't.
Well, you did. It was.
Didn't. I mean, I'm telling you what I didn't know, Judge.
Okay, well,
And if it was brought
if you would
up,
allow
I
me
don't
to
remember,
finish.
and I apologize. You know?
Well, okay, it was described.
Not perfect, so.
I don't think you are,
I don't-
and I don't
nobody
think
is.
I don't think anybody is either. I'm with you. If you'll just allow me,
But, you know,
that the $500,000.
But you know, I'm just.
I just
telling-
want to let you know that I think maybe the price tag at 5.4 could be reduced immediately to maybe like 4.9, 4.8, because the 500,000 was in the instance if there was a consolidation of other jurisdictions, and I don't think that has ever happened. So I just want you to know that the price tag at 5.4 could instantly, most likely, be brought down to 4.8 or 4.9. I just wanted to showcase that to you to show that there is there's an immediate opportunity to reduce that cost. But the cost has always been the 5.4, and it's always been that 500,000 of the 5.4 was for that wing. And then furthermore, again, it wasn't that you can't do it for 3 million, is that the design that was appropriated for the growth and for our needs results in a construction cost of that. I just want to make sure that people understand it's not like you get to pick a number. The number was cost estimated after it was estimated how many dogs, cats, and other species we normally have. It accounts for growth and for that very important amenities that the PowerPoint outlines, and that this court's seen once or twice, but this is a refresher. I just want to make sure we have those corrections, because you want to fully fund projects, because a lot of money has been expended to get us to this point. We'd like to find a way to finish this project and move forward. And so with that, I'll move on to anybody else who'd like to visit.
I wasn't finished yet, but yeah, I'm just thinking, Judge, what you're saying is right, but even if we go down to a 4.4, leaving $1 million, it will make a difference, you know. You're talking about 4.8, and that's really not even $700,000 is going to make a big difference anywhere. So, I mean, it'll help some, I'm sure, but it's not really, the impact's not going to be there like if you had $1 million or $1.5 million or $1.4 million. So, but I don't know. Maybe we did. Like I said, I don't remember that we said $5 million was going to be the cost of the expense. I don't remember that we ever voted on that's going to be the cost. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember that we voted on $5 million or $5.4 million. That's going to be the cost. So that's just what I remember.
I'd like to respond to Commissioner Gonzalez, but I'd like to hear Commissioner Hernandez and Chesney, and then maybe offer some of my response.
I'd like to know who gave you the cost estimate, or why were they so far off? You know, and how much of this building that I just got through seeing, how much has it been built off the ground, or has any construction gotten off the ground?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, there's not any construction that's off the ground, but I know that we have land represented here in Shelters Plan of America, and so they're the ones that ended up coming up with the price point. Obviously, I didn't, but and that kind of goes to what I'd like to address with Commissioner Gonzalez. But if any of y'all online can maybe chime in and kind of explain some of the cost breakdown that maybe helps the court understand how and where you got to this point. Kyle or Mike?
Sure, I'd be happy to jump in and address some of that. And I know that we've had through the design process, now we're in the construction documents phase of the design process, we've had cost estimates along the way to reassure those initial cost estimates that were outlined in the 2021 CIP. So where we are right now is Shelter Planners of America is currently in design. There has been no dirt turned at the site. Currently, you are about 41% or so into expenses of the design fees paid to Shelter Planners of America. And design development documents have been complete. That's one phase in the design. And next step is construction documents. And so that's currently where we are right now. We're waiting to hear if we're going to have a fully funded project to move forward with those construction documents, but that's where we are right now.
Can you more or less give me a breakdown of those construction fees and who's, you know?
Sure, I can pull it up. If you give me a moment, we can pull up some of those like a breakdown. Is that what you're looking for, Commissioner?
The
Is a
breakdown and what company took.
Remember, it's just a cost estimate. We haven't gone out for anything yet. There's no company involved, Commissioner.
There's no company at all?
No, sir.
There's no construction company involved now.
But
The way the process works is that we'll have a designer come on, which is Shelter Planners of America, as selected by the Commissioners Court. And then once the design documents are complete, then you'll go out for bid. And only then will you identify and hire the most qualified contractor to actually build the project.
So no design has been made?
The design is underway right now. You're about halfway through design right now.
You know, we've been in the 48% for the past 2 months, you know. How come it's not moving forward? I mean, and I can tell you with the probably last month, we said 40%. So I don't know what's holding up the design. I mean, something holding up the design, and I mean, I think by now, how long has it been since we've been working on design? How long has it been?
Mike, when can you jump in and talk about when design was actually started? And then just based on Commissioners Court meetings and some of the comments that we've heard along the way, we're waiting to see if we need to continue forward with design or
I think that's
not
valid,
continue
honestly,
forward
because
with design.
until they know what the court wants, I don't know that you would want them to be much farther along in the design because.
Well, that's true too. But
You have to know what you're designing to finish.
no, I understand that, and that's a good point.
Yeah.
But I was at the point that I was going to be 3 million or 3.5 million. I thought we were working out of that, you know. So.
Yeah.
So far, Kyle,
There you go.
Kyle,
That
so
was for
far,
you.
what has your fee been? What is your cost?
As program manager,
Yes, sir.
I'll pull that up right now. So far, LAN has expended $63,000 in program management fees getting to this point, and that's been about 2.5 years of work up into today. Without any further authorization, any time that we spend on this effort is at our cost. We're not charging the county any more dollars to manage the work. We're at basically a decision point right now on whether or not we're going to have a project that is funded further or not.
Well, I don't know.
If it is funded further, then yes, we would require more program management fees to continue program management services. But at this point, we have not and will not charge the county.
I just don't understand, I just don't understand that nothing has been done, nothing has been built, ground hasn't been broken, and you've already charged us $60,000?
No, $63,417.50.
To be exact. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing that we can see. I mean, I don't know what y'all are doing. You're saying that the design is ongoing right now. You don't have it ready, and I don't know what else takes your time, or that we have to pay you guys money for it. So I'm just
That's
asking.
correct. Some of the things that happen in the background in leading up to actual construction happening are the services that we provide. So not only is it leading the focus groups, and that lasted maybe a year, 2 years ago is when that started, when Shelter Planners of America was first hired by the county. Mr. Ramirez identified Shelter Planners of America as the nation's expert in designing animal care facilities. A couple months later, LAN was hired as your program manager. At that point in time, and then going forward, there were several iterations of focus groups on where to put the facility, which option, based on 3 options that were presented by Shelter Planners of America, would be the best option. So there's quite a bit of legwork that happens
to
get
cost?
to where we are now.
Okay. What's the cost for that Shelter Cost of America, whatever you call them? What's their cost?
Sure. Shelter Planners of America was first hired by the county. Juan Ramirez recommended them to do a needs assessment study. You paid Shelter Planners of America $22,000 to do that needs assessment study. Several months ago, or I don't remember off the top of my head which actual court it was, but then to do the actual design work, you hired Shelter Planners of America at $595,000 to do the design work. And so that's the amount of money that has been set aside and already funded through CO 2021 dollars to complete that design work.
Ken, you said
So a little over $600,000 to do the design, complete design, and then construction phase services that would be anticipated as part of their contract as well to do when construction's actually happening. Shelter Planners of America would come periodically for what you call an OAC meeting, which is an owner-architect contractor meeting, and that money has been set aside to address that phase of the project.
So you said it's 600,000 to do the design?
So $22,000 to do the needs assessment study, and that's been presented to the court maybe a year and a half or two ago. May 2019 was that time frame. And $595,000 has been set aside to fund Shelter Planners of America's design phase effort.
And I know the concern is, the price. I know that, it's out there that some of the court has issues with LAN. My experience has always been that Kyle and the group I've dealt with here on this project have been upstanding individuals who are professionals who have been very humble in their service, are very aware of the concerns that are out there impacting the larger company and the representation and the reputation. And I think that they're very aware of that. And I think they have and will provide good work for us. And I hear the concerns as far as the numbers, and I'm with you. I mean, there's nothing I want to throw my support behind that costs a lot of taxpayers' dollars, but it's all relative, right? When we talked about the potential price tag for Mr. Richter out at the Hilltop, I mean, that's a large sum of money. When we talk about tens of millions of dollars for the pier, it's a large sum of money, and it's relative, and it is a lot of money to many people, to most people. And so I don't want to underplay that the amount that's been allocated for shelter planners or for the program work that LAN has done is not a lot. It is. But I feel that the group we've dealt with have been very responsive to my needs, to our animal advisory group, to Mr. Ramirez, in the years that we've been working on this project. And so I feel that, they're wanting just to lay everything on the line. I think Kyle could have very much said, well, I can get those numbers to you later, but he pulled it right up off his computer, obviously, to be able to get those dollar amounts to you so that you can scrutinize it, and I think we should. But like I said, I mean, every project is relative as far as how much we're putting. I hear there's a stopping point, and I recognize that this court made a statement a while back as far as up to about 3.5 was about the most that we could feel comfortable as a group with a consensus to go with this additional funding. I don't want to be greedy or to say that my project deserves anything more than anyone else's precinct, but I've been there every step of the way. I've never voted against anyone else's projects for any other precinct needs or designs, and this is not, it happens to be in my precinct like so many of the county assets that we have, like the county airport and the fairgrounds, but they're not necessarily only mine and only serve precinct 3. This serves the entire county. So that's why I feel we really deserve and should have a modernized building that's at a good location, that's easy and accessible. And I think that the price point that we've been given is fair based on my years of experience dealing with just public funded projects. I would be amenable to a less amount. It may not be the 5 or 5.4, but if the court feels that they could throw out a number that's higher than 3.5, but something that still leaves a lot on the plate to be able to put in other projects, I'm for it. I'm not going to be selfish and say, no, it's got to be 5.4. So I hear what y'all are saying. And so if someone can provide a suggestion
I
on
would
that.
recommend 4, Commissioner, 4 or 4.2. I mean,
4.2, if we could do 4.2, I think that gives them direction. They can move forward, and then we can.
Commissioner, I have, we each have 500,000 in our COs. If it is helpful to get to that 2, I could do $100,000 from the CO 21s, that were apportioned. Because I think there's only $1 million in the unallocated, but I could do 100,000 from the CO 21. I love animals. I have children that just are huge animal lovers. We have a huge problem in this community with strays, and in the rural communities especially. I think the spaying and the neutering and all of the work that could be done with the modernized facility, the opportunity to partner with Texas A&M, Kingsville, and Vet Tech, the opportunity to partner with RISD, 4-H, it's just endless. I know it doesn't seem like much, 100,000, but I would like to at least offer that. And then I would like to make sure that Mike from Shelter Planners who hears us, Mike, if there were to be a 4.2 funding for this facility, could you scale it back so that we would still be in keeping with our goals? But let's just say the facade might have to change in order to accommodate a much more reasonable cost estimate, right? Everything is got a cost to it. Mike, what do you think there? Because the purpose there is to finish a project, not leave it hanging.
Judge, thank you for having us today. I do understand the complexity of the decision. There's certain constituents within the county that would love to build the Taj Mahal for an animal shelter, and yet there's other people that could literally care less. I mean, can't we just keep it at the existing facility? So that's how wide the spectrum is. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Kyle just texted me and asked me the same question. I'm certain if we don't fully fund the project at $5.4 million, we can still do a very good project for you. It might just not have as many features as some people would like, or maybe even that would be very desirable. So I think the answer is yes. I'm just not sure exactly what the number is right now. If 4.2 could make us whole, reasonably whole or not, but it is something we could certainly, if the court wants to vote today for 4.2, that gives us a very firm number. We do this all the time, Judge. I just did it with Lafayette, Indiana, earlier this week. They were looking at 10 million, and they finally decided, well, we're going to do 7. And it wasn't so much about the need as about, well, that's how much money we're going to do. And now you go make the design fit. We want the most project we can get with that money. We don't want any frills. We want primarily function, and we need to meet our needs. Go make it happen. And so we're up to that kind of a task. I'm sorry that's not a very simple answer.
No, it's okay. I think you've answered. It is a good. I think it was a good answer. And also, I mean, you'll give along the way those options, like Commissioner Mata's first thought, hey, please keep it in keeping with, I forget how he phrased it, but keep it looking like some of the structures that the county has. But you can still do that, but maybe make different construction choices that could further lower the cost, perhaps.
Yes, ma'am. We deal with that all the time.
Okay, fair enough.
There's hard choices to make. I mean, I think you and Commissioner Morris were very kind to attend for nearly 2 hours not too long ago as we went through every detail of the project, from the flooring material and how it turned up the wall so that we didn't have any joints so bacteria couldn't get gumped up in there, and about the air conditioning and all that stuff. And all those conversations that we had that day, every one of them has a price tag associated with it.
Correct.
do something that is a lower price, probably yes. So we'll have to circle back with you and Commissioner Morez and Juan Ramirez and his whole team with what those things are. Hey, we're going to change from this to that, and to get to the new goal.
Excuse me, sir, are you saying 4.2 will give us a turnkey project?
I can't tell you exactly what the project will be at this moment, but you can absolutely do a turnkey project for 4.2.
Very good.
He's saying if that's what the court says, that's what he'll do.
In other words, he'll have to, we're going to lose some things that
We're going to lose some things.
We're going to lose some things that are, good, important things, but it is what it is. That the most important thing I wanted to make sure of, and then I appreciate, because you said it and it triggered me, the court earlier said, we're at 41%. We're there because you have to make some decisions at this juncture. We're at a fork in the road. And also your fees are in keeping with the norm of architectural practices, somewhere in that 10 to 15% of overall costs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our fee, even though we
11.5% is what their fee is.
Right. So that's in keeping
No,
with
it's more
all
than that
architects.
if they reduce the number.
That's correct.
It's more than 11% if you go down to 4.2.
That's correct.
So what would it be on
Keep
4.2?
in mind that we're also at 41% of a design for a $5.4 million project. We're halfway there. There's going to be a lot of redesign that happens based on the decisions and the discussion today. So in fairness to Shelter Planners of America, we could look at it, but I would not anticipate, if we had this decision made at 10% design or 30% design maybe, that would have saved a lot of legwork for Shelter Planners of America, but we are where we are now. And yes, if we were to reduce the overall budget, then the percentage allocation would go up. You're right about that, Commissioner Chesney.
Well, I would argue I'm not going to say much on this. I would argue we shouldn't be at 41%. I know Commissioner Gonzalez was saying, why weren't we farther? I would argue that we shouldn't be at 41% based on this court's.
I agree. And let me say that too. I agree, but I don't want to muddy the waters.
Well,
we're at where we're at, but let's
move forward.
Let's move forward. I think we're at 4.2. I don't know if Commissioner, if that was a motion, or I can make it and I'd second it, or
Whatever you want to make it,
I'll second Commissioner's motion.
And
like to move forward on that. And I mean,
or a turnkey operation.
I mean, I still have funding as well that I would be willing to use for my own precinct funds if that helped in any way. It's not going to be a lot, but if it makes a difference of making some slight, subtle changes that still improves the overall quality enhancements that it can provide, I'd like to see that. But just remind us that there's a big outdoor component as well, right? It's just not like the animals are going to be living in AC all the time. It's more of an enclosed or an enclosure indoors, like after hours, and then during the day they're more of in an outdoor type setting. Is that right? Or has that changed any?
Well, you can speak to the design, Mike.
Yes, there are indoor-outdoor runs, so every dog has not only a space that's inside the building that's air-conditioned, but they also have access to a compartment that's outside, so they get fresh air, and they can go to the bathroom out there rather than inside the building. In addition, there are some outdoor dog exercise yards where the dogs can really run around. And also the public can interact with those dogs as they explore whether or not this dog wants to be their new best friend. They can get them out of the kennel and interact with the dog. We call them get acquainted yards, and those are included as well.
And I say that because I know I've mentioned it before a few times, but for the commissioners, since I haven't been a part of those discussions, there is a property right next door pretty much to where the proposed site is. And so it is a mobile home park where it's permanent residency pretty much. So that would be my concern, is just at night. Now, granted, you got a train, it was the Southern Pacific, or who is it, that's running north to south, just about 100 yards across the road. But at night if when the train is not going through town. I don't want a bunch of, hundreds of yelping animals bothering the residents as well. So that's kind of also why I brought up the, inside and outside part of this, is that, I'd received those concerns before, and I always kept that in the back of my head and tried to remind everyone present that that's important to me, that we try to respect people's need to rest at night. So
Yes, that's a good point, Commissioner. And Juan Ramirez, well, as nearly all animal welfare organizations around the country, they do bring the dogs in at night. So they won't be there at night, barking. They'll be indoors.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and we make it 4 million. The judge said you got 100,000, and Commissioner, you got the other 100,000. You said.
He didn't say, but I said.
No, I'm just asking you. You don't mind.
If we go to 4, I will put in 100,000 from my.
From the 4-2,
Yes,
that
to
you will
make the-
do
to make the-
100, and I'll do 100.
To make the 4-2.
That's my motion.
Nobody else wants to do something for animals?
That's my motion.
Yeah, I'd like to
That's
merge with
good.
the city, so that's where I am.
Well, I think that that's a wonderful idea, but that requires extra space, which means extra dollars, but this doesn't preclude.
I'll see what I can help Commissioner later.
I'm trying
Okay.
to stay out of this because I know I'm way in the minority on this, but let's just move forward.
Okay.
I think
All
we're
right.
good with that.
I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No, with explanation that I believe we should have moved forward with the city and not done this facility without doing that. So I'd like that in the minutes on why I'm voting no, which has been what I've done all along.
Oh, they combined.
Which city?
City of Corpus Christi, city of anybody. I would think we should have combined with someone who had an animal shelter already. I made a motion, it didn't ever get a second. So,
Okay.
I'm
with you.
okay with that.
All right, we'll let you.
I'm dead on that
Let
one.
you.
I get it, but.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on. Also, if there's any corporate wonderful sponsors out there, there are many people that give to animals and animal shelters and causes, and we would love to have that all called. There's all kinds of opportunities out there. I know Anna's here. If you ever see any, once you have a first-class facility, Anna, there might be some animal services and animal care service grants. If you might do that search, you never know what you might find out there. The next one, does somebody, okay. The next item is discuss and consider the Second Amendment to Work Authorization Number 1 with Lockwood Andrews Newman, Inc., regarding program management services, providing for a reduction in estimated costs. This is where the extra dollars come from. Who would, so moved. Is there a second? Second, okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a discussion.
All right, go ahead.
Didn't we vote it last time? I'm trying to find the paper where I got that from. Last time we voted to, the numbers are different. And we voted on numbers that Teresa had identified where those monies were going to. And it came out to 1,077,280.50, and those already earmarked, and that's because the numbers were different when we voted for that. So now we're doing a reduction, so that means those numbers are going to be different. And if they are different, then Teresa got to go back and find other monies to make up the difference. And I think the difference here, which I think should have been in a separate request, is what I think land is requesting $160,000 more, right? For project management.
Could we ask Teresa to come in to help answer these questions? And I believe the paperwork you're talking about, maybe she could provide.
Yeah, but I think we have.
Is she available? I thought a second ago she just said 1,033,000.
Teresa's on her way over.
Okay, and you said it was 1,077,000?
But he was saying also that we earmarked it for something else already.
Yeah.
So then how did, that was more the concern.
Let's find out.
No,
You take it right here. Oh, actually, the numbers were 2,801,932, and the other one was 1,077,280, and the other one was 1,724,651.
Okay,
That we had,
go ahead, Teresa.
approved on that, and the allocations that we, from those numbers, were for the expansion of the airport, 470,708, airport, and then the County Road 67, to County Road 28, 129, and then the airport expansion improvement road runway was 309. So the Rock Island Drive, FM 2624, 75,444, and then County Road 48 was 269 was 27,000. So that came to 1,077,280.50 using those numbers without deductions. So, and I can understand if there was a request for a reason for an increase, and I just heard him say that probably they would have to do that. I think it should have been just on a separate request, asking us, hey, you know what, we do need an additional $160,000 for project management, and I don't have a problem with that if we extend our project with the animal
care,
and that maybe they deserve a little bit more, yeah. But that, I don't think we're there yet. I mean, I don't think even the construction is here. So, but that's where the numbers came from, Teresa. I think that.
Yes, sir. So on March the 30th, the court reallocated the program management funds for land, and that amount was an estimate because they still had invoices in the pipe. Those adjustments have been made, so the amount that's being reallocated back to the 2019 unallocated tax note is $1,077,280.50.
Right. And we approved that in court last time.
That's correct.
But he said those funds were already earmarked, so the funds that are reducing today, make sure I'm clear, are not allocated anywhere else.
They're going to unallocate it right now.
And then they just put it towards the
animal care,
but they weren't allocated prior to this. This is a new reduction, right?
Right. This is this was approved in March, right? And so we're just now moving the funds because they were we were waiting on the amendment to the contract before we actually moved the dollars. But this is the correct amount from their program management.
And that savings has not been allocated anywhere else.
No, sir.
Okay.
So we're good.
Making sure I heard earmark
So-
already. That scared me a little bit.
So
the reduction is for what? What's the reduction for?
This reduction is the program management that y'all reallocated from land. Their excess that they had when y'all stopped, well, I don't know if you stopped the work, but
the airport, Teresa,
it was the airport expansion.
Some
the
roads.
buildings for the roads, the runway, and then several roads where we were complete.
in other words, there were savings. There were savings in the
Right.
road.
It was money that was left over from the project.
That's correct.
Sure. And, but, so now that we deduct that from there, so where does that reduction go?
They go back into the 2019 tax notes unallocated.
Okay, doesn't go into project management, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
But
I just want to make sure.
It's
because-
in the unallocated pot to use wherever you want to use it. Like it was a recommendation to put that towards the shortage for the animal care facility.
Okay.
But to be fair, Teresa, when we put it towards the big project, when we say something costs, let's say turnkey 4.2 million, that's, everything is in there. Engineering is in there, program management is in there. There's, right, I mean, construction costs are in there. It's turnkey. So when you say that we're taking that $1 million and you're putting it back into a project, to be fair, everything that project needs, turnkey, is inside there.
Right.
Okay, just so we're clear. Including architectural fees and et cetera, et cetera.
As long as it's being utilized on the project, right?
As long as
The next project
that's
comes
correct.
up, you have those monies there.
There's
Well,
savings.
If they're savings, but we just allocated them in the previous,
Right. You just use that money for.
we just
the
did,
animal
that's
care
how we funded it.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
But I voted no.
And this work authorization is actually the order that does it, that does the actual movement and allocation of the funds,
That's correct.
right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, guys? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And
Pose
this
same
is
sign.
Sorry, and this is just a vote on accepting the reduction in estimated cost. This has
This
nothing to do
is-
with, I don't want to, again, I'm trying to be particular, and this is just, all this is we're accepting the allocation. I voted no on where we'd allocated them to, but this is a yes for allocating the funds. I just want to make sure that's clear.
This
Because
is,
I want the savings, I just didn't want to put them where we put them, so.
well,
No,
sometimes we just gotta,
I lost.
Hey,
I lost. Move on. I just want to
Are
make
you
sure the
okay
record's
here?
clear. Oh, no. I just want to make sure the
All right.
record's clear. All this one is accepting the savings. I always want to accept savings.
Right, okay, but there is a work task order here, right?
We probably should have voted, we should have done this in reverse order, like
Well,
done the allocation and then.
Right,
Right,
but
because we didn't technically have the money.
Technically, but you could have edited this, right? But you see you really should just look at your amendment, because the amendment specifies exactly what the work authorization is. You need to look at it. I mean, it's everything that tells you what we're doing, including the animal care facility. Now, Kyle, you'll have to adjust that down to that $4.2 million pro rata, correct, sir? In other words,
I'm looking at the amendment now.
I'm just going to say we can.
Correct.
That's
The
correct. So it's going to be subject
the total
to.
project.
Yeah.
The total project cost estimate for the 2021 CIP was $5,445,794. The total project cost estimate based on last item discussion sounds like there will be a 4.2 is what I heard. I didn't
Yeah,
hear
4.2.
exactly that. We would make that adjustment on line item 3B to show that amount.
And so I would like to make this motion subject to you making those changes with the county attorney. Jenny, is that all right? Yes. Okay, just subject to.
Okay, so
In other words, Brent, it does accept it, but it anticipated that the animal care facility was going to be funded, but now he needs to make those adjustments for the correct amount, not the amount that was listed in the CIP.
right, so because in reading this, it says reduction in the total estimated cost of work from 2.8 million to 1.9, or savings realized from a reduction of cost associated with various projects, including airport expansion improvements, various road projects wherein project services are complete. There were budget increases for the courthouse complex, ADA compliance, and animal care facilities. So that's all I was trying to say for the record.
Yeah.
Even though the animal care facility is referenced in this item, I'm not voting for the animal care facility. I'm just accepting the fact that we're getting a reduction based on the description. I get it, but I'm just, I just want to, I think that's a pretty good assumption.
Judge and Commissioner, can I say something regarding this? In other words, you're not getting the 1,077,000. You're only getting back 800,000.
Right.
So then you got to find another 200,000
Correct.
on the 4.2.
I just want to make sure that that's.
That's what we should have done in reverse, because now we got to go.
Because
Now you
you're
got to
getting
go
your
back.
$4 amount.
Yep.
And that's why I say Teresa's going to go back and find.
She'll go back and she's going to redo the numbers, but what we're doing is we're going to pass the work authorization so that we can realize those savings.
But okay, fair. But then back to the item that y'all just passed. Again, I know I voted no, but you still have to consider the fact that what y'all said was 4.2, and you said $1 million from this, which is no longer $1 million. You put in 100. You put in 100. Well, now what Juan's saying is y'all are still 200 short on the 4.2.
No, we're not. He's.
Well, okay.
Let me explain it.
Depending on-
He's trying, look, the $1 million includes the program management. It's a turnkey. So if I get $1.2 million, if the turnkey price is 4.2, program management inside the whole project one is 4.2.
Correct.
We can argue about the math later, but we're absolutely right about it. We're going to
In other
put
words,
200,000.
You're reallocating 168,000.
That's right.
For additional program management.
That's right.
So all I want to make sure is with Kyle, I think he may have left, but.
No, he's here.
No, he's there. Okay. So with this new number, the court passed a $4.2 million turnkey, all-in price, assuming that $1 million was going to shift from this item, 100 from you, 100 from John. Now that we went to 4.2, Kyle, does that change the number of shift to where they have to come up with, or is it included in the 4.2? I'm just clarifying. I'm not criticizing. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with someone. I'm just saying, or does the court have to come back to this item and find 50,000 or 100,000? I don't know. If they don't, that's fine. Because the number, when y'all did this agenda item, it was 5.4.
Let me have Kyle.
4.2. So Kyle,
Will you
can you
reiterate that when we say 4.2, it's 4.2?
Yeah, but we use this.
Sounds like it. Well, I'm having a little bit of trouble following the ins and outs.
I don't blame you.
Things seem to be changing. It sounds like the animal care building would be a $4.2 million project. Where that money comes from, sounds like part of it's coming from here, part of it's coming from some other funding sources, Judge and Commissioner Mares. So whatever the total is there, it sounds like would be the $3 million that's already been allocated in 2021 COs, plus whatever the remaining balance is here would be the all-in turnkey price for the animal care facility. And forgive me for not knowing that math right off the top of my head, but it sounds like that's what we're talking about right now.
This reduction here says, Barbara, 860.
I know. Let me go back and try to get everyone's math brain here working. Juan, you did a little doozy here on us. Go back.
No, and Judge, and that's the reason why we.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, Barbara, I'm looking at this number. I don't know what Juan said. I'm looking at this number on our packet where it says 860.
But here,
that's the number.
Let me go back to the beginning. Juan, can you help out here?
Yeah.
Because you know what I said.
What we wanted to do, Public Works wanted to do, is we wanted to clean it up and make sure you get your $1,077,000 back. Then you come back to next Commissioner's Court, and Commissioner's Court can decide if they want to reallocate $168,000 into project management. That way you get your money back, and then that way Teresa can make sure she has her monies in the bank. In this case, what you're doing is you're voting on two separate things that y'all approved, didn't approve.
It's the same thing.
So y'all should have gotten your $1.7 million back first, then come back to next Commissioner's Court, and they LAN could submit the $168,000 additional monies that they're requesting.
Juan, but that's not the question. The question that Commissioner Chesney wants to ask is, when you said it's a reduction.
No. That wasn't my question.
Okay.
He said that, I get what he said, but what I caught after he said that was, I'm looking at 3A11, right, the packet sheet. And on 3A11, it says overall the reduction is 860.
Right.
So what I'm trying to figure out where that $1,077,000 came from and how we got, to make sure y'all have enough money for the project that I didn't support, but I'm still making sure.
We have enough money. They wanted us to do the Texas two-step. This is one work authorization that does everything at the same exact time. There is no difference in the dollars. He wants you to think about what he just said. He said, I want you to take it and then give it. This one basically reduces the same amount. There is no difference other than it's cleaner this way. And what's important, because you're saying, Brent, is that you want to make sure we're fully funded. We are. When you have a $5.4 million project, as was originally designed, okay, that included program management. So Kyle, the concern here was that when we said 4.2, we're downgrading everything. So the program management
should be fine.
We should be 100% fine.
I just saw the 860 instead of $1,077,000. That's what threw me off, not Juan's 800.
Right.
That's because, anyway, I haven't seen
the only thing, it's going to be a better savings because the 860 is based off 5.4.
That
You're
makes
with
sense,
me, right?
but I was thinking this number was
It's gonna come down.
$1,077,000, and I saw the 860.
I gotcha.
That's what threw me off.
It's just that consider it already part of the 4.2.
If Teresa says you got 4.2 based on what y'all just done, and I'm good. I mean, you know, she's the one that keeps the money.
And again, we could have reversed it, and it might have been a little easier, but I didn't notice that on the agenda, but it's fine because you actually made the decision first, and now you can appropriate the work authorization to the decision you just made, which in this case actually works. Does that sound good?
If there's a problem, Teresa, tell us.
Teresa, do Do you feel like before we leave it, we're good?
Right, because we're reallocating the 1,077,000.
Yeah.
Right? The cost is going to decrease to
Right.
4.2. So whatever change that land is going to have as far as program management may be already included in that number. Is that what I'm hearing, or no?
Can you just tell me where the 1.7, I'm sorry,
Yeah, it's right here. He wants to know, can you itemize it for him? It's the airport, it's the roads, and it's also the, it's airport expansion improvements, County Road 67, County Road 69, County Road 73, County Road 48, and the ADA Courthouse Complex. There were savings in all those roads, okay? That's what value engineering does. So you get savings.
I understand. I was just
And
looking
then-
at the number that's throwing me, Judge, right here. That's all. That's all the only thing that's throwing me is on the discussion sheet at the bottom, it says overall reduction is 860. So to me, when someone says overall reduction, that's a net number. But this 1,077,000 is the number that we keep speaking of. That's the number I'm confused between based on the packet of information I have. And maybe I'm not looking at the right part of my packet.
Well,
but I looked at the summary sheet and it says overall reduction is 860.
because the 1,077,000 is the amount that was reallocated last court. It was an estimate that they had, but what it ended up being was $1 million that they removed from the county roads, the airport expansion for the roads and the runways. So that amount was reallocated back into the 2019 tax notes.
1,077,000.
That's correct.
Not the 860 on this sheet.
Right,
It
and
was the
what-
1,077,000 from the last court.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so what they're incorporating is also the increase for animal control that's going to happen, right? They're trying to include it on this one, on this, the amendment. They just included it on the amendment. So now the cost has gone down. So with this $1 million that we're reallocating, it's in this number.
Okay. All right. I'll take it. Okay.
And if we're wrong, bring it back.
And then the judge and Commissioner Modis are both saying they can do an extra $100,000 if we're over. We're short.
And it'll give,
It should be good.
give a chance to Kyle to absorb what we just said. Shane's laughing at you, Kyle, not at you, but for you, with you, feeling sorry for you, all of the above. The bottom line is I think we're good, but if we're not, if for any reason, Ide's we go back through everything and we're happy to bring it back, okay? But I think this does address it. And if, like I said, if we're off, please let us know. All right, going on. We've got the next one, which is Kevin Fuller, Caitlin Papura are online to receive, actually, we're going to receive their presentation report on COVID expenses submitted to FEMA and reimbursed to date. There's going to be 2 items to look at here. One was old, one was new. Nothing changed. It's just an organizational change for us to see
And then do we
see it in a different way. I just like it. I liked it this way, but you have your choice, the one you got before and the one that it's the same stuff with a little more footnoting. Yes, sir? Go ahead, Judge,
No,
Commissioner.
go ahead. You answered.
Did you,
Go ahead.
what are the differences?
Nope, I'm good. Yeah.
A little bit of footnoting.
Yep.
Okay, Caitlin or Kevin, I'll pass over to you. You've got 3 documents. Connie, can you bring them up? Take us through them. This gives us the court wanted to hear COVID-19 recovery, and you're going to help us understand it.
I don't have any documents.
Okay. Ade, we'll get them to you.
Judge, I can always share my screen if that works.
Share
as
your
well.
screen. Share your screen.
And can you guys see that okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great. Well, good afternoon. Thank you guys for allowing us the time to be on the agenda today and to speak to the court and to the members of Nueces County regarding the COVID-19 cost recovery efforts that our team from Haggerty Consulting has been actioning on the county's behalf. For those of you that I haven't met yet, my name is Caitlin Papura, and I've been supporting Nueces County since about February last year, and I'm joined by our Deputy Director, Kevin Fuller, to help provide this report to you guys. So shared with you today, we've developed a brief overview of the cost recovery efforts that have occurred under FEMA PA or public assistance, as well as the Coronavirus Relief Fund and the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund, CRF and CESF, respectively. As well as those, we have also kind of delineated the current amounts that have been recovered in comparison to the auditor's office provided burn tracking for this disaster. So just to give a high-level overview of the FEMA PA program, as I know it's been a little bit since you guys have been able to have any type of report on this. So this program, on that first page, it's a reimbursement basis. All work and costs claimed are validated by FEMA and TDM to be in line with eligible activities. And specifically for the COVID-19 declaration, eligible activities are actions taken to eliminate or lessen immediate threats to lives, public health, or safety. And so in that, the first big project that I'm sure you guys are all familiar with is PW 145, and that is the expedited project for vaccine activities, which the county received advanced funding in order to establish the necessary vaccine administration activities back when the vaccine rollouts were first occurring. Because the county already received these funds, all of the RFRs in the table below that are submitted will act as reconciliation to the advanced amount, and no further payments will be made on that process until the county meets that advanced funding amount. To date, we've submitted multiple scope of work modifications to include the additional facilities that the county has established for the vaccine activities, as well as extending the period of performance in alignment with the 100% federal cost share. The most recent one that we submitted this month extends it to the July 1st 100% federal cost share date. Furthermore, with those RFRs, we've submitted 3 in total so far. One of those has been completed and fully processed in TDM's review queues. Part of that one was deemed ineligible due to the Luminaire contract portion of the module being for testing, which we have gone ahead and included that in the second application. That's a little bit lower on the screen as well. And then the other 2, they are just in the TDM review queue process. We've been actioning any requests for information that TDM has remitted to us to try to get them that additional information that they need to move that process along.
Caitlin, let me just stop you right there, just to make sure people focus on one word. So just to make sure, on RFR number 1, when it says that the remaining amount, the amount requested was 268, the amounting approved was 146. That the reason it was deemed ineligible is that we have 2 different projects. TDM asked us to separate it after the fact. So now we're doing vaccinations all on one application and testing on another. So Luminaire was the software that we purchased to run testing and vaccinations. So TDM wanted us to split it. So that's that footnote that I was talking about, Commissioner Chesney, that little star, to make sure people know, well, why wasn't that approved? Well, it's going to go under another application. So 547182, which she'll get to next, is where the rest of that amount will get recovered because of the way that TDM wanted us to bifurcate testing and vaccinations. So RFR 1, 2, and 3 are all in response to vaccinations only.
Yes. That is
Okay?
correct.
And then the next one is in response to testing and other emergency protective measures, just so that we're clear. Go ahead. And the next application, 60002 as well. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to continue with the application 547182, that one also referenced as the second county application. That one does include all of the other emergency protective measures that the county has been engaged with, such as testing, the rapid infusion centers, and also costs and work associated with the safe opening and operation of your facilities. Because this work is ongoing, our team has also written this with the opportunity to be modified to include future work and costs as they are incurred. And then furthermore, there is a third application that we have created as well that we're still waiting on some documentation to start fully processing, and that one is pertaining to the Christus Bond laboratory contract, laboratory processing contract of the COVID tests that the county had been receiving, the processing of the COVID tests for the county due to the Omicron surge back in January. We kept this one separate because of the fact that we had already hit that submit button on the second application. And this one, because it was only one contract, a specific set of work, we were hoping that once we get all of the documents in, we'll be able to get that one through the FEMA review queues pretty quickly. So just wanted to take a second and see if there were any other questions or any other comments that you had, Judge Canales, on this.
Let's ask. Do you have any questions? I want to highlight the 4.899980.80 up front. So that is an advancement that's been approved already. So 4.899980.80, and the way they do it at FEMA is that they give you half now, and once you finish getting paid back with half, it's like it's in our treasury now, they'll give you the rest. So everything kind of runs on that 50% now, 50% later. But the award is for 4.899980. That's going to be important when we get to the next page because our burn rate is on the next page, and it shows a certain amount that we've already expended to date over the last 2.5 years. It shows what we've recovered, and it shows that what we need left. And if you'll look at 4,921,000, it's pretty darn close to the 4,899,000 we've been awarded. There is still a possibility to go back and collect that rest of the $22,000, $23,000. That's something we can talk about, but our goal right now is to get all those applications paid for. And again, we have the money in our bank account to the tune of $2.2 million, but we have the award all the way up to 4.899. So with that as a stage, Caitlin, let's hold and ask for questions.
That's good.
Commissioners.
You know what, I'd just like to, you know, I met with Anna, and really, I'll tell you what, that was probably the best meetings I've had about this whole thing that I have questions with, and I think it was very well clarified, the process, because we went step by step. I was confused most of the time, but finally, you know, when we said awarded the 4.89998, that was the award amount, right? We didn't get that money. We got 2,205,772.
Right.
Right? We got that came to us. But we had to use that amount, you know, before we got the other half.
Correct.
Right? So right now we've only used 785,000 according to the short chart in the bottom. So that still leaves us 1,215,000 that we need to reuse to expose the 2 million that are left. And it's been a while now, so I mean, if we don't do those 2 million, we don't get the other 2 million, right?
Right. You'll need to reconcile up to that advanced amount of that 2.2 million in order to then tap into the second half.
Okay.
So we are still working on submitting additional RFRs on behalf of the county. These aren't all of the expenses that have been cataloged to vaccines. And should you not hit that full obligated amount or the advanced funding amount, there is always the potential to offset in future projects, since the county does have more expenses to claim under FEMA PA for additional work completed.
Well, but then again, we might get that. So that's, I mean, we have to look at it both ways, right? Because in the bottom it says the RFR, you know, on 6/21, which is really almost a year ago, we submitted 268,375 as a reimbursement, right? We only got 146,375.
Right.
And the amount still review is 0, so that means the other half we lost.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on, I'm not asking you, Judge, please. I'm asking, you get us confused. I'm just asking her to respond to me. Say, the other half, to me, when I say zero there, is what happens to the other half, because it doesn't show, the other half doesn't show anywhere else, right? So I'll come back to that. The other one that we submitted for reimbursement was on 10/27/21 of $201,256. Amount approved was zero, but it's still under review, right?
Correct.
Correct. All right, so that's still under review as of 10/21. And that's almost, it's almost a year, maybe a few months, whatever. But then we went to, the third one was 12/8/21, and we submitted another reimbursement of $438,266. Again, the amount approved was zero. And so now the $438,266 is actually on the amount still review, right? That means they're still pending or still looking at it. Well, I don't know what they're doing, but it's there, right? Evidently, we haven't given them what they need so they can process it. Am I correct, Karen? Okay.
Right, yeah, they've issued about 5 or 6 RFIs or requests for information on the second RFR since it's been in that submittal stage. And then for the third one, that was regarding the BCFS contract, and there was a small amendment needed for that one for them to continue processing, and that one just got taken off of hold as we remitted that amendment back to them. So those both are in
When you say you submitted it back to them, when did you submit it back to them?
I want to say within the past 2 to 3 weeks.
Do we have a letter that says that?
Commissioner, you'll recall that the court made that amendment here in court.
I'm just asking, do we have a letter that shows that we submitted it? Do we asking for reimbursement?
Yes, it's called the RFR.
Okay, I'm asking Caitlin, do you have one? Can we have it?
Yeah, so with the RFR process, what happens is you'll sign we route a payment of funds request through the judge's office from the grants administrator, and then from there, once we have that signed form, we go into what's called TDM's GMS system and input the expenses that are going to be on that RFR, upload that payment of funds request, and that's our documentation that shows that the RFR is submitted. And when we get RFIs, we respond via email and upload the documents to GMS. So I do have the email thread where I have remitted that amendment to them, so they do have it.
Can we have a copy of that?
Ask her again. I don't think she heard you.
Can we have a copy of that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, we can provide.
Okay, so Billy, right now, we can say that those 2 items, 2 and 3, actually are still under review, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and unfortunately, this is something we've seen sort of around the state where TDM, they're taking their time with these reviews. I think it's a lot of capacity issues on their side. Obviously, a lot of jurisdictions around the state are requesting this stuff all at the same time, and I think that's leading to a lot of these delays we're talking about. And also, I don't think they're fully reviewing all these. They're sort of sending RFIs as questions come up as opposed to waiting and submitting everything all at once. At least that's what we've seen elsewhere as well.
But what we're doing is we're using our monies, right? Right, we spend our monies and it comes from what, general account? Dale, maybe a question for you.
Right now, we're funding this out of a special revenue fund pending reimbursement, so we're not using general fund.
Well, I mean, special revenue comes from general fund anyway, right?
No.
Where does it come from?
It's a special revenue fund pending reimbursement.
So how much do we have in special revenue?
Well, the balance was the $2 million there, but it's not ours there, but we use that funds and we're waiting for them to say that it's actually ours.
Okay. So actually we put the $2 million in special revenue fund. Okay. That's all the question I had. The other thing, we go to application number 7182.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says submitted to FEMA in January 2022. Currently in FEMA project review. So that's also in review, right?
Yes, that is with FEMA.
The total project value claim is do we ask for more monies or what? 2 million, is that 2,109,005? Is that asking for additional funds or?
Yes, this is funding sort of over and above what we asked for with the expedited project. These are for different scope items, and because it's not an expedited project, these are costs already paid that the county has not been paid for, that we're requesting reimbursement for. It's going directly through the FEMA system as opposed to having to funnel through TDM. It's a separate process for these type of projects.
And do we get that amount?
It is still in the FEMA review process. So typically how FEMA works is they reimburse, and then you submit that claim to them, and then they pay you back. That's how FEMA typically works. That's opposed to the expedited process that we described for PW 145, which is where in certain situations they will provide advance funding.
Well, and I really have a problem with that we're asking for more funds when we can't even spend the $1,215,000 that we have. So I don't understand why we're asking for some more funds when we can't spend what we have.
Jack.
And it's still in review for right now, I guess what you're saying. So, and I know it was for different things, because one's for testing, one's for rapid fusion, one for, and maybe they don't and I think they don't else allowed to use the $2 million for different things that according to what I understand.
You are completely erroneous on almost everything you said. You're going to have to back up, and I'm going to have to insist that you help, because this is not fair to Commissioner Gonzalez that he has these thoughts based on incorrect premises. It's very clear that we need to get back to basics here. So start with the burn rate, because you're absolutely wrong on your premises. We absolutely will need every dollar.
They got to telling me it was right what I was telling them, Judge. I mean, they were telling me it's correct. And you're saying them wrong. So who's right, you or them? I'm talking to Haggerty.
You're talking to.
They're the ones that want handling all this stuff, all these things. So we can't question them and say.
You can question them. Well, it's your comprehension that's the issue.
Maybe the way how you put it out there, but. The other application is a 660002.
I mean,
and this is the laboratory testing that we did way back then with Spawn, I guess. The $300,000 that I thought we'd already gotten back, but the $300 hasn't been. Have those been submitted for reimbursement?
So those costs specifically have not been reimbursed. We're still holding for sort of the full documentation that we need to sort of submit those costs. Obviously, once that is received in our hands, we can work as quickly as possible to get that formulated and in FEMA's hands so they can start their review process. And sort of just as more of a general comment, obviously, as you said, we're still working through the original expedited process. At the same time, though, we don't want the fact that one scope item is being held up by some delays on the TDM side to prevent us from submitting other costs for other scope items that don't require TDM to sort of weigh in on those, at least in the immediate term. So obviously, if we have $2.1 million worth of costs that we feel like are eligible and ready to submit for the county to FEMA, we're going to submit those without sort of waiting for the expedited project to work through. And we can sort of work those multiple paths at the same time, while obviously trying to get you guys as much money as quickly as possible from the overall sense for all the different activities you've done as it relates to COVID-19 recovery.
And are we still waiting for invoices on those $300,000?
Yes.
From who?
Spawn.
Yeah, we can't get them from Spawn? I mean,
Again, we have not been invoiced. We can't ask for reimbursement because we haven't paid anybody anything. So let me say that again.
Okay, so you haven't paid Spawn.
We have not paid anybody because they have not invoiced us yet.
Okay.
So that's why it says the way there.
Then of course we don't submit anything and we don't pay anything, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
That's why it's footnoted that way.
Okay. Well, I'm just.
I know.
You get upset because I question it, but.
It's not that I question it. I want you to question. I just want you to read it because it says it right there.
Do you need the invoices, Judge?
Yes, unfortunately, you need the invoices. Yeah. So you have not spent anything.
Okay. All right. Well, it doesn't say that. That's not what it says, that we haven't spent anything.
It says awaiting vendor to remit invoices.
When you have a number, you have an invoice that you submit, right? I think. I know we always invoices got numbers, so. But anyway, Kaylin, or the gentleman that was talking to me, I guess, I don't know.
Kevin.
Kevin, I really appreciate your help and, clarifying some things here, but I know, and I'm still concerned about that, those monies that we requested, that do we actually need them, I guess, to pay something that the $2 million is not going to pay for? Is that for the purpose of that?
Yeah, so,
Yes,
go for it, Caitlin, sorry.
No worries. So that cost was actually formulated by actual expenses that the county incurred and projections to get us through what we had itemized as the end date for the period of performance. So those are based on actual costs the county has incurred in those other emergency protective measures, such as testing, the rapid infusion center, safe opening and operating. So those ones are reflected on what is still outstanding to be recovered on the burn tracker that is on that third page. So that is inclusive of this $4.9 million. And then additionally with that, I know that you're concerned about the amount that had been advanced, like Kevin was saying. We can still work to submit RFRs on that one under the vaccine eligible activities. Sure. And then if we don't hit that full amount on this one, the other one with the additional emergency protective measures can help us offset that. But that'll come after we get the obligations, after we get the notice of award, until we get more funding.
Okay, and this is now, since we don't have the health district anymore, health department, the city has it, so at what point do we stop, and just say we try to close things out? I mean, in your opinion, I don't know.
Yeah, so obviously we want to keep moving forward on sort of claiming as many costs that are eligible, but also are cost effective to try to track down and claim. I don't think we're at that point. I don't think we're anywhere near that point at this point where we feel like it's just small change. We're digging in the couch cushions for costs. I think we have a substantial number of costs still to remain to claim, and it's really just pulling together and getting all that documentation ready so that we can submit it to FEMA and then sort of defend it as questions pop up on either the FEMA or the TDM side, depending on the exact project.
Okay. Can you just keep us informed of what's going on and what y'all doing? I mean, we don't get anything from you guys. Somebody else might get. We don't get anything from you guys. So, I mean, I would like to request that we keep informed of what y'all are doing also with the FEMA and the requests and everything else.
Well, I would like to request that they give you, every week she meets with Haggerty. Every week Anna meets with Haggerty. So the truth is that you have a perfect channel of getting information at any time in any week, and everything is updated weekly. So you have a perfect opportunity. You just need to ask your court manager to give it to you, because they provide it every week to the folks that you've put in charge of much of this work. But in plain English.
I'll ask Dave to go ahead and give me the day that you meet. I guess you're in a phone conversation, or
yes, we have.
I don't mind hearing a couple of those. I mean, and that's great. But I'm just saying on this one, what we have, and at one point we just need to start closing things out because we don't have the health district anymore. So I think Haggerty, I heard them saying they're trying to. What you're trying to do now is trying to bring everything from the rear and try to submit it and see how it comes out, right?
And the one thing I would say is just to keep in mind is the eligible time period for COVID costs for FEMA is still ongoing. They're actually going to be reimbursing eligible costs at 100%, so dollar for dollar, until July 1st. And then after that date, it's currently scheduled to be at 90% reimbursement. So obviously I understand the desire to just sort of leave COVID-19 behind as quickly as possible, but we want to make sure we're not leaving any costs on the table that could potentially be reimbursed, especially since FEMA still views this as an eligible time period for costs.
Yeah, July, I know July extended to July, but that's, I guess I just like to know what's going on when y'all guys do something, just inform us also.
Yeah, we're happy to work through IDA and obviously the judge as needed. And as the judge mentioned, we do have a Monday check-in every week that obviously a lot of this information is communicated.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Hernandez. Maybe you can answer here or not, I don't know. Are you still taking applications for ERAP?
For EREP, yes, that is still an ongoing activity. I think we are still working through that with an EREP, with the Haggerty team that is working through a lot of those EREP applications, still to this day and still ongoing.
I've had some elderly ladies call me saying they tried to apply, and I even put them in contact with Rachel, is it? Rebecca, and they called me back, said they told them they don't qualify, So is there anything that they need to do else?
I mean, honestly, I don't think I have enough information to know if or how they may or may not have qualified. I do know that they're still taking calls. They're still talking with potential recipients of that program, and I know they're still awarding money. I think in the last few weeks it's been $120-something thousand. Though I'd have to reference that again to know for sure the exact number. But understood that people are still trying to be part of this program. All I can say is that it's still active, it's still ongoing, and I just wouldn't know the specifics of an individual case to be able to tell you why or why not someone was deemed eligible for a program.
And is this money that's available, is it strictly through us? Because they were also told if they live within the city, they can't apply anymore because the city ran out of money.
Yeah, I believe, and apologies if I don't know the specifics of this, correct me if I'm wrong here, Judge, or anybody else. I believe the county has taken on a lot of those.
Are we talking, excuse me, are we talking about COVID or are we talking about something,
We're not,
something else?
No, I asked him if I could ask him a question about EREP.
Oh, okay, but that's a different agenda, Commissioner. Yeah, right now we're just talking about COVID expenses.
I understand. That's why I asked him if he qualified for this.
Okay.
What we're talking about now, if he could answer or not. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm not complete here because I feel like we need to at least have a few things here on the record because this is a very good spreadsheet, and we have very good fiscal people up here. So I'm going to make two observations. They're not numbered. We need to number our pages, but on the page that is entitled Nueces County COVID-19 Burn Reconciliation, that shows you where we were at the end of 2020. So at the end of 2020, I'm so sorry. The burn rate is cumulative, so it doesn't show you where we are at the end of 2020, but it's a cumulative burn rate since 2020 all the way till today. So we constantly get the burn rate, and when we used the same processes that we're using, albeit they're a little different because CESF was state only, CRF was federal, but TDM administered. We went through the similar portal process. There's different steps, different reviews, the RFI process, those requests of information, very tedious, very onerous. They work every day. It's not phone calls once a week. It's super tedious work. And we have recovered $4.921 million. I'm kind of leaving off the change, guys. Out of that original 10.2, that's cumulative, 2.5 years worth. We got back already 4.921 at the end of the 2020 cycle. Some of it came in 21, but the point is that was our first win, okay? The 4.92156.917. Are you with me, Commissioner Chesney? Because I want to make sure, because you're my fiscal conservative, so I'm about to show you how we've made such great progress. I want to make sure that you don't have any questions regarding that. We got $4,921,569.17. That does not include the HAVA grant, which we can bring back later, which was additional funding of another $360,000. But that did not. I did not want to mix apples with oranges, but
That's for elections, for election machines.
there was PPE supplies and lots of safety supplies in there, and that's why I kept it out. So it still means that your burn rate is your burn rate. So if the grant was used to help in that burn rate of Purell or PPE, we utilized it. Okay, so let's leave HAVA on the corner. I'll bring back that next agenda. I need to break it down. But for CRF and CESF, we brought in 4.921. I'm sorry, we brought in 5.2, a little more than that, $5.2 million, and now the amount to be remaining is 4.9. Now you go back to the other page, that is the one we've been going over more extensively, and you see, Commissioner Chesney, that the award from March 21 is 4899980, almost, but not quite, 100% of the amount that needs to be recovered. So we are in the portal process for vaccinations. We've gotten approval through April. We have a new request in through July. We're at 100%. And then we have these extra applications that they asked us to bifurcate. So when Commissioner Gonzalez says, do we need that extra money and are we going to use it? You bet. And we're going to ask for more because we're going to be about 21,000 short as of today. And there might be some more creeping in because every time you go by the elevator and you hold your hand out and that Purell drops, there's money dropping. It costs something. And we have the right to get that back 100% because it's in the spirit of keeping us healthy and safe here in the courthouse. So what I was hoping that my fiscal conservative colleague here would notice is that if we will continue this process successfully, we will get to that almost 100% because we were so careful about making sure that we got an award given to us that would be commensurate with some of our expenses. And you can see that lasted us all the way into 2022. So when it all shakes out, we are going to be, as you said, we don't have a lot of current expenses inside the courthouse jail, but there are some small ones, but not huge ones. But what we have left to determine, and the city owes us a written documentation on, is the separation and the budget that we gave to the city does not include boosters or vaccinations or anything like that. That was just for the routine personnel of running public health. It's still a city-county public health district. And I've spoken to Francisco, I believe, about this, and we need for the city to tell us how they plan to recover their expenses for boosters/vaccinations / anything else, emergency protective measures that are above and beyond the dollars that we gave them to run public health. And because in that spirit, they do not have an advanced project worksheet. So they have to pay and then get reimbursed. And that was not addressed in our memorandum, and they have failed to respond to our concerns and emails, but we have another opportunity. I think we've asked them to meet with us so that we can discuss this. But so there is no way until they stop doing boosters and they just approved under 5 that you're going to see a closeout of expenses because there's ongoing expenses. However, look at how great this spreadsheet showcases that we have estimated our current burn rate through almost the exact time that FEMA finishes their 100%. And when you see that they're in review, I put it footnoted somewhere that they are in step 4. Actually, it didn't say that step 4, but did y'all put the steps in here? No, it's not in here.
Yeah, it's with the under the different 3.
Oh, step 4. Okay, I got you. I see it. So it's in a portal, and there are different steps. And as you progress through the steps, you get closer and closer to them saying, okay, we approve. But you already have the money in your treasury that you draw against, and it's earning interest inside your bank account. So I'm very proud and very excited about the work that we've done to date because it showcases a tremendous amount of labor-intensive work. And let me suggest one more thing because you're going to want to hear it for budget. A lot of what we have in here is forced labor. And if we can recover a lot of our forced labor, which, as you can see, is in the works, it will go a long way to helping Dale in his budget this year because you see those dollars are already budgeted dollars. So as we recover the forced labor piece, this will be a big advantage to us at the end of the year. So our goal, and we have another FEMA call week after next. They are fully aware that we've been waiting patiently, but as Kevin said, there's 254 counties. We're all in line. They do have a steps and process, but the squeaky wheel does get the grease, and we are very squeaky. And that is why we have all of the successes that we have. When you see completion, you're going to see every bit of those dollars, Commissioner Gonzalez, used. Every single one of them. Because that 4899-98080 is for everything you see below. Right. That's why it's so important. So you're almost at 100%. If we could get our folks to, finish the FEMA folks to finish their process, and we know we're at 100%.
2 million first.
I beg your pardon?
But you got to finish the 2 million first before you get the other one.
Well, but we need it. Look at application 547182.
I'm just saying, in order to even get more, you got to finish the 2 million.
I don't. But we're going to, because you see, that's what I'm trying to explain, is that we're going to eat it all up. It's all in here. All of these dollars are going to eat up the money that we have. We're going to have to ask for that second 50%. It's already awarded to us. Once we use it, you understand, once that application gets through its process of 547182, and once we do 66002, you're going to utilize another 2.4 million. Anyway, I give up, but the bottom line is that anybody who can read this will see that we have done an amazing job. And I want to thank the grants department.
Credit. Page 2 is good.
It's good. It's good stuff.
Because that was our money that we spent. We got it back, the 4,645,000, right? I mean, because it says in the bottom.
That's right. We spent it and we recovered it.
Right, after 56 requests. And also the one in the bottom of that.
That's correct.
We spent it, but we got it back. So
correct.
That's good. That's great.
It's huge. And like I said, the rest of it is in the portal where it needs to be. And some of it, the only one that we really need to work on is getting invoiced so that we can move that one through. That's that bottom one.
Can I just ask a couple of questions?
You bet.
Just a couple for Caitlin and Kevin. Appreciate all the efforts of everybody who's done this. On the portal, the stuff in the portal was kind of where I was headed. I know it's hard to, we're all in line, I get all that, but like the meals and the portable restrooms and all that, and then of course the office space, based on this sheet, it looks like there's about $640,000 left in the portal that's still under review, unless I'm missing some. Do we have any idea, I know, again, we're all in line, but do we have any idea when some of those meals, portable restrooms, office lease, office space, stuff like that will be reimbursed, or have we gotten the indication that we think it will be reimbursed, or not?
Yeah, so we've answered multiple what's called requests for information or document requests to support these costs. With these ones, this is part of that expedited advanced funding. So these are to reconcile what the county has already received. And I think Dale can talk a little bit more about the process that the county takes on their end once that reconciliation is approved, how those funds go back to the county. But so once that approval is in, then that helps reconcile up to that advance amount. That's that 2.2 million.
Okay.
I think if you could be on the agenda, the next one, we will have had our FEMA meeting and we can ask that question. And we do really get pretty good timelines from them and answers. And just so you know,
y'all went through it. I mean,
we'll be able
to most of my questions between you and Commissioner Gonzalez going back and forth. So I just had some questions on the portal stuff, and that was all I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, it's difficult to give like an exact timeline because it depends on how heavily they're going to review the documents, and especially with RFR2, that has a lot of different expenses that they're reviewing for that eligibility. because in this process, what TDM does is looks at the activities that were actually completed, like the work, and make sure that it's eligible in line with the project that has been obligated, so those vaccine activities. And then from there, that's when they'll deem the cost associated with the work eligible. So it's really in line with how long it takes them to get everything they need to make that determination. But with the fact that it's back in their review queue, hopefully we won't hear any more questions on it. As Kevin mentioned earlier, we've gotten a lot of different requests for information. As soon as we responded to one, we'll get another one. It's almost like they don't want to send us a whole long list of things that they need and just kind of patchwork it into getting to that final step.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing sort of impacting timelines here is just, again, I mentioned the capacity issues on the TDM side, but if you think about it in terms of sort of prioritization, I could easily see them viewing these type of RFRs as a lower priority, since even if they approve it, no additional money changes hands. So that might be why it's taking a little bit longer for these particular projects. While if we had an RFR that was $4 million, obviously more money would change hands. That's something that may be processed quicker, but obviously we're working on getting the number of RFRs and the dollar values as much as we can as those costs come in and are being identified.
Thank you. Just keep us posted on that. That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right, guys, we'll let you roll. Thank you. We're going to move on to readiness, actually innovative readiness training, the Nueces medical mission. And interestingly, we are talking about animals again and veterinary care. And so we need a funding source, and it can be found in item 13 as far as the amount of funding that we need. So if you'll turn to that, you'll see that I believe I'm going to switch to IDA. 15,000? Is that what it was?
That's correct.
Okay, 15,000, and I think we identified did we identify a funding source for this one, Teresa? We did not?
What do we, hold on.
Well, these are for supplies, right?
For vaccine.
So it's stuff. And so does that help us identify if it's, actual stuff, Dale? Any thoughts here? Not services, but
It's not
things.
services, not this. There's some limited funds because you can't do CO funds for it. You can't do certain funds for this balance. So it's almost got to be either special revenue funds or a general fund kind of expense.
Motion, we get it in general fund.
Second.
I just would like to, on the call for discussion, just, is there any ID for special revenue? I mean, I feel like I asked Teresa about this.
Well, everybody has that.
Well, hold on. We could take it out of that
Funding
special revenue
available.
that we just put those Port Aransas funds into. I mean, we just put, that would benefit the whole county. That was what I was wanting to do. I mean, we could take it out of there, and I think we put about, 200?
35%.
It was 35% of 900-something thousand, so.
Would that be appropriate? It's better than the GF, which is trying to make a 98% budget.
Well, I mean, yeah.
That'll be tough.
Yeah, I mean, so I would, if everybody's okay with that, again, my intent was to use that for projects to help other parts of the county and to help the county. I would think this qualifies for that. And if y'all are okay with that, I would make that motion.
Countywide thing, so.
Pardon?
This is a countywide thing.
Right, and
Okay.
I would make the motion.
Can we
to-
amend that motion then? Can we withdraw the motion and just amend it?
I would
amend my motion to change it to the
Special revenue fund.
special revenue funding from the
proceeds from the Port Aransas sale.
Yeah, it went to the sale of assets department. Is that correct, Dale?
That's correct.
Into what department?
Sale of assets. So could you be like,
Sale of assets.
can we check just to confirm that we can use these funds for that particular cost before, subject to, can we do that? Just to
Sure.
make sure like we're doing it the right way.
Is there any?
If there's any restrictions,
subject
because
to-
normally the sale of assets, and you correct me, Dale, if I'm wrong, is for capital expenses mainly? That's what I'm
Just capital.
saying?
Well, that's what we've been using it for in the past. When we actually sell assets, we can use it again for any type of infrastructure or balances for. However, this is a special revenue fund that the Commissioners Court has set aside for this purposes. So unless the county attorney finds something different, I can believe it would be used for any sources you so choose.
Okay.
That's fine. Just if you want to take a look at it, Jenny, that's great. We can do it subject to Jenny taking a look at it to make sure it's right. But I would say if that's okay with
And is
Commissioner
there door
Gonzalez.
number B, is there, as I say, door 2?
I think that's going to work, though, because
I
this
think
is-
I think it should work.
Well, to me, this is kind of a capital improvement because it's supplies for a capital improvement. So
Well,
either
it's
way-
not. It's vaccinations for an animal.
Do I, oh, I thought this was for the.
It supplies.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
I felt like Teresa, I mean,
Yo, I love animals.
could we do,
It's improving their
We had a
lives.
special revenue as well.
Wait, this is for the.
well, again, I mean, you want to be thoughtful about where you take dollars so that you can, make certain that you're making good decisions. I mean, it's not like you just throw it out. I think that you could do maybe, I don't know if there's a change order, but would we want to make this part of animal services budget, and then we take it from there, like on a change order, or?
This is part of the general fund, so.
But I mean, if Dale's telling us we can
Okay.
do this and everybody's okay with it, and you think it meets what
As
we
long
all
as you
kind of
think
said
it
we were
meets
wanting
it.
to do, a countywide project that would help other parts of the county. I mean,
Because that solid asset fund was developed in your budget cycle, y'all have me establish a fund for the solid assets for, so there's nothing in the statute saying that we were required to do this, so as long as the county attorney doesn't find any errors in that issue, those funds can be used for anything the court so chooses. Most likely it would be best for doing more capital expenses, but that's your choice.
it's fine with me if the court wants to do that. I just want to, I'm throwing it out
Okay.
there. Otherwise, we're going to have to, otherwise everyone's going to ask to
Well,
put
if you
in.
can, I mean, the second choice would be general fund, so.
Yeah, I mean, Plan B can be, where else do you have Plan B, Dale? I mean, I don't.
So if we do animal services is a general fund department, so it'd be the general fund.
Okay.
And 15,000 is not a significant amount.
50?
15,000 is not a
That's
significant, 15 is not very,
Sorry.
very significant.
Okay, well then, as long as Commissioner Gonzalez is okay with the subject to, that Jenny checks it out, and if not, we'll get it out of the general fund, that's the Plan B, so that we can move forward with it. And it's 15 total? 15, 1-5, okay, okay. Is that okay with you on your motion?
Yeah.
And that's my second, so however you want to do it, Judge, that's good. I'm good
I'll
with
take
that.
your motion in second. I'm not sure I love it, but I guess it gets the job done.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm with you in the sense that it's like a LKE. You'd kind of like to take those sale of assets and invest it in something else that has the ability to grow, not like a one-shot deal, but you know what? I bet by putting our heads together, we can make it work. And you've already made it subject to, so it's good.
Hey, that Road District 4 money's still paying off on stuff, down the road, so.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you've got that achieved. Michael Robinson is not able to be here with us today, and he would like to be able to present on this next item. Is it due to family illness, by the way, not because he does not want to be here? Is it possible that we could please table this to next time so that he may offer,
Yeah, because I have some questions for Michael.
all right, June the 8th?
Okay.
Got a motion to table?
Second?
And second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item number 15 is the same one. He sent us an email asking to please consider tabling this, and Jenny also got that email in relation to the fact they are still in the process of working on bids, packages that were received regarding the generator resiliency project. Is that also a possibility to please wait for Michael?
I don't know who put this one on, Judge.
That was Commissioner Hernandez.
Commissioner Hernandez?
15 was Commissioner.
I guess, can we just wait till he gets back?
Okay, I'll move to 16, fair enough. Discuss and consider executive session meetings identifying funding source. This is an executive session item, so I'll move on to that one. The next one was tabled.
Hang on one second. Is that Jenny, is there some, I don't know what the executive session.
I thought I
item-
saw a parallel executive.
I didn't ask, I put it on. I didn't ask for it to be put on the executive session.
And we issued an advisory on all the ramifications of that earlier. I would like to discuss in executive if possible. However, it's a court decision.
I mean, I read your, I read what you,
The bottom line is that if she wants to discuss it in executive session, there's probably a very good reason. So why don't we discuss it and bring it back out and talk about funding sources if that's what the court's will is? I mean, to be quite blunt, is you have economic development negotiations that, you would want to,
Yeah, but they're all,
well, they're discoverable. In this court, everything seems to be leaked. And so we have no track record of keeping things privileged that should be. And so I think that that's very concerning, and I think we should talk to the county attorney about it. But I don't mind coming back out and talking about funding sources.
yeah, I mean,
But
if someone
I think
really needs to
that's-
go to executive session, I'm always willing to
Okay.
hear that. I put it on. I didn't ask for executive session. I read the advisory. I still would want to move forward with doing it. But if someone else wants to go in executive session, I respect
Well, I
that.
think our county attorney does, and therefore I do.
I respect that.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 18. But actually, Commissioner Hernandez just sat down. Before I get to 18, Commissioner,
We tabled 17, not 18.
not 18. We have not tabled 18 yet, guys.
Yeah,
Item
I'll
number
do that.
15 is,
That's mine,
the request is to table this so that Michael, who has asked the county attorney.
One's going to mention something about that.
Okay, but I want to make sure that I can get a table before we,
It'll be tabled.
okay,
No, we're just going to table it, Judge.
all right.
Yes.
Okay, and then get Michael back in here.
Yes.
And also maybe even John Rodriguez, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait, do you want to, is that what you're saying, just to table it?
I'll make the motion to
Okay,
table.
fine. No, yeah, I'm just making sure.
And will you second?
Were you going to table it, Judge?
Yeah,
Really? Thought it was my motion.
you can table it. I'll second. I was just trying to move us along.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Motion, I'll second. June 8th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now number 18.
Aye.
This, aye, okay.
Judge, on this one, I put this on the agenda, and I simply wanted to have an alternative in place while we look for a full-time fire marshal. I think I've had conversations with, and actually, thanks to Commissioner Pusley, who suggested this when we were at the Fallen Memorials, because he's, said if you guys ever need any help, you could talk to the CC Fire Department. So I appreciate that suggestion, and I did reach out to Chief Rocha, and I also reached out to Chief Clack, and both were very willing to put in place, assuming that pass muster an interlocal agreement, that until we found a full-time fire marshal, which I still think is a good thing to have as a full-time fire marshal, but until we find one that's got the qualifications to be one, to have an interlocal agreement in place with both of them. In fact, it might not be a bad idea to have an interlocal agreement in place just in general to help us with fire inspections and arson inspections, and especially getting our codes put into place, that kind of thing, because may not be a reason.
So why doesn't Jenny bring back something for us?
Well, I was just going to make them.
Because we have mutual aid for a lot of this already, but if you want to target it at inspections and.
all I was going to do was make a motion to reallocate the funds towards either, and we have to have more dialogue about it, just to show the intent of what we're trying to do, is to either with the Corpus Christi Fire Department or the Cal Allen ESD number 1, or both, to help us with these projects until we find a full-time fire marshal, because obviously if they help us with anything, then I'm not asking them to do it for free. We would want to be able to get them some
And
help.
what about the state of Texas? They do it for us already. And what about using them for free? Why do we want to, can we just explore between the interlocal and what the state already offers us every day?
Sure. We
I
can
think
explore
that would be
was-
smarter.
It was just, well, all due respect, I don't, just simply because I think the local folks, I don't think it's a bad idea to add it, but I don't think it's smarter than using our local folks who know what we're doing and know our area and have codes in place, and the city already has a code in place, and we could, model our code after the city's code, especially since they're looking at updating theirs. They currently use the 2015 codes. With amendments, they're looking at changing the 2021 codes. It would be really nice for city and county residents to have the same codes that we're developing potentially. Don't know that for sure, but that's just kind of a general feeling. So I think it would be smarter to include the CC Fire Department and the ESD1, who are boots on the ground, boots on the street, know our local area, and I think it would be very, very smart to have those two involved. But certainly I have no problem with including in that, talking to the state of Texas. But I just, I think it's always wiser to use local talent that we have here that has all the knowledge and insight and is willing to help, and especially with those fire codes. I think that's a big deal, because we have so much building and so much development going in our county that are not in city limits, that having some of those codes would be very helpful. So that would be my motion, would be to reallocate any of those funds if need be. And again, it's just a motion that we've still got a lot of work to do on. But I just want people to know that we're very much interested in continuing with the fire marshal position. But until we find a good qualified one, we wouldn't hire one. We would use these funds to help, to get things done in the county with people that know what they're doing.
I have a question, Commissioner. I saw on the news a few days ago where the city is thinking about helping out the people in the rural areas, but they're going to have to pay. The people are going to have to pay. If we do this, or is there still going to be a charge to the citizens out in the rural areas?
Yeah, that's a good question. I saw that story too, where apparently I don't know the root of it, other than what I saw on TV was that the fire services are going out there and responding to fires in the county that aren't in the city limits, and that they're going to start looking at charging that, which, I mean, I kind of understand that. I mean, our ESDs also are able to do that, but for some reason, I think when you call 911, it's whoever's first out there just goes, because you don't really want to stop and go, hey, who's covering today? You just want to go cover it. Yeah. But that's not really, and that's a good question to have in this discussion and this dialogue. I don't know.
And I feel like we're getting, I'll just take your motion because I think we're getting over our skis on that. That is a COG issue.
Yeah,
it's one that's been dealt with mutual aid, and they should not be charging people
and I'm not
at
bringing
all.
That in. I'm not bringing that in. I'm
Yeah,
not trying to get into that discussion. I just saw it on TV. All I was relaying was that's all I saw on TV.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. I didn't have any discussion about that in the conversations. All I had was, can you potentially help us with fire marshal duties if needed until we find a full-time fire marshal?
And forgive me, but that's what's been happening all along is we've had a great rapport and relationship with Chief Clack, Chief Hilliard, Chief Rocha, the whole time.
They both said it would be probably advantageous to have some sort of written interlocal agreement related specifically to this. So again, it was just what the suggestions came.
Well, and as you know, we appoint the LEPC chair, Chief Rocha. So again, there needs to be a real understanding of the organization and the chart. I'm not against exploring it. And just so you know, between now and our fiscal year, you're talking about very little dollars that are left for something like this. So before we jump too far, I would say take your motion and have Jenny in a reasonable time, bring it back. But Louis, you're in a perfect position to talk to Chief Clack, Chief Rocha, and try to assess some of the needs. Because I will tell you, when it comes to fire and wildfires, you have not had a chance to report. But I'm going to have you come up next. But we had a fire yesterday, actually this morning, I guess, it was after midnight. Yeah, so I'm glad you see the need. We see the need in emergency management. It's a super high priority and a high need. Not objecting at all. Mutual aid is how we live and survive. Everybody helps everybody. And I've never heard of us paying, but if it's for inspections, that's obviously very, very different. So I think we need to formulate, Commissioner Chesney, what tasks they'd be interested in. And if it's our intention to hire somebody, post that position and hire somebody, this is a very limited situation where I don't even think an interlocal is necessary. It might be some other document.
And you may be right, you may not, because, we didn't.
It depends.
It just depends on if we get a good applicant pool that has fire experience and can do those things, and if we don't, then we might need it longer. I would hope not. I would hope we would get, a good applicant. And I am, and I guess I should make that part of my motion. I'd like to be involved in that, and I would be happy to continue to help with the county attorney on that, and talk to Chief Clack also, and talk to Chief Rocha. I've kind of started those discussions. And I want to be able to continue those. So if the court's okay with that, I'll continue to.
Well, I'm okay with it as long as.
And bring it all back to court.
Right. So. Good. I think that's fine, but I think that Louis needs to be a part of that because he understands exactly the type of work that happens in emergency management. And that's what a fire marshal is going to be tasked with primarily. And it has to do with pipelines, a lot of natural gas pipelines, tanks, potential explosions, chemicals.
I have no concern whatsoever keeping
Awesome.
Mr. Ray involved in the process.
Awesome. Well, I'm just saying, we'll let Louis and you start that process and keep us. I'll be able to work through him, so we'll keep moving in that good direction.
Right. So
All
that would
right,
be
so
part of the
how's your motion now?
My motion would just be to consider reallocating the funds with some sort of interlocal agreement, if need be, with either the CC Fire Department or ESD number 1, that includes myself and the county attorney and certainly Mr. Ray on that as well. So,
All right, and I'll second it, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, the next couple of items I have is deemed executive, but let's take a quick look. 19, 20, and 21. We've already done 22. Look to me to be executive, Jenny.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to move to grants. Anna's here to do a TMAP contract extension on a mortgage program, and we'll let her present.
Good afternoon. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, while she's stepping up there, welcome in your new official first meeting in your new capacity. We're thrilled to have you on board, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you applying.
Thank you very much. I submitted the agenda for the TMAP, which is the Mortgage Assistance Program, and that it's a lot of money, and we are not getting as much activity. But I have Rebecca Rock here that handles the social services applications, and she has further information regarding that.
Good afternoon. I sent a handout in yesterday. Was that distributed? Yes, I may. Okay. So what you'll see is that when we took this over to date, to last Friday, we've still only spent about $26,975 of this money. Mortgage assistance, low-income mortgage assistance in the rural area is, we don't get a lot of requests for that.
They own their homes or they build their homes.
And so we've had, I think, 2 contract extensions that were offered by the state that grants brought before you previously and were accepted. When this was originally submitted, the state had told us they would not open it up to the city of Corpus Christi and they would not offer another extension. Since that time, we have gotten an offer of extension through August. I can tell you right now, we're not going to come close to meeting benchmarks or spending any of this money, just based on what we've spent already. I think so. Our recommendation, we've talked about it with IDA, with Anna, would be to deobligate the funds back to the state.
How much money is left? How much money is left? How much money we have left?
There was $500,000. We've only spent $26,975.
And again, it's just, it cannot be used inside the city.
Right.
And so that's the problem here, unlike ERAP, that we were able to make that decision and really help a lot of people. We're so sad about this.
And you can look at the numbers I gave you of the applications. You'll see they're almost all from the city, so they're an automatic denial for this program for us.
And the city did run out of funds.
Right.
So we did ask. So it's not like we didn't, ask them to go to another location. The only thing that we could do here, in what I'm suggesting to the court, is to give it, 30 more days, okay? And what do you say if all of us, we're about to our PIO starts in next Tuesday. Assignment number 1, give it a real shot to live, that this program is wonderful and is out there for people who are struggling with mortgage. And I just, that's the one thing I could suggest before we deobligate. I would really like to see this court make a big effort. There's a lot that we can do as individuals. I'm on radio twice a week. I mean, let's dedicate ourselves to try and help our community.
I think it's a
What do
great
you
idea to
think,
just
30 days?
schedule it to
Or
Tyler and
60?
say, hey, you know what, this is your first
Do it.
deal, get after it and
See how
come
many-
up with something and give us all something that we can all
push.
uniformly share on our social media.
I love
and
it.
do everything we can. I think that's a great first project.
Yeah, we have flyers and all kinds of stuff that we've put out in the areas and of course shared with all of our partners and our.
Can you give me do you have a flyer you said? Can I have some of those flyers for the
Yes, sir.
IRT maybe?
Yes.
That's a good one, too. So what do you think she needs a contract date extension. Do you think 60 days? Do you think 30 days?
I mean,
What do you think?
how long do you think we can have without getting in trouble? I mean, how long will they give us to try to promote
August
this?
31st.
How much?
August 31st. Do you want to try for that? It gives
So
time.
that's as far as we can go?
Yeah.
So
That's
right
what
now
they're
it's-
offering us.
That's what they're offering.
Well,
So let's take it, and then let's see
Yeah.
if Tyler can help us.
maybe we make some progress. Maybe they'll give us another one if we make progress.
And again, if Tyler builds stuff for us on our platforms, we can push it. And we've got IRT in middle June, we can push it there.
Give me the form
Even
and
if we
some
help one
applications.
person.
And we couldn't come up with a way to do this with the city?
Well, I haven't tried yet.
me,
Remember, we
Rachel?
did that with the other one.
Is there
But
any
I
way you
worked
can
it.
send some of those flyers like to churches and the schools that maybe the kids can take the flyers to their
It's
homes?
Rebecca.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rebecca.
That's okay.
I apologize.
No, she won't. It's not her name.
Is there any way we can do that?
Yes.
That way we can get, have the school distribute them to each school boy or girl, and they can take them home, and then at church, they can pick them up as they're walking out,
Good idea.
so.
Never know.
So let's try something like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
As far as the contract extension, somebody will have to.
What do we need to do?
Yes,
Make a
Ron.
motion for that today, Judge, and then
I think we do. We do need to do it today.
motion to
So,
accept the August 31 extension
and I'll second. And
and also motion, and included in that motion is to tell Tyler, let's go.
Let's go.
And let's come up with a plan for Nueces County to really promote that. And we should maybe make that part of the motion to go talk to the city about this one too.
Well, this one's not going to be the city. I'm going to have to go to the granting authority. But the point is that I'd like to try. Because what's happening to a lot of these wonderful programs is that they're seeing how it's not quite equitable. And so if we can help I'll try to make the argument that the city is inside of the county, which I always do all the time, and that this would be a wonderful way to utilize the funds as they were intended.
So, I don't know if Anna has caught up to speed on really this, but when we had asked TDCHA about this, they had told us two separate entities, the city and the county. So we're both drawing from the same pot of money, and they've already expended theirs. And so an issue we have is the cross duplication. We can't be helping the same client out of the same pot of money from two different areas.
Right.
So we'll have to come up with a system for that. They told us no. They also told us there wouldn't be an extension, so.
Exactly.
Then I
And
guess
also,
just-
this is where our senator plays a role and our chairmans play a role, as they go into all these surplus dollars really do need to be re-obligated.
And I guess just include Tyler as part of the motion, making him this his first project, even though that's kind of, but still,
just-
it gives him direction, clear direction that this is a court project.
All
and we
right.
want him to get on it.
And that's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We already did the purchasing, and we're going to move to Dale for the monthly financial report for September 2021. Dale.
Yes, we're going around it for our September 2021 balances. We provide you the balances and the information that we provide you for the P card information that were requested. We provide you a listing of the expenses that you were asked for food, as well as we did all activities for food and expenses for fiscal year 2021 as well as 21-22. So you can see who the areas are from. And what their purposes are for. These are actual expenses that already occurred, so there's nothing we can say we can't vote against it because it already occurred. But we're going to start providing you a P card report pretty regularly and bring the people up in front of you that if you find an item that they need to be discussed, we can basically bring something forward for you. I have this analysis here. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. Also, I'll provide you a listing of everyone that has a P card that is available and show you their limits, so I can answer any question you might have on their report. And I submit the monthly financial report for September 30th, 2021.
So I would move to accept the report, but with an explanation in the minutes that I don't support the food expenditures, but I have to vote for the report because it's already been expended and the report is a valid report. So I know the difference between, but I want the minutes to reflect that I don't agree with the fact that we've got all those food expenditures, but that I'm making the motion to accept the report as a valid report.
And I'll get I'd like to make, you're putting that on the record, so
No,
we have.
let me clarify. That my motion is simply,
Yeah, to
my
accept the
explanation is
report.
afterwards.
Right.
Okay, I don't want to make that part of my motion. Just want that to be explanation. My motion is to accept the report as a valid report.
I'll second
And
that.
then I will explain my vote at the end if you want me to, just to
Yeah,
not
we
muddy
got it. I think
Last time
Lorenzo
I had
got
some
it.
questions on it.
Go ahead.
Like, I have a question here. Purchasing, $361.50 on page 6. At HEB, and and then he has another one. Purchasing Romeo has Marco's Lunch Club, $200 yearly inventory work lunch. Then there's another one, says HEB, $82. He's got mall vaccine. Now, I understand that, you can buy food for your workers, providing you're nowhere near an establishment that they can go to. Is that right?
That's the main purpose, yes, and this is a item that in our purchasing procedure for our P card, and that's managed by purchasing.
Well, I understand, but are they supposed to be doing this?
You'll have to ask Michael, he's the purchasing agent.
Well, I thought you had control of the P cards.
I do not.
Okay, that's what I understood, because it was your people that specifically told me that at no time I can use because I asked them, can I use a P card if I have a meeting and buy food for the people there? They said, no, absolutely.
Because it's in the purchasing policy. It's in the P card policy.
Okay, so that's
controlled by purchasing.
Purchasing make that policy.
Yes.
Okay. Then I have another one here. Ms. Munguia has quite a few. $221 at Harrison Landing.
What page are you on, Commissioner?
Pardon me?
What page?
On page 5.
What was the question?
No, the cost that they had was $221.
Well, their description was a meeting with BCFS Incident Management Team, and they, I guess they provided lunch for the entire staff that they had during the meeting.
Okay, so I guess that's allowable. There's Ms. Lorenz, District Clerk, $118 at HEB food items. Flores Homer, Domino's Pizza, Employee Fund Day, $172. Flores Homer, I don't know what TJJD State 8, $186. Linda's Mexican Restaurant.
Well, for Homer, those are all their funds that they have for their state aid funds and their amounts they receive for state aid. You see the departments in question are either 2821 or 1319. That's the money they receive from the state.
So that's money.
The state may have other controls that they can use the funds for.
So the state allows,
You have to, that would be a question for Homer. That's why when we start bringing these in and when we start doing these reports for you, I'll have these. And if you want to have any questions for any particular individual, we'll make sure they're available.
Mm-hmm. Elizabeth Nicole, $725 at Rudy's. federal, it's something that has to do with the DA's office.
That's when they had every once in a while, the district attorney has a training that they have, and according to the rules and their federal forfeiture funds, they can use funds to provide food for the training they have at that particular cut, and that's what I assume that balance is for.
Okay. Here's another one. Turner Margaret Marie, General Administration, $1,338.75, Shoreline, here at the courthouse. Here's another one from Ms. Turner, $297.50 from the Shoreline. And there's a whole bunch of them. I think I'll take too long trying to read them all to you, but.
Well, the ones at 2021, you're probably seeing what we have right here.
Okay.
And these are all the receipts that we have for this, which was either COVID vaccinations or testing sites that we've had, that we provide you the receipts
but what
for.
I'm saying, I think I read somewhere that it's permitted to buy food for people if they're out in the rural areas, if there's no establishments anywhere near where somebody will go get food from and bring it back. But here, we're in a courthouse, and people, if they want to go eat, there's plenty of places they can go to, or they can go there at the courthouse. $2,434, Margaret Marie. Anyway, I'll stop there because it's just too many to go, but I'm just asking if that's the way it's supposed to be, and is that allowable?
Again, that's the question you'll have to ask the purchasing agent.
I will.
And
And y'all can definitely tell the purchasing agent to suspend all costs, and they do provide food for our board judges when they have meetings, as well as when y'all have meetings. They provide food for yourself, so that's all covered. So
I don't know about the judges, but I'm talking thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and, Dale asked you, and you did not respond, whether or not you had any questions. I asked him to please contact you in case you had any questions. What happens is you ask in a context where there's nobody here to answer. If you'll ask the questions, we can get somebody to answer. But the dollars that you are referring to, at least as it regards to the shoreline, have already been established in multiple previous courts that those were FEMA eligible. We cited the statute, it's already been vetted not by one person, not by two people, but by whole teams of people. So if you're wondering what the, sort of explanation is, Dale has explanations and backup for each and every one of those. And what's helpful, rather than you just reading them and wondering in your mind, is if you'll ask him in advance, he can get you a copy of that justification. Because in this case, it has to do with FEMA.
I didn't do that just because I knew you were here and you would answer for me.
Right, and the answer is that they're FEMA eligible. So it's not, it's a appropriate purchasing procurement.
That's fine.
All right. And we'll wait for Michael and Homer and all the other people you mentioned to answer, and Ann Lorenzen and all the people that you brought up who are not here. If you have a question, we can get them to them. But the point is the auditor is double checking.
I always understood that Daryl was in charge of the P cards because it was his people that came to me and said how I could use a credit card or how.
I understand.
Okay?
They should have been more clear.
But they should have been, Judge.
Okay, let's roll. Auditor, we've got budget change order. I'm sorry, we have approval of payments.
One question. So how do we fix this thing as far as the P card meals and all that? I know FEMA's not going to pay for all. We already told them they're not going to pay for all the meals. So how do we fix it? Even local. I mean, even here.
you can have Michael turn off every access to turn off. You can turn off anything you want you can have any kind of expense you want removed from the P card, and Michael can do it.
Because we get calls too saying, why can't we? I can understand what the commissioner is saying too, but.
I'm putting it on the agenda for June 20th to come up with look for a new policy on it, because I don't like it either. So, but the only way to do it is
well,
to do it.
I mean, why don't you wait till you actually see the set of rules? If you're Homer Flores and you're providing meals to the juvenile for training, I mean, you are talking about it as if there are no sets of rules. There are tons of rules, tons of expectations, and it's fine to talk about it, but let's talk about it with Michael as the purchasing.
That's why I'm putting it on the agenda when he
Yeah.
can be here.
Yeah.
So I just said I'm putting it
Well,
on the agenda to have a discussion where
That's
everybody can
fine.
be
Let's
here.
do that.
what
Let's
I
do
was-
that.
that's what I was trying to
And I want to
shorten the
correct what you
conversation.
said. FEMA, it's pending. Nobody has said that any of those meals are ineligible. In fact, it's the opposite. They've all been discussed with FEMA and TDM ad nauseum, and in contrary to what you just said,
Why don't they pay it?
because it's in the portal in step 4, and it takes
That
time.
portal, I don't see what the portal.
Well, that's because you don't understand much of anything that we explained to
There's a
you.
difference.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Well, hold on. not
Let's
finished
move
yet.
on. Dale has
Hold on.
already talked about it, and let's move on.
So, Dale, are we finished with this over here too also? Have we done this one?
What was the question?
On the project, on the on the daily burn rate? So were you talking on that right now or not?
No, the burn rate's not part of the monthly funds report.
All right,
So you're
I've
not
got to
there
do a
yet, right?
vote. I haven't forgotten you, Lorenzo.
You're not there yet or what?
We're not there yet.
Okay.
This is just the report.
All right, okay.
All those in favor of the report signify by saying aye.
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 And you'll get my
Okay.
explanation, Lorenzo, right?
And you got Chesney's
Thank you.
explanation on the record.
Thank you.
Okay?
Lorenzo, put me down for the same thing, please. Yeah.
Yeah. And Lorenzo, put me down for following the rules, please. Okay? Thank you. Anybody else for sidebar commentary? That's irrelevant? All righty, let's move on.
So you admit you're.
Now we're having a little fun.
Yeah, well, I
Let's
guess
go.
at least you
Well, it's
admit
just, it's absurd. At some point, it becomes absurd. But I think the general public sees the absurdity.
Yes, they do, Judge. There's a
and-
difference
and they
between.
do.
You know what, I'm trying not to
You're
get
just
into
the
this, but you keep
apologist. You
egging
want
it
to
on.
vote?
I'm not an apologist.
Yeah,
I am.
you are. You're the
There's
Mr.
a difference
Apology.
between eligible
Let's
and
move on.
appropriate, and those are
we're-
inappropriate.
No, they're not.
Inappropriate comments you make, and they're
Not.
inappropriate expenses. No one
Hello.
should have paid
We're
for
moving
everybody's
on.
lunches when they weren't working.
That's not true.
Yes, it is
All of
true.
that's invalid,
It
what you
is
just
true. No,
said.
it's not. It's valid. It's my opinion. It's the opinion of most people out there that free lunches shouldn't be paid for people working 4 hours a day and for people who could have walked across the street and got their lunches. and were
Unfortunately,
getting paid
your
to be there.
sidebar
So
is
I don't-
is
You started
inappropriate.
it, Judge. I'm not going to sit here and I've taken 20 sidebars and hadn't responded. I'm responding
Oh,
to
we're
this
so
one.
grateful for you.
Yeah, I appreciate you being grateful and admitting that
We're
your
very
comments are
grateful.
irrelevant.
Nobody
Thank you, Judge.
Nobody
As you
wants to
said,
hear
let's
you
move on.
anymore.
Oh, I
Discuss
know.
and consider
You don't,
approval
because
of
you don't
payments.
like what people say when it's
No,
doesn't agree
Brent.
with you. I get it.
Discuss and consider approval. I know you enjoy this baiting process and abusive of women, but
Yeah.
let's just move
Here
on.
we go. Yeah, if all
It's
else
very
fails,
clear.
deflect.
It's not, it's the
deflect,
accurate.
deflect.
Discuss and consider approval of payments. We're getting late and you're getting tired and ornery.
I'm not tired. I'm great.
Discuss
Let's
and
go
cons-
till 7.
Discuss and consider approval of payments received from the City County Public Health District. These are invoices that are in our packet, and actually had the opportunity to review them with Belinda Kism because Dale had some questions on them. And so they are from January and February 2022.
Yes, Your Honor, we were provided these for the city of Corpus Christi as a reimbursement for a small amount of regular salaries, as well as the city county health doctor that we have, as well as the pharmacist for a few particular items, as well as regular operating expense. The total amount of the request is $23,269.34. We submit this for your approval and adjustment, sir.
All righty.
So moved.
Motion? And
Second.
a second has been received. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. These are not the payment. I was mistaken earlier with the ones that I reviewed with Belinda. These are not our payments,
No.
our monthly payments. These
These
are
are
just the
monthly.
invoices. I just looked at them.
There shouldn't be very many more of these coming.
Right, I'm with you now. Okay. I was referring to the March, April, May, so I apologize on that. Now we've got a budget change order number 13 for fiscal year 21 and 22. And
We have several change orders requested. There are a few large items for information technology. That's basically just moving the money around because when we budgeted this last year, it was not budgeted in the right category. We'll make sure this year it will be. It's just moving the large money around. We need some other small expenses from our billings, and we're moving some money around for office expenses as well as maintenance repair. On page 2, you'll see some large amounts for our social services as well as the community services, and we need that for kitchen supplies as well as moving some money around to cover some costs that they have for this. Now, I'd like to go ahead and on the one section here, the one for 5107, I'd like to remove that from the list.
All right, and we're going to remove that one, and then,
Because if we do the reallocation that Commissioner Chester mentioned earlier, we can reallocate this. They are over budget on a little bit of their professional services because the previous fire marshal did take a significant amount of training that was already paid for. And it was excessive, but we'll make sure we take that in consideration. So I'd like to remove the one for 5107 from this list. Otherwise, I'll be glad to answer any question you might have on budget change order number 13.
all right, budget change order number 13. And I also want to,
Is this the one that you were talking about that on the classes he had
Yes.
already signed up for?
Yes, he already taken them.
Yeah, but there's one for July though.
The ones I
this
gave
was
were all for
code
March.
enforcement.
It's coming up in July, so can we get that money back?
We shouldn't have paid for anything in July.
It's the
He said-
code
he said-
enforcement, code enforcement.
He said he got it on March, he signed up for it March.
If he already paid for it in March, then we can work with it and get reimbursement
Yeah,
for it.
and it's for July the 20.
If the class for March, yes, if that's the case, we can, yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say, Dale, is that he did take other classes for code enforcement that already are paid for.
Those are in the books already, those are registered.
No, these were last, like a couple of weeks ago.
Well, the
So,
ones we had were the ones we were
I
showing
just
that
wanna
was
make
paid
sure
in
you know
March, but
that.
if it was for a class in July, we
It's
can
not
definitely
March.
request funds
It
back.
was May.
Yeah, but
We
no,
work
there's
on
one
that.
for March, Judge. You signed up
Gee.
for March. I'm telling you, why can you always have to be right?
Because I'm looking at it right here in front of you. Why can't you read? It's May 13th. He took classes.
So rude,
And it's
Judge.
code enforcement. I mean, it's just impossible.
I'm just telling you what I had.
You're
on paper,
impossible.
Judge. I had a piece of paper, and it was sent back from Dale. It was sent, Dale the one that sent it to me. I mean,
Okay.
let me pull it out. Where is it?
The bottom line is that whatever we can get reimbursed, we will from the TEECs on July. Okay, he was going to get his certification in July, and those classes for the certification, you will try to get those dollars back.
Yes.
Now, on your budget, on page 2, you remark that you've got the equipment and vehicle. So I think it's appropriate to talk about the equipment and vehicle. And so the vehicle is here with us, and I have asked there are many law enforcement folks that are waiting in line.
He was at the DA's office. They've been asking for.
Well, again, I've asked since she's working with department heads, to work with that and bring us back some sort of a solution. So we'll hear from that, I guess, next time.
That we got for the fire marshal was a specialty type of vehicle, so it may not
That's
be
why-
able to be allocated to certain areas.
That's why I think
because-
it needs to be law enforcement or emergency management. It has to be a certain type.
Yes, and I'm going to be working with purchasing to relocate it.
DA's got investigated.
But if we end up hiring a new one, aren't we just going to need to get another one again?
Yes.
I mean, so I
Right,
don't
this would
know
just
why.
be a temporary, like, for example, your mental health officers in Constable Precinct Number 2, for instance.
Just as long as they know it may be temporary, and some people get used to their assets.
Well, at any rate, it's an asset that we want to make sure that it's not sitting here, that's all.
And it was a lease vehicle. It was a lease that we paid for. I don't know if we paid for this one or we leased this. It could be a
Right.
lease, and we'll just make sure we allocate it right.
Right. All right, so the budget change order number 13 is motion to approve. Well, subject to.
Well, but we need to amend it, as amended.
You want to
by
amend,
Dale.
as amended?
As amended by
Okay.
Dale, taking out, what
All
was
right.
it,
5107.
5107.
Thanks,
All
that was
right.
a good catch.
All right, as amended. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And the capital project budget change order is last, and it's 109.
Yes, Your Honor. We have a few items there where we're reallocating some funds back and forth, and you'll see the Department 1919, which is the 2015 COs, our 2016 COs, and as Teresa mentioned earlier, the 1923, which is the 2019 COs, there's that $1,077,280.50 she was talking about, Commissioner, that's being reallocated back to unallocated. So that's where the funds are. We made these appropriate changes that going back and forth for Teresa, myself, and my staff, and making sure that these are accurate. And I submit this for your acceptance.
Number 4, you talking about number 4?
No.
Yeah. Capital project.
109. Budget change order number 109. 109.
Yeah, but I'm saying number 4 in this, on these reports.
Yeah, agenda item 4 under those
Yes,
reports,
that's
correct.
correct, but it's the budget order 109. So is there a motion? I'll make the motion. I've got a
Second.
motion. I made the motion. I'll second with Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is a continuing supplemental pay for the new office manager for the Sheriff's Department.
Hold on. I got one question back. I wasn't here, I apologize, but, Dale, do you explain, I guess you explained the daily activity on the daily burn rate. It says there was a personnel cost of $881. What was that for? And also the employee benefit of $190. What was that for?
What report are you talking about, Commissioner?
I'm sorry?
What report are you talking about?
On the,
Which page?
the one you just gave us for this, 519, 520?
That was the burn rate. That's not part of the agenda.
It's not?
Burn rate's not.
Well, I swear I got it in the package. I mean, so what? Okay, so I guess we put it in the agenda then?
If you like to, we would need to, but I don't think it's part of the
Let me ask you this.
discussion.
Is it the burn rate for a disaster? We could bring it up when we do Louis. What are you looking at?
Well, I don't know, it says COVID-19 testing. But it says 5/19/22 and 5/20/22. It's just last week.
I mean, can you show it to Ida so she can look at it real quick like? Again, if it's the burn rate for COVID-19, we could, why don't we, let me bring it up with Louis and you can ask your question.
That's fine. No, I just wanted to answer what it.
All right, just give him a second. All right, so now I'm moving on to human resources. And it's discuss and consider continuing supplemental pay for the new office manager for the Sheriff's Department. And we've,
And why are we doing this one? I don't really.
go ahead, Chief. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, Judge. Our only concern with this, the way it was written on the agenda, is it appears to be tied to the position and not to the person. And so through discussions, we appear to have a understanding that it is not tied to the position, but to the person who is actually doing the responsibilities of the GO billing. And we did some historical background research, and the accounts payable clerk at one time was receiving the stipend. Then it was moved to the internal auditors in our office, and then eventually to the office manager. And so just the way it was written, we had a concern that it was, just because she occupied that position, she was entitled to it. So granted that she's doing the actual responsibilities of the billing, which she is now taking over.
Dale's going to give us some backup. Go ahead.
This is like all of our other supplemental pays we have. It's up to the discretion of the sheriff who receives the supplemental pay for this. So whoever the sheriff so chooses to receive the supplemental pay, receives it similar to what we have with the county attorney when they receive money from the state. They determine who receives the funds and how much. So this was a budget item in our budget last year, and it was going to the office manager, as the chief said. But it's still up to the sheriff how he wants to allocate the funds and how he wants to disperse the budgeted amounts.
Okay, so this is asked, you need us to approve this, but the sheriff, go ahead, say that again. The sheriff does the assignment, right?
Yes, the sheriff does.
So the sheriff's asking for this, you recommend it.
And it comes from where again? From the.
Our agreement with the GEO for our prison contract.
Right.
There is a small amount of funds. I think it's maybe $10,000 to $15,000 total that they can allocate that we budgeted.
And they split up between 4 positions.
It's up to the sheriff how he wants to split.
Okay. Well, that's what the background said. So maybe
before it's only been 2, but I think it's been 2 people.
I talked to the sheriff about this, and I understand what he was saying, that previously before it's the paperwork that they handle with private institutions, detention centers that are privatized, and there's a lot of paperwork involved. Instead of hiring somebody else, there's some staff that does it. They get paid supplement. They get, I don't know if I'm call it supplement or not, but they get paid for doing the paperwork and, in the process, right, for the inmates. But it said here 4, and the sheriff thought it was only 2. He wasn't sure. He says 4, but he said, I don't know if there's 4 or not. So,
Well, actually, for clarification, it's only 3 that are receiving the supplemental pay.
3.
It's for the office manager who's actually doing the billing, and then it says senior clerk here, but that's our administrative secretary, because that was moved to her when the previous senior clerk left, and so the seniority pay and the jailer certification is for the training sergeant's supplemental pay. So it's actually just 3 positions that are receiving the supplement.
Okay, and that the sheriff handles that on a monthly basis, or I don't know how to do it, but it goes through. I guess they do all that stuff.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes.
The supplemental pay is a set amount per pay period that they receive for the time that they're there. Like the chief said, sometimes it looks like it's tied to the position, but it's tied to whoever the sheriff so chooses to receive the supplement.
Okay, so I'll make the motion to approve, and
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks for all the explanation. You're right, sometimes the verbiage doesn't match up with the information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, everybody, I've got to go backwards into 2N, and I think it has to do with some updated information that Commissioner Chesney had on Flower Bluff Gardens.
Yes, Judge, the issue on this is that the county attorney has notified me. We've been working on this for Mr. Spear, trying to figure out what is what. There's a piece of property that the appraisal district says the county owns. County attorney can't find where we own it. There's an easement there. And so what I wanted to just amend, and this has an order, so it's going to have to be in the order, I guess. What I just need to amend is to do some sort of title search to figure out if we really even own this property or not, because,
And can't appraisal district help us?
well, they say we do, but Jenny can't find anything based on what we've been looking for that says we own it. All she can find is an easement, so the only way to really do it is some sort of title search, not with my company.
Lorenzo, I signed that already.
I did too. It's over here.
Could
I
you
stopped
pull
it.
it?
I
Oh,
got it.
okay.
I paused it. Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. I guess we can just do subject to,
Subject to a title search. And so we can, I think what Jenny suggested was that we just amend this a little bit to say, give Michael direction and say, subject to a title search showing that we own it.
and I'll be honest with you, our appraisal district has lawyers. They can do this for us.
Right. So however
That'd be
Michael needs
great.
to
Just
find
we
it.
don't have the,
Yeah, we don't have the documentation, so I'd say call Melissa and see if she can assist.
Yeah, and so I guess on this, I've got the order, I'm the last one to sign it. If we need to amend the
Hold
order
it.
and then recirculate, that might be the best way, just say subject to
Okay,
verification.
so I'm going to go ahead and open it up again, I guess.
Yeah, just say okay, right.
I'm going to withdraw,
Well, my bad.
right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's withdraw, because it has to come from somebody who voted for it.
We all
did, so.
right. Yeah.
I'm going to withdraw the approval of N as was originally voted upon, and you'll second it, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then go ahead with your new motion.
Yeah, and then the motion would be to pass this subject to verification that Nueces County actually owns the property by whatever means the purchasing agent can find it.
Okay, and I'll second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. Okay, we've got 4 items that are in executive agenda, and I cannot predict, but, I'm sorry, we've got 3 items in executive agenda. We don't have item B. And so the time is 4:16, and I'm electing to go into executive session this time. I'm giving notice that the court will go into this session to discuss matters listed on the agenda and where authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. In the event that we do so, I'm publicly announcing as the presiding officer that we do so in accordance with the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551 and 71, 72, 73, 74, 74, 5, 76, 86, and 87. And the Commissioners Court is going to hold this executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters related to litigation, real property, gifts, MAP personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion we'll come back into open session and take action. And I said 3 items, but there are more than 3.
Right.
Because there's just 3 on this piece of it. There's more
Right.
on the other. Okay. With that, it's
I'd like to make a motion that
4:17.
we vote and go into 5:30. I don't know if we're going to be finished here. We're going to go to executive session.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, well, then I'll take a motion right now.
Second.
A motion and a second to go to 5:30. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Lorenzo, 4:17. Okay, if you guys would please clear the courtroom if you're not needed. Okay. All right, so we are back on the record, and for the clerk, it's 5:54, and the court did say 5:30, but court, I'll just make a quick motion to go for 5 more minutes.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, so we're not violating our own policies. We have some motions coming out of executive session regarding a notice of damages received from Tamara Gonzalez regarding her deceased son. Is there a motion regarding this claim?
Motion to reject all claims.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I believe that all of the other matters were matters just for discussion in executive session, and I'll be happy to sign the document for the county attorney.
We have some table motions, too.
And we do have some table motions. Go ahead.
Item number 16, discuss and consider recording executive sessions meeting, identifying a funding source. We would make a motion to table that to
June 8th?
June 8th, or actually even June 20th. We're
June
loaded
20th.
already. Or June 22nd, whatever sorry.
Whatever the second week in,
Yeah,
second
we're
meeting
loaded
in
already,
June.
so June 22nd.
Okay.
On that one.
And there's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was Gonzalez, I thought.
It was. And then, Judge,
On eight-
on
on-
item number 19.
Yes.
I would also like to make a motion to table that one till, to the June 22nd meeting at a time specific, and I'm going to say 10 a.m.
All right.
That's the number 19, till June 22nd at 10 a.m. so that we can have that discussion, not at the end of the day and at the beginning.
And I'll second that. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That concludes our agenda items today. We have adjournments in memory, and Commissioner Chesney has one.
I have 2, yes, ma'am.
Sorry,
That's
2.
okay. Let me get that out. The first one is Moises Gonzalez. Reverend Moises Vasquez Gonzalez, age 83, peacefully and quietly passed away on Thursday, May 5th, 2022. He was born January 13, 1939, to Luciano Gonzalez and Rosa Vasquez Diaz. He will be a lasting memory in the hearts of all those he loved and touched. He came to know the Lord February 28, 1980 at Primera Iglesia Bautista in Flower Bluff, Texas. There he served as a deacon together with his supportive wife, Virginia Gonzalez, served as youth counselors. He later studied at Corpus Christi State University through Howard Payne in preparation for his pastorate. He was a licensed ordained minister through the Baptist General Convention of Texas for 38 years. Reverend Gonzalez served in several churches and missions in South Texas area, ranging from Pettis, Texas, to San Benito, Texas. Serving together as a family as the children moved on, Reverend Gonzalez and his wife served as house parents for the South Texas Children's Home in Mineral, Texas. Reverend Gonzalez was the grandfather of one of my employees, Dee Dee Gonzalez, and so would pass on our condolences to the Gonzalez family. Second one is Beatrice Pedraza Leal. She was the mother of Arnold Leal. Some of you may know Coach Leal. She passed from this life to her eternal life with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. She took her last breath on May 9th, 2022, and she was a loving mother, grandmother, and certainly will be missed by all. So my condolences to the Leal family.
That's all you have today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for those adjournments. We do stand adjourned. The time is 5:57 p.m.